Hey, good morning, everybody. It's Mitch Peak here with Build Your Empire. I am excited to bring to you guys the Dominating Your Local Market in 2024. I'm going to be live today with some of the best in the mortgage industry from top producers, coaches, marketers, you name it. Today, we're here to teach you guys how to lead gen, how to brand yourself, how to use video, different topics that are going to help you guys dominate your local market. So I'm going to get started here with our first guest. Give me 1 second here to bring on Danielle. Good morning, Danielle. How are you doing?
I can't hear you. Can you hear me?
Yep. Can you hear me now? No, give me a second here.
I can hear you now.
Okay, you can hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. All right, well, welcome to the show, Danielle. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, I appreciate you joining us. If you could just give the audience a little bit of a explanation of who you are and what you do, and then we'll kind of get started.
Okay, awesome. Yep, my name is Danielle Damianov. I am with Brave Funding, which is powered by Axon and Nexa Mortgage. I'm also the CEO of Done by One, and I'm located in Southwest Florida.
Awesome. Well, it's probably a lot nicer down there than it is here in Iowa today.
Yeah, it's been beautiful, actually.
That's awesome. Well, I'll tell you what, do you have slides to share or?
Yes.
Okay, if you want to go ahead and pop those up, then I can add them in, and then I'll step out of the way and give you the floor.
What I was going to do is share my screen. Does that work? And then
Yep, that's fine.
Perfect.
Yep. They'll just pop up, and then I'll add them to the screen so everybody can see them.
Hold on 1 sec. Let me see.
There we go.
Okay.
Awesome. All right, I'm going to step out of the way and give you the floor.
Okay, perfect. Good morning, everybody. My name is Danielle Damianov. Once again, I'm with Brave Funding and the CEO of Done by One, and I'm really excited to be here with you guys this morning and talk about lead generation. So today's agenda is first we're going to start and talk about your why. Next we're going to talk about your schedule, and then some lead generation ideas to grow your business, lead follow-up strategies, and then tools to grow your business. And I'm going to warn you on two things. Number one, I'm going to watch the time because I do have a lot that I want to share with you. So I need to make sure I get through it all. I might talk a little fast. And then number two is there's not any shiny objects in this. A lot of what I share with you, you're probably already going to know. So there's not going to be any shiny objects, but hopefully you'll take away a couple of great ideas that you can go and implement into your business right away and start making some money. So before we begin, I want you guys to take some time this weekend and really figure out your why. And ask yourself, what is your why? Like, why did you get into the mortgage business? And then attach your why, your big why, to your goals, because a lot of times we will do business planning and we'll say, I'm going to make this many calls. I want to close it, 100 deals, 150, 50 deals, whatever your goal, your plan is. But we don't attach that to our actual big goals. And so your why is going to be why you do the hard things when you don't want to do them, like lead generation. So I can tell you my why. My why is to travel the world. My why is to create an amazing life for my family, to create passive income, and to live a life by design. I don't know if anybody was in the mortgage business back in 2007 and 2008, but I was, and I owned a real estate and mortgage company at the time. And in 2008, when everything was crashing, I closed my mortgage company and I went full-time into real estate, moved to Miami. In 2016, we decided to move back to Southwest Florida. And at that point, I said, what do I really want to do with my life? Because real estate and mortgage is hard. Our business is hard. It's not easy. And so my why was to travel the world and have my kids travel the world with me. And so at that point, I decided to go back into mortgage and create my mortgage business where everything is basically virtual. So I made it very easy for people to send me documents, and they never had to really come into my office and see me, so that I could be working from Spain or wherever. So that was my why. And I want you to think about your why, because this business is not always easy. It's not always fun, but I promise you, if you create your business around your why, you can have an amazing, amazing life. So take some time this weekend and really figure out what your why is. And then what I want you to also do is make a list of everything that you do in your day as a mortgage broker, okay? And I want you to put a check mark next to everything that you enjoy doing, and then put an asterisk or an X or whatever next to everything that you do not enjoy doing. And then your job is going to be to find somebody to do all of the things that you do not like to do. And so this could be either right now, or maybe you don't have the means to find somebody to do those things yet. So it could be something in the future that you're working towards. But what's going to happen is once you start generating leads, you're going to start generating deals. And then once you start doing all of the things that you hate doing, you're going to stop generating leads because you don't want any more business. You don't want to do things that you don't like doing. So you're going to start to have those self-limiting beliefs that's going to hold you back from producing at a higher level. So if you have somebody else doing all of the things that you don't want to do, and you design your business to do only the things that you love doing, okay, you're going to continue to generate more leads, and you're going to have a great business that does not look like this. So I call this the sales roller coaster. And what that is that, we start generating leads, we start, calling, doing all of the things that we're doing to generate business. We get the business, and then we stop doing the things, the activities that got us the business in the first place. And then we have our leads or applications either close or for some reason fall through. And then we're back down on that roller coaster to where we now no longer have enough leads or enough business. So then we work hard again, we get the leads, we stop doing what got us the business, and our business looks like a roller coaster. It's up, it's down, it's up, it's down, and it is not fun. Right? So you do not want to get stuck on that sales roller coaster. The next thing I want you to think about is your schedule, and ask yourself, do you control the day, or does the day control you? And if the day controls you, then you need to work on your schedule, because the one reason why people don't consistently lead generate or follow up with their leads is because of a schedule. And so your schedule should start either on Sunday or the Friday before. And you need to plan your week, plan your day, plan who you're calling, and master your morning routine. Your day has to start with lead generation and then lead follow-up. I can tell you at one point a couple of years ago, I was in a huge rut, and I read that book, The Miracle Morning by Hal Elrod, and it got me out of my rut. And now I have a morning routine that I feel weird if I don't do, and it sets me up for my day. So master your morning routine, and it has to start with lead generation. So if you've ever read the book, Eat the Frog, you want to do the scariest and ugliest task first in your day. And that is typically going to be your lead gen and lead follow-up time. Nothing should be interrupting that time. So if you set 2 hours a day, 3, 4, 5 days a week for lead generation and lead follow-up, you should not let anything interrupt that time. Everything else can wait. So an idea that you can do is theme days. right? So theme days are going to be where you have, let's just say 9 to 11, Monday through Friday, or Monday through Thursday, whatever you want to do, Tuesday through Friday, and pick who you are going to be lead generating with for that day. So Mondays could be your database calls, right? Your past clients in your sphere of influence. Tuesdays could be your new business calls, whoever you want to go after for new business. And we're going to talk about that in a few minutes. Wednesdays could be your pre-approved and looking. So everybody that's currently pre-approved, you want to follow up with them, check in, see how they're doing, and follow up with the real estate agents on that as well. Thursdays could be your loans in process, and then Fridays can be your thank you cards. So this is just an example of how you can set up your week, okay? So with the thank you cards, I'm going to give you an idea of one of the things that I did or I do is I have a stack of scratch tickets. And anytime I get a referral from a real estate agent, a past client, or whatever, I know this is going to sound corny, but I write them a thank you note, thanking them for the referral and say, I'm so lucky to have you as a referral partner. I hope you get lucky too, and send them that with $1 scratch ticket. Okay. Another idea is you can get little seeds from the store and do something, or the little mini cactuses. Thank you for helping my business grow. So Fridays are really meant to thank everybody that does business with you, that refers business to you. So when it comes to lead generation, you have to ask yourself, are you going to buy the business or are you going to work for the business? And sometimes it's going to be a combination of both. And I heard this term the other day, octopus marketing. And basically what it is you don't want to put all of your eggs in one basket, right? So an octopus has 8 legs that it's constantly, feeding itself. So think of the legs as all of your different marketing strategies. So what marketing strategies and lead generation strategies do you have in your business? Okay. So if one of those lead generation strategies is not working anymore, right, you still have others that are feeding you. So when we talk about buying the business is going to be Facebook ads, your Google ads, sending out mailers, sending out postcards, magazine ads. And I can honestly tell you, I just got done I spent $1,000 a month to be in a magazine, Real Producers. I got one deal from that. I was in another magazine as well. I only got one deal from that. So, if you buy the business, it doesn't always work. You have to do a combination of both. I know today there's going to be other people on the seminar that are masters at Facebook ads. So they might have a lot of really great strategies for you. I did run some Facebook ads, and for me personally, I got a lot of leads, but my best leads come from my referral partners. And so I spend more time, really generating and creating those relationships with referral partners. So let's talk about mailers or phone prospecting. And when I talk about phone prospecting, it does not necessarily need to be you. So you could hire a virtual assistant, an ISA, inside sales agent, to do the phone prospecting for you. But you can get a cash buyer list. And if we think about it, why do a lot of cash buyers buy a home cash? Typically, it's either because, they might be a real estate investor, or they just want to get the deal and they want to make sure, they close quick. They don't want to deal with financing and everything else. But a lot of times they don't want to tie hundreds of thousands of dollars up in a property. So what if you got a cash buyer list and reached out to those cash buyers and told them about delayed financing, where they can get some of their money back so it's not all tied up in the home? Right now, interest rates are down. So FHA and VA, anybody that has a 7% interest rate or higher, it's a perfect time for them to go and do an IRRRL, interest rate reduction loan. Even conventional financing, if they're at a 7% or higher, if you get that list of everybody in a specific area that has an interest rate 7% or higher, conventional FHA or VA, those are people to reach out to and talk to them about financing. People having equity also in their homes, right? Maybe they need a HELOC. So where can you get those lists? Number one, title company. I know for a fact First American Title has a system. It's not free, but has a system where you can get those types of lists. Same thing with PropStream and Batch Leads. So what you do is you put in a specific area. And the cool thing is that these are nationwide. It's not just like the area that you're located in. So you put in a specific area and you tell the system that you're looking for people that have an interest rate 7% or higher, and it will pull those lists for you. Or who has closed a deal in the past 6 months that are cash. It will pull that list for you, and then it will skip trace it. So you will have the property address, the name of the person, the email, and most of the time the cell phones. So that will come in an Excel spreadsheet that you can then start either sending it to send out mailers or postcards or calling them. And I don't want you to discount the people out there that are in that 2.5% interest rate, because I promise you there's people in your database that have racked up high credit card debt that need to refinance. I just refinanced somebody that was 2.75 VA loan and had $100,000 in credit card debt. So we refinanced them into a 7.5% interest rate and saved them $1,500 a month because we paid off all of their debt, and now they have one monthly mortgage payment. And then in the future, we can go ahead and refinance them again to lower their rate. So don't discredit all of the people that might be in that 2.75% rate or that may be looking for a HELOC to pay off that type of debt. So there's two types of lead generation. There's active lead generation and passive lead generation. Active lead generation is when you're actively working for the deal. So calling, cold calling, things like that, networking. Passive lead generation is putting things up on social media and just, trying to get deals that way. You really have to do a combination of both. And as I mentioned, there is no shiny objects here. So you have to get back to the basics and work for the business right now. There's a lot of mortgage brokers that got out of the business. Now is the perfect time for you to take market share. Those real estate agents that might have been giving deals to other people may be looking for a new mortgage broker at this time. Your past clients. So picking up the phone and calling them is the number one way to get business now. And I can honestly tell you, it's not always the easiest thing to do, but once you start doing it, you get into that groove of calling people. It's like you can probably go for several hours. So as I say, smile, dial, make a pile of all of your leads, pick up the phone and start dialing. But what you need to do is on Sunday or Friday, figure out your week and who you are going to be calling during your lead generation time. So your past clients, your database is the key to getting deals now. So who is in your database right now that might be in a position to refinance? And if you don't, I recently switched companies and I have my database, but what I don't have is what their interest rates are. And so yesterday I did a whole database reactivation campaign because quite honestly, I kept telling myself I'm going to call my database, going to call my database, going to call my database, and I wasn't doing it. So instead, I set up my CRM to do it. And I had my CRM send a text message to all of my past clients, checking in, just saying, I'm just updating my database. I wanted to make sure I have the correct information. Is this yours? I just sent you an email. Is this your cell phone in your email? I've had so many people respond, and I got 4 purchase applications, 1 HELOC application, and then 3 refinances that I'm checking on rates to see if it's a good time for them to refinance or not. And one of the ladies did a bank statement loan a year and a half ago and is an 11.5% interest rate right now. So I know for sure I can help her. But if you're not going to call your past clients and call your database, somebody else is. There are so many deals that are sitting in your database right now. Okay. And are you doing annual mortgage reviews? And if not, now could be a great time to start. So even if you haven't talked to your past clients in, let's just say 5 years, one of the ladies, the 11.5% interest rate, she's like, oh my gosh, it's been a long time. I've already bought 2 other homes, which obviously were not through me because I was not following up with her. So now would be a great time to get on the phone with your past clients and say, you know, one of the things that I'm doing right now is I'm reaching out to all of my past clients and scheduling a mortgage review, because as interest rates have come down, we're seeing a lot of people that are ready to refinance. And so just calling them and saying, you know, something like that, using that simple script or setting up your CRM to do it for you is going to get you deals now. Okay. Real estate agents is another way to get deals. And we're going to talk about that in just a minute. You can also find riches and niches. So if you wanted to go after attorneys, divorce attorneys, financial advisors, CPAs, investors, general contractors, builders, figure out, aside from your sphere of influence, your past clients, and your database, another source of where you're going to get business from. Okay. And when I talk about general contractors, one of the things that I've noticed is in speaking with contractors is they will go out to a client's home. The client wants to redo the kitchen, redo the baths, you know, whatever they want to do, but they don't have the money to do it. So if you could reach out to general contractors, even cold call them and just say, hey, my name is Danielle. I'm with blah, blah, blah mortgage. You know, I've been talking to a lot of general contractors lately where they're going on jobs to do the home. The clients want to move forward, but they don't have the money to do it. We have an amazing HELOC program or an amazing cash out refinance program where we can help them get the money. I'm going to shoot over a flyer for you. Feel free to leave it at the client's home, right? So now you have general contractors that are going to houses and leaving your mortgage info. So this is a way to go and get business. Builders is another one. Investors, so many investors don't know that there's loans out there like fix and flip loans, right? They have no idea. They don't know that there's DSCR loans. So working with investors. So pick another niche to go, you know, get another source of business. And once you figure out your source, then you can figure out your strategy around the source. So let's just say your source is real estate agents. And I think real estate agents is an amazing source because the best deals that I get are from referrals, whether it's a referral from a past client, a referral from a real estate agent. But a referral is somebody that, you know, they may have been working with someone else. And when the realtor says, no, you need to use my girl, Danielle, they are using me. Like they're not shopping me around. Once in a while they will, but for the most part, they're not, right? So with real estate agents, where can you find them? You have to go to where the real estate agents are, the Board of Realtors. Okay. Number 1, join the Board of Realtors as an affiliate. Sponsor the Board of Realtor classes. I'm actually teaching a class tomorrow at the Board of Realtors, right? This gets you in front of so many agents. Get involved, join a committee once you join the board. Women's Council of Realtors is another group that you can work with. NARREP, you can pop by open houses and you can team up with a title agent and throw events. So in regards to the open houses, a mistake I see a lot of people make is they will go to, you know, open house, pop by, stop in, say hello, bring them their little, you know, open house survival kit, whatever, and then never follow up with the real estate agents ever again. If you do that, you just wasted a complete Saturday and Sunday, right? So if you're going to do that, you need to have a follow-up system. Team up with a title agent. Or pick people within your niche that are looking for the same people you are. So when you talk about title agents, right, not the title agent that's actually doing the deal. I'm talking about a title agent that's in sales that is looking for other real estate agents to do deals with. So I've teamed up with a few title agents. We throw events together. One of them has is in-house at a KW, and the Keller Williams office has their own in-house lender. But guess what? I've already done 4 or 5 different real estate trainings for them. And I did a whole training on loan programs. And yes, they have an in-house lender. So don't let it deter you, right? So if you're not going after real estate agents, but maybe you want to go after the investor, the general contractors, these are other networks that you can join. So the Chamber of Commerce, GROW, BNI, Rotary, Masterminds. And if you want to go after investors, the Real Estate Investment Association, you can Google it in your area, RIAs, and it will show you what groups there are, as well as, general contractors. There's groups for them as well. So these are networking. So you're going to pick your niche, find your group, and then really start to network with the people in the group. So building your brand on social media. So everything I just talked about, and I want to go back to this slide for a quick second here, because as I told you guys in the beginning, I travel. So like we spend 5 weeks in Europe every single summer. I work from there. I just got back from 2 weeks in London. So that is my why. That is what I do. So I thought about joining BNI. And the reason why I didn't join BNI is because you have to be there every week and you can only miss a couple things. So if your why is like me, well, then you need to find a niche in a group that's going to work within you. So I had to find things that is going to be more online, right? Grow my business more online instead of attending these. Now, the real estate board of realtors, I am very involved in that. I'm the leadership chair for them right now for this year, 2024. But I had already set that I can't work, certain times. So when you pick your niche, just make sure it fits within what you're trying to do or how you're trying to build your business. So building your business and your brand on social media is huge. It takes time. But I am sitting here talking to you guys right now because of somebody that I met through social media. So I promise you it works. But what I want you to do is pick your platforms, not pick all of them, just pick a couple platforms that you are going to consistently work. For me, my personal Facebook page is one that I'm consistently working. I have a virtual assistant that handles everything else, and I'll explain that in just a little bit. But it's my personal Facebook page that I personally do. If you see a post from me on Instagram, it wasn't me. I mean, it might be my face, it might be my video, but I didn't do the post. My virtual assistant did. You want to post twice a day if possible, okay? And you need to post a mix of business and personal. If you're only posting business stuff, people are not going to want to follow you because they're going to get bored. Another little hack here that I learned from the book Connection Code is that if you have something that you want to let people know about, before you do that post a random post to get a lot of comments on that post. So for example, last week I was running, I threw my back out and it had to be the sneakers because I'd never really paid attention to sneakers. So I threw up a post, what's your favorite running sneaker? And I had the most random people that I've known from high school posting on my Facebook post that have never commented or posted on any of my stuff ever before, but they're obviously seeing what I'm putting out there. So then what was my next post after that? 100% financing FHA loan that we have, right? So post something stupid. What's your favorite food, Mexican or Italian? Something random. Get a ton of comments, and then your next post is going to be something about business because all of those people that commented are going to see that next post. Okay. So you want to start getting consistent, grow your followers, grow your friends, and comment on other people's stuff. I can't even tell you how many people are sliding into my DMs saying, pitching everything about them. I just completely ignore it. right? So there is a book called Networking is Not Working. And what it talks about is the number one networking rule is you do not go to a networking event and talk about yourself. Hey, my name is Danielle. I'm a mortgage broker. And no one cares, right? What people care about is talking about themselves. So if you want to build a relationship with somebody, then what you have to do is ask them about them, right? Comment, ask them about them. What do they do? What do they like? Blah, blah, blah. So how you can do that on social media is comment on other people's posts. Have your Dream 25 target. Who do you want to work with? Whether it's realtors, financial advisors, divorce attorneys, people in your sphere, right? Start commenting on their stuff, like their stuff, share their stuff, okay? Don't have it be about you. And the more you build that rapport and build that relationship with other people by liking their stuff, commenting on their stuff, sharing their stuff, they're going to be a lot more receptive, and you might not even have to reach out. They may just reach out to you, which happens all the time, right? So use the networking rule and ask people about them, comment on their stuff, and don't have it be about you. You can join groups and comment in groups. You can get online reviews through Google My Business. And side note is that you do not have to do this by yourself. You can hire a virtual assistant to do this for you. So if you want, I'm in a mastermind, and one of the guys was talking about how he built his business from like nothing to a 7-figure business, and how he did it was he hired a virtual assistant, and he had that virtual assistant join all these Facebook groups. His thing was like a food truck company. He builds food trucks. Join all these different Facebook groups, and then just comment on people's stuff or find out who's looking for food trucks. And the VA would get all of these leads from doing that. Okay. So you don't have to join and be in those groups all day. Honestly, we don't have time for that. Hire somebody to do it for you. So content and consistency is key. How I do all of my stuff is I batch content, I schedule it out, I automate it, and I also have a VA to do it for me. So when I talk about VAs, my VAs, I don't even want to say how much I pay them because it's so ridiculously inexpensive, but VAs start around $5 an hour, okay, for your social media marketing. My VA is that, actually a little bit less. So she is amazing though, and she does all of my stuff. So I'm going to give you my contact info at the end of this. If you guys want to talk about anything I'm talking about today in a one-on-one meeting, we can definitely do that. But what I do is I batch my content. So if I want to do video, I'm not going to say, oh, I'm going to do a video today. Why? Because I'm never going to do that. So I'll say on Saturday or on Friday or on Tuesday, I'm going to shoot 5 videos. And then my VA will edit them, and then we're going to schedule them out on social media. How do I shoot my videos? I shoot every single one on Zoom. I just record myself. Okay. So it is so simple. A lot of times people overthink things. I literally shoot my videos on Zoom. So batch content is doing a lot of things in one day. Do all your social media posts in one day and then schedule them out. Because if you don't do that, you're not going to be consistent. Okay. If you don't know what to do, ask ChatGPT. I can tell you it's amazing. Say, go into ChatGPT and say, give me 30 social media posts for Facebook or Instagram or whatever about mortgages. I want, 3 posts about credit repair, 2 posts for first-time home buyers, whatever you want to tell it to do. Bam, it's going to do it all for you. And then you or your VA can just put them in Canva and put them on a little, just upload it all to Canva. I have a video on my YouTube channel on how you can do all of this in like less than 10 minutes. So use ChatGPT for your content. Video batch content, pick 5 short videos a week. Use Canva, CapCut, Video.ai, which is my favorite tool, and a virtual assistant. Another thing that I was getting really good, feedback on is my closing day stories. So I have not been consistent with that recently, but when I had a closing, I would do a story about them. A lot of times you'll see people at the title company holding a key or this or that. I would do a story about meet John and Jenny. John and Jenny just moved to blah, blah, blah from blah, blah, blah. They bought this gorgeous 3-bedroom home. Their realtor, Rebecca, is a rock star. So I did a story about, George and Jenny or John and Jenny. And then I would put pictures of the home, right? So because I knew the story, I would do the story. My VA would do the pictures, and then she would upload it and do the post. So the closing day stories are really, really good. Video. So I'm only have 6 minutes left, so I'm going to talk a little quick. But a year ago, I started a podcast, Real Estate Secrets Unlocked. I spoke to a guy that wanted $10,000 to help me with the podcast. I said, forget it. I'm not paying $10,000. I can figure this out on my own, which I did. So here is my podcast strategy that you guys can use. It's called Real Estate Secrets Unlocked, and I have real estate agents on my podcast. I video them and ask them questions about their business. After the podcast is done, my virtual assistant creates reels for the real estate agent. We post the podcast on Buzzsprouts, which goes to all different podcast platforms. We put it on YouTube, we put it on Facebook, and then we send all of the content to the real estate agent. Okay, I also have some other people on it as well, but it's mainly geared for real estate agents. So whoever your target market is, maybe it's divorce attorneys. Maybe you can do a podcast with divorce attorneys and interview the divorce attorneys. That is a way for you to get your foot in the door with some big producers, big producing real estate agents, big time divorce attorneys, because you're videoing them and having them on your podcast. Another thing you can do is around the town videos, right? Monthly webinars on loan programs, credit repair, first time home buyers. And then what I do is I video that. I record it, and then I create an evergreen webinar around it. So that I did one on the all-in-one loan, which I think is one of the best loan products out there. And I now have a whole funnel in evergreen webinar. And all I had to do was do that webinar once, and it's always up online. So my top lead gen strategies is number 1, classes for real estate agents. That's what I do. When I say my top, I mean me. I got my classes CE approved. I'm very involved with the board of realtors. I do online webinars. I do calling, emailing, and texting to my database. I do social media, video, and podcasting. And that's it. Like, that is me building my business. And my target market is my realtors. So how would your business change if you spent 2 hours of every day with a laser focus on only lead generation? Okay. And so I just went over a lot, and I don't have a ton of time left. But I want you guys to take time this weekend and figure out what your strategies are for lead generation, lead follow-up, and have a solid plan. And if you want to meet with me to go over your plan, I am more than happy to do that. But the number one mistake most salespeople make is not staying in touch with their past clients. So I want you to start coming up with a strategy on how you set the stage to stay in touch with your past clients from the clear to close, okay? How do you follow up with them after the sale? What is your system for follow-up after the sale? How many times do you follow up with them, right? And so responding to people's comments or DMs on social media is also lead follow-up. That is part of your lead follow-up. And you want to make sure that you pre-qualify and re-qualify your leads every time. If you're going to go to real estate agent open houses, are they actually doing deals, or is it some buyer agent that just started that has never closed a deal in her life? So make sure you're pre-qualifying who you're going after. Be consistent, because consistency is key, and have a system or have your CRM follow up for you. Like I said before, my Reconnecting with Prospect campaign was seriously amazing. So your CRM should be able to email, text, remind you for tasks. And that's what my CRM does for 365 days until the annual review. Okay. So you have to have a CRM. What is the best one? It's the one that you use. There's a million CRMs out there. If you're not going to take the time to learn it in the beginning, because there's always a learning curve, then you got to find the one that's going to work for you. Video.ai is the best tool for Reels. It's super simple, super easy. I actually do use that one. Canva, CapCut, ChatGPT, and virtual assistants. So Done by One is something that I started because I would be in Europe and my family would be out having fun and I would be in my hotel room working all the time. And I'm like, this sucks. Like, I need to figure out how I can create a business and create a system and be done by one every day. And that's why I created the CRM called Done by One. So what would your life look like every day if you were done by one? Lead generation, lead follow-up, loan structures, loan locks, everything is done by one. And the only way to do this is to delegate, automate, systematize, and use people in a CRM to have you done by one. So here is my QR code. If you guys take out your cell phone and scan the QR code, you don't have to fill in all of the information on that form. But if you do want to meet with me or you want a CRM demo or whatever, you want any of more information on anything that I discussed, just give me your name, phone, email, and I will be happy to meet with you guys. And I'm so happy I got all of that done in 40 minutes. I know I talked fast. I know it was probably a lot, but I really appreciate everybody being here. And hopefully you got some tips out of this.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much, Danielle. I think there was some great tips there. You live the life that you want to live, and you do that because you put in the work. So that's awesome. And I'll go ahead and take that down. All right. So anybody have any questions for Danielle? Give me 1 second here. Anybody? All right. Anybody have any questions? If you want, type them in the comments there, and I can get those so Danielle can answer them for you. If not, we will move on to our first sponsor, and then of course our next speakers. So looks like that's it. I don't see any questions. So I appreciate your time very much, Danielle. And if anybody has any questions for her, definitely follow up. Reach her on social media. And it was great seeing you. And,
Absolutely.
Very nice to meet you. And I appreciate you joining us today.
Yes. Thank you so much. Have a great day.
You too. Bye.
Bye.
All right, everybody. I'm going to bring on our first sponsor here. This is one of our platinum sponsors. This is the Credit Rebel. So give me 1 second here. If you guys are a loan officer and you're dealing with people with, bad credit or credit scores that aren't quite where you need them to be, this is a great option. Have people reach out to the Credit Rebel. And we're actually doing a giveaway that's going to we're going to be giving away one free plan to use for yourself or to use for one of your clients. So I'm going to go ahead and put up the video, and when I do that, I will post the link for the registration for the giveaway in the comments there. So give me 1 second here.
We're about to reveal the big secret the bully credit bureaus have been keeping from you. But before we do, you need to understand something. The credit reporting system in America is broken. 1 in 5 people have errors on their credit report, such as late payments, collections, repossessions, foreclosures, bankruptcies, and other negative remarks. Bad credit stops millions of Americans from acquiring home loans, purchasing vehicles, getting employment, getting affordable insurance, starting businesses, and more. So, what's the big secret credit bureaus don't want you to know? You can take control of your own credit profile. How is that possible? It's kinda like this. Imagine if someone tagged you in an unflattering photo on social media. What would you do? You'd remove the tag so other people couldn't see the embarrassing photo on your page. It's your profile, you're in control of what people see. Your credit profile works the same way. The Credit Rebel system helps you challenge the agencies that are sharing your information without your permission. You can demand verifiable proof, which they do not have, in order to report what's on your credit profile. For over 23 years, our proven, easy, step-by-step process has helped more than 250,000 people improve their credit scores by an average of 120 points in as little as 60 days. The Credit Rebel system has an 87% deletion rate of negative items, and our users have an average of 8 deleted items from their credit reports. Imagine how your life will improve when you have the freedom that comes with excellent credit. Take control of your credit profile now. Join and become a credit rebel today.
All right, sorry about that. I'm still working on that, getting that put in there. So give me a second. I'm gonna bring on our next speaker. And while I do that, I'll get the link put in for the Credit Rebel. Like I said, just click the link. You'll be able to get registered for a free credit repair for yourself or one of your clients. So I'll go ahead and bring on Nick. Hey, Nick, how's it going, man?
Hey, Mitch, how are you? Good to see you.
Oh, I'm doing good, man. It's been a fun start to the day. Danielle's kicking us off with some lead generation, and I know you got some great stuff you want to share with the audience. So first, tell us a little bit about yourself for some of our audience that don't know you.
Yeah, absolutely. So my name is Nick Niehaus. I'm the co-founder and head trainer of a business called Business Video School. So my primary focus and full-time job is teaching people how to use video in their business. So I'm going to talk a little bit about video today. That's definitely a component of this system, but I'm going to talk about something that's a little bit newer today, and that is I've been doing some experimentation with building AI tools. So I know it's going to sound really complicated. It's been surprisingly simple. And so I've been able to build some different AI tools that I give away. We just give them to people for free. They sign up to receive them as a form of lead generation. And so at this point, I've generated thousands of leads over the past 6 months using the strategy, and I'm going to be sharing how to do it.
Awesome, man. Well, that is exciting stuff, and I will definitely be listening in because everybody needs leads.
True.
Including myself. So, all right, man. Would you have something to share on your screen, or?
Yeah, I've got a couple different tabs open that I'll kind of talk over as I go. So yeah, as long as I can just sort of share that. So let me pull up the first one here.
Yep, and I'll once you add that, I'll put it on, and then I'll step out of the way so you can take over.
Sure. All right, here we go. You see that on your end there?
Yep, there it is.
Perfect. Cool. All right, folks. Well, let's go ahead and let me start out by telling you a little bit about what the heck this is. What is the strategy? What am I going to be talking and sharing with you today? So first, let me just demo what we give people. Right. This is just one version of what we give away. Now, my business, we teach people how to use video, right? So we give different tools away. This is not the one we give away. This is an example that would work for a real estate agent or a lender, all right? So here's the thought process. We wanted to make something that was going to help someone on their buying journey before they would necessarily be contacting a lender or a real estate agent, all right? So what we came up with is a neighborhood matchmaker, right? So like this one is a demo of one that's focused on the St. Louis area. I also built one that you can put in the area, and it can basically find you a neighborhood anywhere in the United States, which is much more powerful, obviously. What you do is they're going to come on, they're going to sign up to access this, right? So I'll show you that part in just a second. And then when they get to this page, they're going to fill this form out, right? So they can come in here and say, I really like having parks in my neighborhood. I've got a dog, so I want to have some pet-friendly areas. And I really like quiet, I like peaceful neighborhoods, things like that, right? Next option is they have the walking distance, short drive away, or I don't mind being too far. We'll say short drive. And if they want, they can even go a step further and add any additional details, right? So if they're like, well, I really want there to be cool sculptures in my neighborhood, right? Or I really like places with, whatever, a ton of trees everywhere, right? They can put all that what they want in there. And that's what's really kind of cool about this is that because we're using AI, we can really say whatever we want, and it's going to continue to customize the response to the user, right? So you can see I find neighborhood down here, and you can see in the top right corner, it says running. It's going to take anywhere from 15 to 30 seconds normally, and then it's going to return, here we go, a report of several neighborhoods that they should consider looking into, right? Each of these has a short description. I know all three of these areas are real. I'm based in St. Louis, obviously. And so that all looks pretty good, right? Now that's it. That's all the tool does. You can't, it's not going to do anything else. It's not going to help them find homes in that area. It's not going to take that any step further, but that's on purpose, right? We could probably build this tool to do more than it currently does, but we're just trying to get the lead and start the conversation, right? So that I want to show you the tool first, because I think it's helpful to kind of just understand where I'm going with this, right? Let me take a step back and talk a little bit for a second here about how we got to this point, and then how you could build something similar, right? So I want to kind of give you an example of how you can do this in your business, even if you're not in real estate, right? So the thing you want to think about is, now that we have access to AI, and again, I didn't write any code to make this, all right? ChatGPT wrote some code for me, and I'm going to show you how to do that in a second, but I'm not a coder, okay? So you're not talking to somebody who's like super technical and knows all these behind the scenes tricks and stuff. I did study engineering briefly in college, and I switched to business, all right? So that's my background. So what I did is I went out and I started to ask myself, look, now that I can build these tools, which I figured out how to do for our students, for our business, I started to say, well, these are easy to use. They're simple. They don't actually cost me that much when people use them. So could I give someone something that's going to help them before they reach out to me, right? So we call that kind of the buying journey, right? So you got to look at, okay, if somebody's thinking, right, that most homeowners or most people in the marketplace right now, they're not going to move anytime in the next 6 months, right? That's a small fraction of the total. So most people are kind of in this place where they're not thinking about real estate at all, right? And so you want to be top of mind with them. You want them to be aware of you, but you don't want to be putting too much real estate stuff in their face, right? And then at some point, there's going to be a trigger, right? They have a kid, right? There's going to be they get sick of their house, the basement flooded for the third time, and they really just want to think about moving somewhere else. And they're going to start to fantasize a little bit, right? And we know that, right? Before somebody buys, and oftentimes before they sell too, there's some sort of sort of romanticization of the idea of living somewhere else, right? That's what these tools do. So what we're trying to do is trying to create something that's going to help someone at a moment before they would necessarily reach out and say, hey, I want to start looking at homes. Okay, so that's the idea. There's other kinds of tools you could probably offer. There's certainly tools you could offer to somebody who's thinking about selling their house. I'm working on some of those things. But this neighborhood matchmaker seems to be really, really perfect for that moment. Okay, so that's why we made it. All right, so that's the first thing. So the first thing I want you to think about from this takeaways here is there a step, is there a stop, a part, a place in the journey before someone would call you, before they would reach out to you, where you could provide some help, right? So that's step number one. So that's what kind of determines the tool that we're going to make, right? Now, let me show you how we deploy this, and then I'll show you how I built it, all right? Kind of working a little bit backwards here. So this is actually the second page that someone should see when they want this tool, okay? So let me start with the first page. Let's go back to that previous step here. So this is what the first page looks like. You can see the tool is not actually on this landing page. So the idea is I go to social media, I go to my advertising, I go to my email list, I go to anybody I can possibly find. If you're a lender, one of the coolest things you can do with this is go to your real estate agent partners and let them share it, right? 'Cause it's going to make them look cool and savvy and cutting edge, right? You'd be the first person in your market offering a customized AI tool. So it's going to give you some partnership opportunities, right? Point is, get it out in front of as many people as you possibly can and get them to visit this page, right? Once they're here, this video, which if I have time later, maybe I'll come back and play. I'll just tell you what it does. It's me on camera. That's very important, right? It's me explaining what the tool does. So I show it to them really quickly. Here's what the tool does. You enter some information, you hit enter, boom, you get all these ideas for neighborhoods. If you want to see where you should live, fill out the form next to this video, all right? Now, the video is really important in this process, and you could use video in multiple places. In fact, let me jump ahead for just a second and show you. Oh, I didn't do a screen. I forgot. I had to change my screen share. So you've been seeing the same page the whole time. Let me change that real quick, just so I can show you what I was actually talking about there. I apologize for that. I'm used to being on Zoom, which is just a little different, obviously. So here we go. This is make sure this is right. Yeah, so this is what I was just talking about, right? It's probably a little confusing. So this one doesn't have the tool on it, right? It's me showing the tool, doing a quick demo, and then saying fill out the form. You got to have a video. Now, you could do this and not have a video, but here's why you need a video. It's like this is technology, okay? So people are going to come to this. They're going to think it's interesting. They're going to think it's novel. They're going to be tempted to start to think, wow, if AI can do this, what else can AI help me with in this process, right? And one of the big threats that we are facing here over the next 10 to 20 years is our computers, our AI systems going to replace what we do, right? The one thing we have to combat that is our humanity, right? The fact that we're real people. We still like working with other real people, typically more than we like talking to robots, all right? So what we have to do is we have to take this person who's going, wow, this tool is exciting. I want to use it. This is really cutting edge. This is really cool. And turn all that excitement and enthusiasm into trust and likability for us, right? That's what the video does. So the video takes it from just some random person offering them this tool to all of a sudden now they're like, oh, this is Nick. Nick is offering me the tool. Nick is providing me this value, right? It's the difference between, you put this out there for a few weeks, you go out, you're walking around in town, and if you have videos on these pages, people will interrupt you. They'll be like, hey, you're the AI guy, right? That's the kind of stuff that happens to me nowadays, right? You don't have the videos on there, nobody recognizes you, right? That's just one peripheral benefit, but you can understand a little bit here of how this helps you to transition to being the person who provided the value, right? So let me come back to the other page because I want to share you one more thing there. Let me switch the screens one more time, and I apologize. We're doing a little back and forth here because I do have some different tabs open, but hopefully this will make sense as we're going. So back to the tool, right? Last thing I want to show you here is once they sign up, right? So they go to the first page, you show them the tool real quick, fill out the form, done, right? They sign up. Key step here, listen very carefully. Email them the link to this second page with the AI tool, okay? You need to email them the link. Don't just redirect them to the second page. The reason that's so important, and this is true of any sort of lead gen you do when you're giving something away, like this example, it could be a guide, a downloadable, a video, it doesn't really matter. You gotta make sure you email it to them. The reason you do that is that number one, it is going to ensure that they recognize your email, that they open it, that they engage with it, right? Start to build that familiarity, but it's also going to make it much more likely that the email will get delivered again in the future, right? So one of the things that controls whether or not your emails go to spam is, did someone interact with your domain or your email address last time, right? So the first time you email somebody, you make them go find it. You make them mark it as not spam. You make them click a link in it, possibly even respond. That's the gold standard. If you can get them to reply to that email, that's even better than anything else. That tells the system this is a trustworthy email address. Continue delivering these to the primary inbox. All right. So that's a small thing, but it's a big thing in a turn when it comes to open rates in the future and the health of your email list. All right. So they get that email, they open this up. Now they're on the second page, right? So now they have access to the tool. Second thing we're going to do in this video, this looks like the same video. It's actually a different one. All right. What I say in this one is I show them how to use the tool. So it's just a screen capture, right? And if you're going, man, the idea of making video, that's kind of intimidating and scary and I don't want to do it. That's okay, but you got to get over it, right? I mean, we're getting in the modern world now. This is how we communicate on the internet. It makes us real. If we hide and we don't put ourselves out there, people aren't going to get to know us. It just makes our business harder to run, okay? So figure it out. We can obviously help you in our school, but just get over it. You got to do these videos, okay? Now, what's going to happen here is you're going to show them how to use it. Okay, click the boxes just like I did with all of you a second ago, and then you get your results. Now, here's the second part. This is really important. You're going to tell them, look, these are your results. However, AI is not perfect, right? So you might see something that's not quite accurate here. You might have a neighborhood that doesn't even exist. Those are all possibilities, and AI only knows so much. So what I want you to do after you fill this out and you get your ideal neighborhoods, if any of them spark your interest, if it creates some curiosity, maybe you want to know what other things are in those areas. Maybe you want to see some homes that are for sale in those areas. The next thing I want you to do is scroll down to the bottom of the page here and fill out this form. Once I get that notification, once I see you filled out this form at the bottom of the page, that'll tell me to get in touch with you to share more information, right? So it doesn't matter what you want. I'll ask you some questions, obviously, when I reach out, but just make sure you fill out this form at the bottom of the page, right? That's it. That's the system, okay? So I'm going to show you again how to build this stuff and sort of approach it in just a minute here, but that's really all it is, right? So it's a very simple tool, and it's 2 opt-in forms. And the idea there is that we are going to get a lot of attention. I'll tell you right now, when I can go on Facebook right now, I can say, hey, I built this AI tool that does whatever. I've got like 10 of these I've done. Anybody want it? And I'll have 50 or more people respond and say yes, right? Like just imagine getting 50 leads from an organic social media post. And that's just one way that I've used these kinds of tools to generate business, right? So it's going to get a lot of attention, right? So the first thing we do is we put it out. We go, hey, I'm the first in the area, right? That's important. I'm number one. You're going to be the most innovative lender in your city because nobody else has this yet, right? So you go out, you go, hey, first of its kind, neighborhood matchmaker, AI tool. It's a lot of fun. You're going to love it. Click here to check it out, right? get out in front of as many people as you can. They get to the first page, they sign up to access the tool, right? That's your email list. You don't have to call those people right away. Just because they want to use your tool doesn't mean they're ready to move. Okay, they're not looking for a loan quite yet, but you're going to build an email list, right? So you're going to want to make sure you're nurturing those people, sending newsletters, whatever it might be, right? If you don't have that set up, you can always add that later, but that's going to help you get more business from those people down the road. And then you're going to get a second set of leads as well, right? The people who fill out this form at the bottom of the AI tool page, the neighborhood matchmaker page, right? Those are your hot leads, right? So those are the ones you want to make sure you get a notification about, have something set up to trigger to send you a text or an email saying, hey, you got a hot lead just came in. Those people you're going to want to call right away. More importantly, though, you're going to want to send them a personalized video message, right? So imagine what that feels like to them. Let's say one of your realtor friends, posts this for you, or maybe it's not even real estate. Maybe some roofer you do a lot of business with wants to share your post, right? Total stranger sees it. They click on it. They see one video of you showing the tool. Okay, this is cool. This guy seems nice. Opt in. Second page, they see another video of you showing them the tool and then explaining what to do next, right? They fill that form out. Boom, they get a personalized video from you. That person knows you at that point, right? Now you're real. Now there's an actual relationship already forming, and they are going to convert at a much higher rate as a result. Okay, so those are kind of the 3 videos. There's plenty more videos you can do. And I know for a lot of folks hearing the word 3 associated with the word video is kind of scary because that means 3 times as much work. But these are pretty simple videos, right? When we're talking about doing things like video messages, screen recording, these are relatively introductory videos. They're not going to be seen by that many people. Only the people that come to these pages will ever watch them. And it's a drastic difference, right? I mean, think about it this way. If a second lender in your market emerges and they start offering something similar and you have video all over yours and they have none on theirs, you're going to be real and they're just going to be some website, right? It's just some website I visited, I used a tool on versus this guy, Nick, who gave me access to his cool AI tool that he built, right? Huge, huge difference between those two things. Okay. So that's the strategy. I want to make sure I went over that. I know it's kind of a crash course. I'm going to get into how I built this stuff, and it is going to get a little bit technical. Like I promised, there is no code that you have to write. You will see some code though. All right. So anybody that kind of gets triggered by tech, just a heads up here, right? But I do want to walk you through this, and I will tell you right now, yes, this took me months of trial and error to figure out, but it is actually not that hard to do. Okay, so that's kind of the good news here. So let's go ahead and take a look. And this is where I am going to have to do some switching between the screens, so kind of bear with me there. If you do have any questions, feel free to ask them as we go. I mean, I'll try to sort of check the chat there. I don't think I see any yet, so that's good. But if you do have any as we're going along here, please drop them in because this is where we'll get into more of the actual how-to. Okay. All right, so here we go. Let me get my my next screen shared here for you. And what we're going to do, if you want to follow along yourself, is we are going to go to a website called huggingface.co. All right. A lot of tools in these spaces have kind of weird names. This one's called Hugging Face, right? Huggingface.co. What this particular platform is a lot of fun, but it's really techy, really nerdy stuff. Okay. This is basically a platform for experimenting with AI. So if you wanted to make your own simple AI tool, if you wanted to start working on your own model, there are all kinds of those tools here. You can go on, you can try them, you can experiment with them. A lot of them don't work, right? People are starting, there's a lot of like students using this website, stuff like that. But you can also copy existing tools, right? So that actually makes this much easier. So let me show you, let me see, I'm make sure I'm in the right profile here. Yeah, it looks good. So let me show you one of the tools I have here. This is actually the Neighborhood Matchmaker. It's the slightly updated version, right? So this is the one where you can enter the city. It's not built just for St. Louis. Otherwise, it's pretty much the exact same thing. And what you can do is you can find these tools. And actually, let me start with a different one because I want to kind of show you how cool what ChatGPT can do really is, right? So let me find a tool that does something different. All right, here we go. This one is a personalized 6-month fitness and health plan generator that I made as an experiment, right? So this is the kind of thing that a fitness coach or a personal trainer might build and then they would give away, okay? So what you can do is you can go to huggingface.co and you can find any tool you want. It's going to be helpful to find one that's at least somewhat similar to whatever it is you want to build, right? Maybe you want to build your own version of a neighborhood matchmaker. Maybe you want to build something else that's going to help people in a different way. I think there's a lot of different opportunities here. So what you're going to do is you're going to come here, right? You see the tool here. The first thing you're going to do is make a copy of it, okay? Now, before I do any of this, like I said, you're going to start to see some code here in just a second. We're going to talk about things like APIs, all that. Obviously, this is an overview. We have an entire course on how to do this inside Business Video School. It took me 4 hours of live training to get through all of it. Okay, so this is about 20-minute version of what is otherwise a 4-hour training. So I am going to show you pretty much the entire process because it is that fast when you get good at it. But if you feel like, whoa, this is moving quick, I don't know if I could follow all that. That's why, right? Because this is obviously pretty cutting edge. So let me show you what I would do. First thing we do is we click here in the top right, and we click on duplicate this space. Now, what that's going to do is that's going to create a copy of the space, right? So the tool, but it's not just the tool, it's actually all the back end code as well, right? So all of those files that make up the tool, we're making a copy of all of it, all right? So the next thing we're going to do up here is we're going to give it a different name. So let me say, like, in this case, let's just say Neighborhood Matchmaker 3, right? Because I had 2 already. Next thing then is we need an OpenAI API key. Okay, now I'm going to go ahead and grab one real quick because I've got these on my account. Let me explain how to do it. I don't want to keep switching tabs because I think it's just a big distraction and you don't really need to see this part. All you have to do is Google OpenAI API, right? If you don't know what OpenAI is the company that made ChatGPT. It's that simple, right? So if you want to think about it, I am using the same technology for my tools that ChatGPT is built with, okay? It's that simple. So you go to OpenAI, you search for the API, and then you're going to look for the API keys. Now, let me just briefly explain what the heck an API key is if you feel like that's confusing. I get it, right? Some people may have not seen that before. That is as simple as it is just a piece of code. It's like a little bit of a piece of code that you can grab that is going to allow you to use OpenAI's technology. Okay, it's that simple, right? So we create these keys. They allow us to plug into OpenAI and use their tech, and that's all it is. Okay, so I'm grabbing one of those copies right now. All you have to do to get those keys is go to OpenAI's website, register for an account, and put in like a $5 deposit for access. Okay, that's it, right? So that is also the only cost that you're going to have out of pocket. Now, obviously, if you're doing this yourself, you save a lot of money, right? Because you don't have to have somebody else build it and manage it for you. You have to do all that though, right? So there's that trade-off. So what I did here, as you just saw me, is I pasted the code in, okay? And then I created a new space and I saved it, right? So right now, what it's doing is it's taking everything I just copied and it's just rebuilding that space, that tool, right? So when this is done building, it's going to be the same thing it was before. It's going to be that meal and fitness planner tool that I just showed you, which is not what we want, right? But at least now we have our own space to work with, and that's the first step. Next, what we're going to do, let me click out of that for a second, is up here at the top, you'll see where it says Files. We click there, and then this is where it gets scary. Okay, this is where you're going to start to see some code. I've had people in the past be like, oh my God, I don't like looking at code. I get it, right? So there's a couple of different files in here. The only one that you really have to look at is this one that says app.py. Okay, so we click on that, and this is it. So remember that tool I just showed you, right? That fitness tool, pretty complicated tool. It's giving people completely customized fitness plans, right? That's a pretty amazing thing to be able to give somebody. This is it. This is all the code, right? That's a total of 48 lines, and a bunch of those are spaces. It's probably about 40 total lines of code to make that tool. This is where I started to get excited, right? So as I was building this stuff myself, and I was trying to figure out how to make these for our school, and I started to build them, and I went, wow, this is not a lot of code. This is actually something I think the average person might be able to handle, right? So let me show you what happens, right? And you can also, one other thing to note before I go anywhere else is look at how much of this is just English, right? It's just written statements or words, right? So some of it's code, you got the current _fitness _level, it's a variable, things like that. But then in here, you just have English words, right? So a lot of this isn't even really code. So let me go ahead and show you what you do with it, okay? You should probably go, okay, now I gotta start editing it. It's gonna get complicated, right? You don't have to edit any of this, okay? You don't have to touch the code at all. All you have to be able to do is copy and paste, okay? So I think most of you can probably copy and paste. So let me go ahead and show you what I would do here. So I highlight all this code, right click and copy. And then this is what we're going to change tabs again, right? So let me come back over. Let me switch this up for you. We're going to go into, let me see here. Oh, yeah, there we go. We're going to go to ChatGPT next, all right? So if you want, you can actually go ahead and open this up on your side. That's fine. Let me have, there it is. Okay, so if you want to kind of follow along, you can. And what you're going to do, let me show you something real quick. This is the same chat that I've been using to build these tools. I'm going to scroll up just a little bit, right? My point is, this is a long conversation that I've been having with ChatGPT. One of the things that's cool about ChatGPT is that it learns from you. It remembers what you've said to some degree. I've noticed it's not always perfect, but it remembers what you've said inside of that thread, right? Within that chat. Now that's actually being updated. There was an announcement just a couple of days ago. ChatGPT is essentially adding memory. So now I think any of the chats you have a conversation with, it's going to continue learning about you, and it's going to basically adapt to what it is you want to do or what you're doing and kind of how you're approaching things. So this is probably going to get even easier, which is really cool, right? But just so you know what I did here to get started, if you wanted to start over from scratch, is you would open up ChatGPT, right? I'm just going to show it to you. I don't know how perfect this is going to come out, but let's see what happens, right? So you open up ChatGPT and you say, I want to build an AI tool that helps someone find their ideal neighborhood where they should live. I'm going to give you some code as a template. Make a new tool based on that code and only change the parts that are necessary to make the new version. Don't change anything else, all right? And this is the kind of stuff that I have had to learn the hard way, okay? So I'll, and then it doesn't always work either, right? I mean, again, talking to ChatGPT is not foolproof, right? So we put that in, then we're gonna paste the code in, and then we're gonna hit enter, right? So what I'll tell you right now is if I go to that other thread that I had running already, right? The one that I've been using for months now, and I just say, make me a neighborhood matchmaker AI tool, it already has all this code. It's already learned all this stuff from me. And it'll just go make that code, the new code for me, and I just have to copy it, right? So that's the beauty of kind of setting these things up, especially in ChatGPT, and having it ready to go, okay? So let's scroll down a little bit, right? So we gave it all that, and here it is, all right? So this is pretty incredible. So if we look at this, we're gonna see that, okay, all this stuff has changed, right? All this stuff before was about your fitness and your current health goals and things like that, right? Now, the title is Find Your Ideal Neighborhood. You've got inputs like about you. So this took a little bit of a different approach than we had in our previous version, right? And again, that's what's kind of fun, but also challenging about AI is you never really know what it's going to say. It can say something new every single time, something different, even if you say word for word the exact same thing to it, right? So that's where you want to give it some feedback, go back and forth, right? So for instance, I'm looking at this code right here. And if you don't know how to read this, because you might be looking at this going like, what the heck is he talking about, right? Let me show you how you can do it from sort of the layman's perspective. Okay, so all we got to do once it writes this code for us is we click copy code right here, right? I mean, again, they make this about as easy as possible. And then let me go back to my app. And again, one more screen share here. I apologize again for that, but hopefully you're all getting used to the back and forth a little bit, right? So we're going back to Hugging Face. Here it is. We click on edit right here on the code. So now we can actually make changes to it. Highlight all of it. I like to just delete it before I paste anything. I know you can paste over it, but that makes sure there's nothing in there, and then paste the new code. Okay. Once I've done that, I come down here, click commit changes to main, which is the same as save. Okay. And then now it's building the new tool. So what I do next is I come over here to app, click on that. And this is going to take a few seconds, right? So right now it still says personalized 6-month fitness and health plan generator, but you can see up here it says building. That's what you want to look for. Once that is done, once it, I think it'll say live or something like that, you can refresh the page. There it is, running, right? So it's going to usually say that. And here we go. Okay, so now we've got a tool that says your age, your occupation, preferred climate, and then interests, and it's going to do that search for us. Okay, now that's it, right? So I'm not going to test this right now. I want to kind of keep showing you the how-to. Now you might see down here, I'm kind of glad this happened actually, that there's this error, right? Or maybe you come up here to the logs and you see an error in here, right? That's okay. What you do with that information, right, is you just copy it, just like this, highlight it all, copy it out, and then you go back to ChatGPT and give it to it, right? So I'm not going to switch screens for the time being, but you paste it in ChatGPT. Honestly, what I've found is that it doesn't even need you to explain what it is you're giving it. You just copy the error and give it to ChatGPT, and it goes, oh, this is an error code. let me analyze why. And then it starts to explain what went wrong and even rewrite the code for you. If it doesn't do that automatically, then you just tell it to rewrite the code, right? So you go back and say, hey, that error was caused by the code you wrote. Can you rewrite it to avoid that error? In my experience, if you have an error, if there's an issue in the tool that you've built, it'll take 3 to maybe 5 iterations of kind of that back and forth. And every now and then I've had to do a little bit of research on my own, right? But remember, ChatGPT can also search the internet. So if it doesn't know how to fix something, you can just tell it, go search the internet and figure it out, all right? So it's pretty cool, right? I mean, so there you go, right? So this is not necessarily finished. We probably do a couple more iterations on it. I don't necessarily want to get their age from them, things like that, right? But we could go back, right? So this is where we go back to ChatGPT and say, hey, I like what you made, but we need an input that asks what general area. We want to get rid of age. We want to add, a drop-down menu with these options, whatever you want, and then it writes the code for you, all right? So when I first saw that, I freaked out because I've always thought, I mean, like I said, I tried to study this stuff in college and it sort of drove me nuts, and I switched to business because at some point I basically realized I always wanted to be an entrepreneur, and that's proven to be true, right? So that was a good fit. It was a good thing to do. But I remember when I switched, I was like, I just don't think I can ever be that guy who's writing the code. I took some of the classes, I learned some of the intro stuff. I sort of leaned way too heavily on my lab partner over that time, and I think he did most of the work for me. And it just wasn't for me, right? But I always thought, if at some point it becomes easy to write code, right? If there's a tool that'll generate code for you, if there's, freelancers that'll write these things for you that are affordable, I have so many ideas, right? I have so many things I'd love to build, so many things I'd love to try. I just don't have the technical ability to do it. And so I'm not going to try, right? So as soon as I saw this, I mean, I've been using ChatGPT basically since the day it came out. Coding was not necessarily really effective initially, but gradually it got better at it. And once I started to experiment, I mean, heck, the roof just sort of blew off. I've probably made 15 or 20 of these different versions, different tools for different industries. And at this point, I mean, like I said, I can get into ChatGPT and I can sort of build these things relatively quickly, right? Now, obviously, then comes the testing. Then comes, the making sure it does all the things you want it to do, the marketing of it, the distribution. I mean, there's obviously a lot of other parts here. But this is what's exciting because here's what you got the opportunity to do right now, right? So to kind of summarize this a little bit for you, you can and therefore should be the first lender or agent or whatever business you are, right? I mean, I'm sure there's some other businesses here as well. You can be the first one in town to offer your own AI tool, right? To give it away for free. Right now, a lot of what people are doing with AI is they're just sort of tacking it on to what they currently offer, right? So I've seen a lot of stuff that's sort of like, hey, we've got an AI script writer. We did that, right? In our school, we have an AI script writer for our students that we built. And that's a lot of it, right? It's internal. There's not many people saying, hey, I want to give you free access to some AI thing that I made, right? That's actually pretty new for now. And it is popular. I mean, I'll tell you, like I said, I mentioned earlier, I've had Facebook posts that have gotten over 50 comments, 50 leads that have been generated. Some of you are probably here because of a Facebook post I put out. I'll go a step further. I have made comments on other people's Facebook posts that have generated over 50 leads, right? Somebody asks a question and I say, hey, I have an AI tool I built that might be helpful there. Can I send it to you? Would that be helpful? I don't even promote it to everybody else, but then they come on and they sort of piggyback and say, hey, can I get it too? Hey, can I get it too? I have literally had days over the past few weeks where I had to sit at my computer for hours replying to comments and sending messages. I've gotten blocked. Facebook's like, you're sending way too messages. You must be spamming people. And I'm literally just replying to comments on my own posts or comment, right? That's how innovative this is. That's how eager people are to try these things right now. And so you got to remember, like when you put this out there, this is going to drastically change the way the market perceives your business, right? And this is going to make you cutting edge, even if maybe you already are, that's great, right? But it's going to make it clear that you're cutting edge, you're a leader in the space, right? You're an innovator, and that all transitions, especially when you add the video, right? So they come to that page, they see you, they feel like they're getting to know you, you provide them with this really cool tool, this really cool experience. Now they want to meet you, right? Now you're this sort of, I don't want to say genius, right? But you're kind of the super savvy, local, very cool business that's doing something they've never seen before in their entire lives. They're going to be more excited to meet you, right? So that's another thing to kind of prepare for is when you do this stuff and you kind of go down these rabbit holes here, don't be surprised if the way people talk to you changes, right? And that's going to be because of the video and because of the sort of AI innovation, all right? Okay, so I got done in under 40 minutes. I know that's a lot to cover in 40 minutes. So what I do want to say is if you have questions, I'm happy to answer them. I'd love to answer them. I also do want to mention to you here, if you feel like, this is cool, but I'd like to see this a little slower, right? I'd like to be able to kind of go through that one step at a time, maybe put it together over a couple weeks, something like that. Like I said, we did develop a course in Business Video School that teaches you this. And I also have started doing some side work where I'm actually providing these tools to other businesses, right? So I don't want to step on any toes here, Mitch. So you tell me if this is okay. I do have a phone number where people could text me if they do want to see some examples or to learn more about this. Would it be okay to put that in the chat?
Yep, that's absolutely fine.
Okay, cool. So I don't want to spam people, right? I want to make sure we save this time for questions. Let me know. Just let me know in the comments right now. Would you like that phone number? Because you can text us. You can pre-register for a free trial to actually, you could literally come in and take that whole course for free over those 2 weeks. I don't want to blast that out if nobody wants it though. So just let me know. In the meantime, I'll keep an eye out for questions. If anybody has any questions about what I did. So 2 things in the comments real quick here over the next couple minutes before I got to go. If you want to see the phone number to text in to get that free trial, let me know. And then number 2 is if you have any questions, now's the time to ask them, right? So I think I saw one, which was, can we see a sample of this landing page? So I don't know if you weren't with us a little bit earlier. I did show the sample of the landing page, but I will show it again. So there are actually 2 steps, right? There's the first step, which is going to be, let me put this back up on the screen. The first step is the page without the tool, right? So that's going to look like this. Oh, where is it? There it is.
I'm not seeing this stuff. There it is. Oh, wrong one.
So that's the landing page, right? This is the first one they see. This is your video showing them how the tool works and saying, hey, if you want to access, fill this form out. That's the first thing you want to do. It's very basic. Okay, that's the whole point. We don't want to distract. You can see I don't have my menu of options. I don't have my menu across the top of the web. I mean, that's a good landing page. A good landing page is simple. It shows exactly what somebody was expecting to see, and it doesn't provide any additional distraction. And then here's the second page, right, which is literally basically the same thing. It's just got the tool on it in addition, right? So let me just show that to you real quick so we know what we're talking about. There it is, right? So this is the second one. So they come here. This video, again, shows them how to use the tool and also tells them to fill out the form at the bottom. They come down, yada, yada. They get their response from the tool, and then they come fill out this form at the bottom of the page, right? So again, it's very, very simple stuff. Doesn't really take too much to get it up and running. And I'll tell you right now, and I see a couple people asking for the phone number. So let me do that real quick before I forget, because I don't want to leave you hanging here. So I'll tell you how this works real quick. I'm going to put it in. I don't know if I can put it in the comments or not here right now.
You'll probably have to do that on the Facebook page or on the Facebook group, or if you want to send it to me, I can put it in there.
Well, let me just read it out to you because it's all pretty easy. The phone number is 314, and I'll put this in the comments on the thread as well on the stream. But it's 314-274-6649. Right. So if you do want to sign up, here's what you're doing. Just a quick reminder. If you do want to text us to have a chance, this is just a pre-registration. You're not committing to anything, but we will give you the link for the free trial when it opens here in the next couple of days. We only offer so many a month, but you're going to text the word trial to that phone number. So 314-274-6649. Again, I'll try to put that in the comments later, but if you just literally type out the word trial, TRIAL, and text it to that phone number, it's just, if you've never texted us before, it'll ask you for your name and birthday for compliance reasons. And then it will say, great, you're pre-registered. We'll let you know when the trial opens. I'll also tell you this, if you don't want a trial of that, but you do for some reason want to talk to me about me providing this tool for you. Like I said, I'm not really doing that full scale yet. But I do have a few people I'm kind of doing this for on the side. You can send a text to the same phone number. Just say, hey, I want to talk about building the tool. Okay. It's not going to auto respond to you in that case because I don't have something set up for that, but I will see it later. Okay. So it's just 2 things you can text us: the word trial if you want free access to the school with the course that will teach you how to do this stuff. And then just say, hey, let's talk about the tool if you would like me to reach out about building one. All right. I think that's good. So let me check the comments here, see if there's anything else I missed. All right. I don't think I see any other questions. So hopefully it was easy enough to understand. And I'm curious. I mean, no pressure here. I don't expect everybody to want to run out and implement something like this. But if you think you might end up trying something like this the next few months, let me know in the comments, right? I just want to see kind of how people respond to this. If this is resonating with you, if it seems like a good idea, if it seems like a bad idea. I mean, it's all pretty new. So I'm always looking to gather more feedback. So I appreciate that as well.
Awesome. And how can people find you on social, Nick?
You can look me up just by my name. There's actually other Nick Niehouses, which I was a little surprised to find, but there's only a few of us. Or if you check out Business Video School, you'll also find us on all the different social accounts. And I typically share most of my content on both of those pages. So I should show up in both of them.
Awesome. All right, man. Well, hey, I appreciate you joining us and sharing this with us. I'm definitely interested in learning, more about this in the future, and might be something that we invite you back for because this AI stuff is definitely interesting, and being the first in a market to do something, is obviously going to be big for anyone that's willing to get on video first of all, and put that fear behind them, and prepare to generate leads.
Very true. Very true. Cool. Well, thanks for having me on, Mitch. And I'll let everybody know I'm going to go leave that phone number and stuff in the comments here in just a second. So if you need it, still it'll be there.
Sounds good, man. I appreciate you.
Thanks, Mitch. A lot of fun. Yeah, appreciate it. Thanks.
Bye. All right, everybody. That was Nick Niehaus. Go give him a follow on social if you're not already. Always has some great things to share with his audience. I'm going to bring on our next sponsor here. Give me 1 second. This is Tommy from So Easy Solutions. Give me 1 second here. Morning, Tommy.
Hello. How are you?
Oh, I'm doing great, man.
Well, thank you for having me. It's great to be a sponsor here. I appreciate your time and consideration. Just setting my clock. I know exactly how much time I have, and it's going to be
I'm going to add your thing right here, and then I'm going to get out of your way so you can take over.
No, thank you, everybody. Pleasure being here. I've listened to all the content so far, absolutely blown away with the spectacular stuff that's been here. But one thing I want to leave you with is short form video and getting in front of your target audience. How do you make a difference? How do you differentiate yourself with the people that you're with? And the way you differentiate yourself is through short form video. And why do you need short form video? Increase exposure, transparency, and to enhance your personality. Every single face-to-face or Zoom meeting that I have, I always reply with a short form video. It always has captions. Sometimes it has sound, and I actually want to show you how to do it. We use 2 applications to do it. I use CapCut, and I use a piece of software called Captions. That's iOS or on your desktop to actually add captions. And what I want to do is I'm actually going to do a video right now, and I'm going to thank everybody. It's super, super simple. You turn on your phone, because your best camera you have is the one that's in your pocket. And I'm going to make a little video. Hey guys, it's Tommy. Thanks so much for the meeting today. It was amazing to meet you and to learn more about you. Then I'm going to change an angle, mix it up a little bit. I can't wait for our next appointment. I look forward to next week. I'm working on your loan. I'll see you then. Short little 10, 15 second video. Now, I use a piece of software called CapCut to remove the pauses. Why is that important? Well, you don't want to show when you're moving from side to side. So CapCut actually has a tool in it that will recognize and auto notice all the pauses. And I'm having to do a speed run here, but I promise you, I have a full training on this if you'd like more, but this is really pretty cool. And you can go and you can delete all the pauses out of here, and you can play it. Video. Hey guys, it's Tom. And then what I do after I export it to a piece of software called Captions. Why do I use Captions? Captions is so important because 61% of people who are looking at your videos don't look at the videos with sound on. So Captions, another piece of software, I think it's like $7 a month that I pay for. I use this tool to add the captions. Really fun looking captions here at the bottom, and I'll show you. And it does it all in real time. Takes like a moment or two to actually add these captions. I'm gonna make a little video. Hey guys, it's Tommy. Thanks so much for the meeting today. It was amazing to meet you and to learn more about you. And I'm gonna change an angle, mix it up a little bit. And so you can add captions, you can make it fun, you can talk about your business, you can talk about whatever it happens to be, but differentiating yourself with your target audience is so key. Being in front of your audience, that is really that's really key. And I'm proud to be a sponsor of this event. I can't wait for to see how people grow when what you're learning. If you're not learning, you're brown and you're dead. So thank you, Mitch. Thanks for having us. If you want to talk to me more, you can scan this QR code or schedule some Tommy time with the link there. You guys are awesome. Thank you for an amazing event.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much for sponsoring again, Tommy. And I will say, I have started using So Easy Solutions recently because my friend Kyle Draper turned me on to you guys, and I'm excited for for what it does for Build Your Empire and what it's going to do to help me, get out this education to more and more people. So thank you very much for that.
You're very welcome. And yes, we have a CRM, and I didn't want to go there. I just wanted to go with something that people could use to really start building their business right now, building their empire, differentiating themselves. And thank you again for having me.
Awesome. Well, thanks a lot, Tommy. All right. I'm going to bring on our next speaker. Give me 1 second here to do that.
It's not popped up yet.
Good morning, Jen. How are you?
Hello. Good. How are you?
Good. Welcome to the show. I don't know if you've had time to tune in this morning to some of our other speakers, but things
A
are
little bit,
going
yeah.
great.
I'm going to have to get with him about CapCut. We use that for our videos, but the captions are always the most bizarre answers. It's always wrong. So I'm going to check out the captions app and see if that is better.
They like to, it just comes up with some random.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. In CapCut, it is so
Yeah.
crazy what it says. My husband edits my videos. He was always like, this says you're saying this. I don't think that's what you said. So
That's awesome. Well, tell us a little bit about yourself and your background.
So I have been in the business 19 years. This will be my 19th year toward the end of the year. And I got into it, nobody when they're a kid at school says that they want to be in mortgages. I mean, not where I live anyway. So
Right.
like most everybody else in this business, I just ended up in it. It's kind of a weird story, but my father passed away and I just felt like I had to change everything in my life. So I had been in sales, I'd sold furniture, and I took a government job. And if anybody has ever worked a government job, you know that if you're a salesperson, a government job is not for you. So I lasted about three months, got fired because I am very much an opinionated person. That doesn't go well in that environment. So I took that summer off and couldn't find a job. So this was 2005. And I was looking for a job and something came up on LinkedIn or whatever, the insurance job. So I took it and it was horrible. I had never been away from my kids. They were young and I had to go stay there for, weeks at a time for training. And I was like, I can't do this. After 2 days, I was driving home and I drove past the place that had called me about a mortgage related job. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to call them when I get home. So I called them, went up, and I interviewed with them, and that was to sell leads. So they had mortgage leads that they were selling. So that was my real phone sales job, and they taught me how to sell on the phone and all those things. And they had just started. It didn't pan out for them. They're like, but you're really good, so we're going to send you over to the mortgage company and see how you do there. So I started there, had no clue. Right. And this is 2005. So you didn't really need to know anything. There was no classes. There was no training. It was just like, here's a lead sheet, start calling people. And that's how I got into it. So it was the biggest broker in Ohio at the time. So we went through, 05, 06, 07, and that company closed. And then, same story as everybody else, right? Hopped around for a while, went through the crash, ended up at a company that I was there for 10 and a half years. And, this last downturn got them. It's happened to a lot of companies, a lot of really good companies. And it was super sad. I when I had to switch, first of all, I was surprised anybody would hire me as I went through I was talking to people and trying to find somewhere to go when I knew what was going to happen. And I would cry like on every discovery call because I didn't want to leave. I had been there for so long and that was my family. So,
Right.
but I know Eric Mitchell, if anybody knows Eric from Gold Star Financial Mortgage, and he's amazing. I've known him for years. And so I called Eric and that's where we ended up landing. And we do a DBA with them. And I will never not do a DBA again because of all the marketing that I do. For 10 and a half years, I put all of my money, thousands and thousands, probably hundreds of thousands of dollars into someone else's name. And I will never do that again. I don't want to be a broker. Yeah, I was a broker before. I just don't want to do that again. If you want, that's your deal. That's cool, but it's just like not for me. So I will always do a DBA if I'm with a company.
Right. That makes sense because, you're branding yourself, not, instead of branding them, which, a lot of people fall into that trap. And then when you do have to leave for some reason, then all that work you did, you got to start all over. And that's no fun, as you know. So,
yeah, for sure.
All right. Well, I will let you have the stage. If you want to share your screen, then I'll bring that up for you.
Let me get my PowerPoint. I had to wait to switch one little thing at the end, so I've got to get that pulled back up here.
All right, no worries.
The right one. I think it's the right one. We hope. 1 second. Present. Share screen. All right. I'm clearly not the tech guru here. So,
I learn as I go. So,
oh well, I mean, I've got my assistant here. She's going to tell me what to do. What are we doing now? Select a tab to share. Sorry for everybody watching me like that idiot, feeling like a fool. Right here. That it? She's trying to be quiet.
There it is.
There we go. All right. So again, we already kind of ran through that. That's a little bit about me. That's a little bit about my area. So I live in a very small town. I was Chillicothe, Ohio. We've got 22,000 people in our city. There's about 75,000 in the county. We have 9,500 occupied housing units, almost 5,600 families. So it's a very small area. Now I operate outside of that area too. Obviously it's a small area, but Southern Ohio in general just doesn't have a large population. So if I were to go to Columbus, they've got, I think, 1 million people in that metro area. We probably have 300,000 to 400,000 in like all of Southern Ohio, if you take Cincinnati out of that. So it's a pretty rural area. It has been very lucrative for us to obviously use radio in this market. And I think that it will work in any market, and we'll kind of go through all of those things today. So radio, I've already gone through all my things. I started coaching, funny enough, let me go back to this for a second. When I started the last company I was at, I started coaching with Carl White in the Freedom Club. And I learned how to market from my company. And funny enough, Carl told me not to do it. He said, it's too expensive. And he's got a lot of experience. I've never seen anybody make it work. And he told me not to do it. And he will tell everybody that. It's funny. He always tells that story that he told me not to do it. I didn't want to do it. So I had been at a trigger shop when I got into the business. I hate triggers now, obviously, because I don't do it. But back then it was a little different. We sent mail. It wasn't quite as aggressive as it is now. Some of the things that we hear that people say, I didn't do those things. Maybe other people did, but I didn't do those even when I did do calls. So I was a trigger shop. I actually did a little stint at United Wholesale when they were doing some branching model in like 2009. And they talked to me about realtors. And I was like, oh no, I don't want to do that. Same thing everybody says, right? I don't want to deal with realtors. They're terrible. I don't want to do it. And Monica, who was there, she was a VP. She was like, listen, just try it. Let me help you do this. And so we kind of started to do that. And yeah, it's hard. It's hard to break into that. And at that time I was driving an hour. Prior to that, I was driving about an hour and a half to work in Columbus. I was driving an hour at that point to a smaller office that my partner and I had. And I would stop in Chillicothe. I lived a little bit south of here. And I would stop and I would try to get business. And one realtor said, a broker, he said, if you put your shop here, I will give you a chance. okay. So the rent was a lot cheaper than what we were paying in Lancaster. So we kind of split. My partner went and worked from his house, and then I opened an office in Chillicothe. So that was kind of how we got started into the realtor stuff. The thing about radio is that I'm not a person that I like to feel like I owe somebody something. I always felt uneasy with always just asking for leads. That's how it felt to me. There's nothing wrong with it. You still are adding value by what you're doing, but I like things to be equal, and I don't want to feel like I owe someone. So when the company I was at introduced radio to me, it was a couple $1,000s. And at that point, I had totally transitioned away from spending large amounts of money. I was doing all referrals, but we just needed more business. So we started out with AM, and we did like $1,200. So this was 13. It's $1,200 to run the spots. And I didn't want to do that. That even gave me heartburn, but I did it. We did it for 90 days. And because you got to give everything 90 days. Anything you do, I wholeheartedly believe you've got to give it 90 days to work. So we did it for 90 days. I think I closed like one a month. So I paid for it, I broke even, but I'm not in business to break even. I'm in business to make money. So I was like, listen, this doesn't work. I'm not going to waste any more money on it. The company I was at said, hey, let's try another type of station and see if it's any better. And so we priced out country, and country was 2,400. I was like, oh, absolutely not. I didn't want to do 12, surely not doing 24. And they offered to pay for it. So now this was a fluke, total fluke, but I got a call when the first spot ran. I got a call, and we ended up eventually closing it. He had to, some things he had to work through, but he is still somebody that refers to us to this day. He actually, when his friends get into the business, he connects them with us, and then they come in as realtors. And we still, probably every other year, we have lunch with him. He just wants to catch up with us and see how it's going. And it's a really, really good relationship. And he just happened to be our very first lead. So that is, kind of a asterisk, like Weight Watchers, results may vary, but that is what happened for us. Not always what's going to happen. I will tell you that I feel that country is a very, very loyal audience. They call the DJ and they'll say, hey, do you know her? Because I've been doing it now for, almost 11 years, but they'll call and say, do you really know her? Can she really help me? And so I think that is a very loyal audience. I like first-time home buyers. I like blue-collar workers. I had, if you want to go read it and read a little bit more about me in Mortgage Women Magazine, I think it was September, they did a spotlight on me, and it talked about, credit challenged people and blue collar workers. And I believe that's who America is. And I love working with those people. So radio, especially country, really is a good way to get to those people. So, there's just some of the pictures that we do. I've got a little bit of a spot. I probably won't, that's only a minute and a half, or almost 2. I'm going to play this spot for you guys so you can hear kind of what I do. And then we'll talk a little bit more about that.
So the Cockrell family came to us because their son had come to us, and we helped them. I helped him, and then he said, hey, they do a really good job, give them a call. And they did everything right. But sometimes, like we talk about, there's so many other people in a transaction, and there is a seller. And sometimes they have things that they have to take care of. And there were some repairs that needed to be made to the foundation. That takes some time, right? So we want it done right. You don't want it done fast. Yes. So they were able to get those things done, before the transaction closed. And I think that it's really important that we remember, as buyers, sellers, agents, whatever, we don't want to ever put somebody in an unsafe home or something that's going to cost them money down the road if it's preventable. And that was the case here. There was something wrong, but the seller stepped up. Hey, I'm going to take care of this, even if it takes a little bit of time, even if it delays the transaction. And the Cockrells were able to wait. So just know that at Homelands by Jen, we are not one and done. We're not get you out the door as fast as we can because we just want to move on to the next person. That is just not how we function. Every person is a family. All the people that come to us are families. They're not addresses. If an agent or a title company calls and says 123 Main Street, don't know who you're talking about. What's their name? Like that's their people and their families, and they're very, very important to us. And so we'll walk through that transaction with you, whether it takes 2 weeks, 2 months, or 2 years. We're going to make sure that you get into the home that you're looking for. So all you have to do to get started is give us a call right now at 740-851-4760. You can apply online at 851-4760.com. You can find us on all social media at Homelands by Jen.
Okay, I won't go through the whole thing, but I wanted you to hear like kind of and how I do that. I always do my phone number, and then I use my phone number as my website in order for them to go apply. And I think that's something really important. Even if you're not doing radio, even if you're doing video, if you want people to call, saying your phone number twice in every ad, and I've done this for years, 11 years now, people then remember your number. If you think about any kind of advertising that you hear repetitively, if they do that, you remember that phone number. So saying it twice in every ad makes a difference. So keep that in mind, no matter what you're doing. I think that's really important. So that's just a little, example of what we do, how we do it. So for me, story selling is super important. So I tell stories of people that we helped, and it's always, how long that it took us to get the loan done, a little bit about their family. I'll say their last name. If they, maybe if they're not married, I'll say their first names. It's always about them. And if you think about the most effective things that you've responded to, it's always when you hear about somebody like you had a success or a win. And I think that that's really important for consumers to hear. They need to know that we are here to help people get into homes, that we got them out of a bad situation, or if it's a refinance, that we saved them this much money a month, or that we helped them get money to pay for college for their kids, or whatever it is that you've done on that transaction. I think it's really, really important that you share those stories because people connect to that. And not only is it important to share their stories, it's important whether you're doing video, radio, whatever medium you're using, to share your story. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about that in a little bit. But I think that stories is, it's the oldest form of marketing. Stories have always been told. And I think that that's something, if you're not doing, you need to do. No one cares about FHA guidelines, conventional guidelines. No one cares about loan limits. No one cares about candlestick graphs. Consumers don't care about those things. They don't understand it. And I'm this way. I'm sure you're this way. If you don't care or you don't understand, you just tune it out. And so when I talk about these people, they're hearing me talk about families, not about loans. I might mention if we do a down payment assistance, because that's something important to them, right? You need to think about what is important to them. And I also think that you need to think about, who are you trying to target? Like really, really think about it. Who is your avatar? If you don't know who you're talking to, it's not going to work. It's not going to be effective. The shotgun method doesn't work effectively. You might get some, but if you want to go deep with people and really get good leads that are your kind of people, you have to talk to them and what they care about. So, I tell these stories of that. I always say, everybody knows it's a good financial decision to buy a home. We all know that. It's the biggest purchase. It's a good financial decision. Everyone knows that. But what people don't talk about is the emotional side, what it does for you emotionally, for you and your family to feel safe and have that security. And I talk a lot about that. I talk about legacy for your family, the things that people care about. They want to leave something to their kids. They want that to happen. So talk about those things. They care more about that than they do about the graphs and about the program guidelines. I just don't think that that's an effective form of marketing for most people. So you will get a certain part of the population, but it's just not large enough, I think, to really have a successful business. So let's get to our next one, maybe. So we're going to go over some of our stats of what we have generated. So we're going to look back at 22, 23. I haven't even looked at 21 numbers. I'm sure they blow these 2 years out of the water. But from our marketing, this is what we have generated in 22 and 23. So leads from our marketing is predominantly radio, social media, and it's past client marketing. So you can see, again, go back to our very first slide of how many people we have here. We have 22,000 people in our town. Again, maybe 300 to 400,000 people in our whole entire Southern Ohio, but the radio ads reach 35 to 40,000 people when they're on. So it's not like I'm reaching all 300,000. So those were the numbers for how many people called in. And when I say a lead, it's not somebody called and asked a question. That's how many people did full applications with us in 22 and 23. Pre-approved and ready to purchase were 329, 398. And 428, 371 on credit repair. And I've got a good partner for that. There's lots of good partners in the industry that you guys know. Sam Parker's really great. I've used Jim Hogle for, 12, 13 years. I've known him forever. There are a lot of really good options for that. And having that partner is super, super important. So those people get a plan. If they need to go that route, we refer them there. If it's something we can do ourselves, we help them with that. But the question is, did they all close? And the answer to that is absolutely not. And I did not discover how much I was losing until beginning of 22. So I could kick myself for all those years of marketing that I did. I mean, we track. So I've always talked about tracking. You got to track. You got to know where your leads are coming from, where to invest your time, where to invest your money. That's super important to me. And I've done it for a long time, but I wasn't looking at the conversion of the agents, not of us, the agents. So when money is falling out of the sky, like it has for a long time, not just 20 and 21, if you've been in it prior to that, for a long time, money has fallen out of the sky. And so I was doing okay. And I really wasn't worried about it. 22, things started to shift. I started looking at it. And the people that I was giving my leads to were not getting them into homes. And so that was what prompted me to create a system for them. And so and I'll go through a little bit this with you, but if an agent gives me a lead and I don't call them and I don't pull their credit and I don't get anything done for them, they're going to stop referring to me. So why would I hand out 329 or 398 leads to people? And if they don't get them into homes, keep referring to them. So that is why I created the program that I created, to go make sure that they knew that there was an accountability there for them, because they hold us accountable. Now, maybe not in the same way that I do it. I'm a lot more structured than they are, but they still hold me accountable. If I don't close, then they're not going to send anything back to me. So I think that that's really important. If you're doing any kind of consumer direct marketing, you've got to track the agents and their performance, because it matters. It really, really matters. So I created a program, and it's kind of like a dating thing. That's our dating theme. And we talk about matching them. So I invited certain agents to be in the program. In order to receive my leads, you had to attend the class. It's an hour class. It goes over a lot of this information. We do some sales training with them. We talk to them about lower approvals versus higher approvals. We do role play with them. How do you do that? How do you talk to this person? How do you talk to that person? Because they don't get a lot of that, at least in our market. It may be available, but a lot of times they don't attend it. So I think that that's really important. Also, if you're handing leads to agents, is to help them learn how to convert. Just like us in the mortgage world, you get your license, you really don't get a lot of training. Like, here you go, good luck. And they're kind of in the same boat. So I think that that's really important. And if you are giving them something that they can make money with, they are much more willing to come and sit down with that. So we started in 22 with that, or I'm sorry, 23 from 22's numbers. And we started with 12. And at the end of 23, we only had 5 left that we were still referring to. And that was because they followed through, they followed up. So we just did a new batch at the beginning of 24 of some new agents to try out too. But I also had agents that didn't come to the class, and I stopped giving them leads. So I have to hold true to what I say. And it's not fair for me to tell everybody they have to attend and then they don't, and they still get leads. So I think that's really important. You've got to hold to your word, and you've got to be very, very rigid on that, because I'm all about being fair. And I don't feel like that's fair to the ones that are doing it and trying really hard and adhering to the system to let other people get leads that aren't doing that. So that's something that I've really, really stuck to. So we invited them, we did the training, and then we started tracking them. And we found, that people, they weren't calling, they weren't following up. So we put in place, you have to call them within 24 hours. And I also talked about the elephants in the room, right? What if you get a lead that you don't like and they don't like you? You're just not clicking. Okay, that's fine. Give them back to me. We'll reassign them and you'll get the next lead. Because I think that they're always afraid to say, just like we are, listen, I can't deal with this person. When you kind of take that off of them, where they don't feel like that, they're much more willing to do that. Because what I found was, if they didn't like them, or it was an area that they didn't want to go to, they would then refer it to someone else, and we would lose the lead, because that agent would then take them and refer them to another lender. So I made it perfectly clear that these are my leads, and you cannot refer them to an agent. You have to give them back to me. Now, if I want to work with an agent because I don't have someone in that area to do a referral and let them get, their referral fee, that's okay. But I can't have them doing that referral, because then they're just going to take them to another lender. So you really have to think through like everything that could go wrong and address that, because you're not always going to think of everything, but most things that can go wrong, and make sure that you are getting that covered with them so they know. Once you take, I don't like to leave things unsaid because then it creates problems. So not that there's not always things that pop up. There are. It's the mortgage world, right? It's real estate. But if you can address it up front as much as possible, it really just makes it easier for everybody. Everyone likes clear, concise information and dialogue. And if they don't, here's my thing too. If they don't like that, then they're not for me. We have to always remember, and I learned, obviously a lot of this in coaching, that we're the prize. They need us. And that's consumers, that's agents. They need us. And so we have to remember that we're not here to be, we're here to be partners. In my case, I feel like we're here to be partners. We're not here to be servants. Now, I want to serve and help for sure, but I also have hard stops about what I will tolerate and what I won't. And I have to be happy, and I have to respect myself, and I will not let go of that for any amount of money. That's me. That's not everybody, but that's how I operate my business. So these are the other things that we obviously also use to generate leads, not just the radio. Past clients, we get a large amount of referrals from past clients. And a lot of that is our hands-on approach. We do follow up. We do all kinds of things with them, after the fact, but I think that their experience during the process matters so much that they then refer friends and family to us. So we're probably about equally across the board now, where it's equal to radio, realtors, and past clients for where our referrals come from. So past clients and social, obviously everybody does social, right? We've got some examples of some posts here. The big one I don't even know what it is now. We teeter anywhere from 250,000 to 300 on our Facebook page. And that's, I said, right, 250,000 to 300,000 people on our Facebook page. You won't believe how that happened, but it was 2013, 14 or 15, maybe. We gave away a turkey at Thanksgiving, and we put a gift card with it, and it literally went viral. I think 16, 18 million people saw that post. We do it every year, and people start asking if we're going to do it again. Now, that was a fluke. I'm not going to say that that's going to work for everybody, but if you keep trying, sometimes something will take, right? So that was the one thing that took for us that really got those numbers up there. We don't talk a lot about mortgage stuff on the page. We talk about lots of other things. We ask questions to get engagement, lots of things that don't have anything to do with mortgage. People know what you're doing if they're following the page. They're seeing it mixed in, but I think also doing fun stuff, doing questions. We do questions of the day. We do fun videos with our people in the office and ask them questions, and people watch those things. The more engagement you can get, that will help. I'm sure somebody's speaking today that knows way more about this than me, but I know that engagement is always going to help you get your page seen. So that's really important to get engagement. But don't talk about it. So I said, don't do graphs. That one was when rates dropped. So that was a little cap cut. Actually, I used and did a little video. So that is what that one is. So it's not that me going against what I said at the beginning, but I did it for fun and did a little funny cap cut caption on it. So those things are super fun. People like to watch those things. I think it's important that you do that. But those are other important things that we do to get our leads in the door. So here's why it won't work. And you can insert any strategy you want here. You can do radio, you can do video, you can do TV, you can do calling realtors, whatever you want it to be. Somebody's always going to tell you why it won't work. And these are some of the reasons that I've been told why people can't do radio or video or whatever. It's too expensive, right? So I understand that in different markets, there absolutely is a difference in cost. So for me, I also do a radio show there were some pictures there of me with a broker. I've done that radio show for 7 years, and I've done my other advertising for 11. Cost can be prohibitive, and I understand that. My market is smaller. We reach less people. It costs less. But when you're in a bigger market, you are also reaching more people. And the name of the game in any sales business is at-bats. So I get more at-bats than anybody else does. And because of that, we close a lot. I think that that's something you have to realize. So you're going to look at how much it's going to cost you in your market, and you're going to decide whether you can get enough at-bats that will close to cover that. you're going to go into it and you're going to go probably 90 days and you're you'll be lucky if you break even. I'm going to be really honest. Anything that you do, it's going to be hard. There's no magic pill in this business. There's no magic strategy. There's nothing that happens overnight. We got to where we are from 10, 11 years of this kind of advertising. So don't think that you're going to start one day and start closing loans the next, and I don't care what you're doing. I don't care what strategy you're trying. That's just not realistic. So you have to look at the cost. But it is very, very important to invest in your business with whatever form of marketing that you decide to use. I think that if you're saying you can't afford it, that in my opinion, you probably can't afford to not do it. Because you're in a position where you feel like you don't have the money, and you're in that position because you haven't either closed enough that you could save money, or maybe you didn't save money, which is also a whole nother show or a whole other topic we could do. But, investing in your business is really important. And, I talked about in the beginning that I went through the crash and I had a partner, and I did not want to spend money on anything. Like, I was like, we can't afford it. We can't afford it. And he would always say, we can't afford not to do it. If we don't, at that time, sent mail. If we don't buy the leads and we don't send the mail, we get no calls. So we have to sacrifice whatever we have to sacrifice at this point to get the mail out, to get the leads. And he was right. Every time we did that against what I wanted to do, it worked, and we got leads and we closed loans. So I know it's hard, but sometimes you have to do the hard things. And I know that there are people that will tell you the opposite of that, and that's cool. You can do whatever you feel comfortable doing. But I know from my experience in the years I've done it, that sometimes you just have to do what you have to do. And going back to my last 18 months, I was at a company where I didn't get a reimbursement for 18 months at least before they closed. I didn't get paid the last month. I had money stolen. So there's a whole lot of things that have happened to me in the last 18 months. I never stopped doing my advertising. Never. I took it out of my own pocket to keep everything going. I closed loans and kept doing it when I knew I wasn't going to get a paycheck from the loans that closed. I knew I wasn't going to get paid. But if you take your foot off the gas, then that's time lost. And when you are not constantly in the public eye, when you're doing stuff like this, it just dries up really, really quickly. It takes a long time to get it going, but it will dry up like that. So, and I don't care if you're doing social, I don't care if you're doing radio, whatever it is that you're doing, that's just how it works. We are easily forgotten. So that's one thing I've been told. I'm not good at speaking, video, social. I should have put my very first video in here. I started with video, and that was something I went to years ago, a video marketing conference that Carl did. There was a lot of great speakers there. Frank and Brian were there, Kai McBride, a lot of really good people. And so I started with video. I kind of had gotten comfortable. So radio was an easy transition, but my first videos were terrible. I mean, terrible. And I look back at them now, I'm like, oh my God, I can't believe I even posted this stuff. But at that time, that was 2010, nobody was doing anything. So the fact that I was doing it was a big deal. So do it, even if you think you're not good at it, you will get better. It's hard. It's hard to watch for sure. It's hard to watch when you've never done it or you're uncomfortable with it. But you have to realize Roberto Monaco, if anybody knows him, he spoke at one of the first events I was at, and I was dead set I wasn't going to do the video. And he said, when you go to Target, when you go out in public, that is what everybody sees. We think we look different than we actually do. So you have to get past that. I think I have the most annoying voice in the world. I think I cackle when I laugh, but people recognize my voice. They recognize my laugh. I'll be out, one time I was getting my nails done. I was talking to somebody, I laughed, and somebody walked up and said, "Are you Jen Conley?" Like it annoys me. My laugh annoys me, but other people recognize it. And that's what the name of the game is. Eyeballs equal money. And that's what you have to do to get the business in if you're going to do consumer direct. So just work through it, keep doing it, keep pushing through it, because even still in 2024, there are way, way more loan officers that are not doing anything than are. I promise you that. So what you're doing will work if you do it consistently. One is always, I'm not you or Mike or Angie or whoever they see do something. I'm not Mitch. I can't get on here and do these things. Yes, you can. Anybody, I don't even come from a town of 22,000 people. I come from a town of less than 5,000 people. I did it. I just did it. I did it at a time where I didn't have a choice. And I feel like there's a lot of people in that position right now with what we went through in the last couple of years. There are a lot of people in positions we see by the people that have left the industry in this year. You don't have a choice. So if you're going to do this business, you have to do something, whether it be my strategy or Luke's strategy or whoever's strategy, you have to do something. One story I'll tell quickly about doing something, make sure I don't run over on time. So the beginning of COVID, I was right when the rates started to drop. It was a Sunday. I was laying on my couch, scrolling Facebook, right? And I was in a mortgage group and people were talking about how busy they were. And it was March. I don't think we were shut down yet, early March. And I was like, well, I mean, we're busy. We're regular busy, like spring busy. We weren't extra busy. And I was so pissed. I mean, I was like cussing not under my breath, because if you know me, I don't cuss under my breath ever. But I'm scrolling, I'm looking at this stuff, and I'm like, what are they doing? What are they doing? They're no better than me. What are they doing? And I was mad for about an hour. And then I was like, okay, so this is not going to work. This is not going to change anything. I have to do something. So I decided I was going to do a voicemail drop about rates to past clients, and I'll do it tomorrow when I go to the office. Go in, obviously get busy like we always do, right? And toward the end of the day, Ashlyn, who's here today that helped me with my tech issues, I was like, oh, we have to do that voicemail drop. So we had everybody loaded into Slide Broadcast. I recorded it. She sent it out at 4:30 and to the whole database. And our phones blew up of people calling back. Lots of times they didn't even listen to it. They just called back. So then we had the opportunity to have a conversation with them. We got tons of applications for that. We started a bunch of refis, but I could have just stayed on my couch, been mad, pissed off about all the world, right? Where it's going to shut down. Everything's going to go to hell. But I went and just did something. So I think that that's really important to always remember. You have to do something. Action equals dollars. One thing, I got another story. I like to tell stories. So one thing too, we found with realtors with doing our lead program was they've had a rough couple years too. And we went through a whole class with them of talking about what they're going through, what their issues are, addressing those things. So if you have agent, partners that you're working with, it doesn't have to be something like this. Have a class with them. We've had them list out what their excuses that they gave themselves in the past year, why they didn't close what they wanted to close. We worked through those, and that list, now I'm developing classes for them to help them through those things. So there are things like that too. They're going through a lot of the same things we are. It's different, yes, but it's still the same thing. Like they don't have enough inventory. They have a lot of competition and not enough inventory. And I think that they have a lot of similar things that we have, and they still are humans, and they still tell themselves things that we tell ourselves too. So, and that was one thing I told them, action equals dollars. So we approached of not showing houses to people with, if you don't do it, we're not going to close any loans, you're not going to close any houses. And I have a whole thing that we went through, and they started just showing everything a borrower wanted to see. We didn't care if it was conventional or cash, and they were only government, show it. And we started getting listing agents to take government offers by having those conversations. So work through those things with your agents, no matter what kind of marketing or what you're doing with them, because they're having the same kind of issues that we are. So another side note that I always like to give. Okay, that's the end of there we go. So we're done with that. Turn this off now. So I think that is something that people need to realize. You've got, I got it out of my thing here. You've also got to realize that there are some free options that you can do. So you can do guest spots on other radio things. I probably need to turn my share off because you don't want to see all my junk. You can do any kind of free things. You can do guest spots on things. You can do podcasts. I've done podcasts before. Do it with an agent. Talk about real estate. That's going to create content for you to share on social. You can probably do a podcast for, I don't know, $30 a month just for Libsyn if you're going to put it out. Even just doing videos with agents that you can put out on social. There are lots of things like that you can do that are free. And that's how I started, doing those videos. It's so much easier now to do video than it was, 14, 15 years ago. You can do it on your phone. What he was showing you earlier, you can do it on CapCut. It's so easy. I edit them if I can do it, and I'm 51 years old. Probably most people on this call are younger than me, and it's easy for you to do. There are free options that you can do. And, back to the, I'm not this person or that person. Thank God you're not, because this world does not need another me. I promise you. And lots of people that know me will tell you that. It doesn't need me. It needs you. Your market needs you, and it needs your story, and it needs your borrower's story. And I think that that is something, if any kind of marketing that you're doing, whether it's video, podcast, social, be who you are. I went through a lot with the crash. I had a bankruptcy. I had a foreclosure. I did literally everything wrong. And I didn't share that for a long, long time. And I went to an event that Gary Vaynerchuk did, and he talked about doing your story. And I did the VIP thing. I got to meet him and talked to him about it. And he's like, you have a powerful story. You have got to share it. So I came back from that, and I went on the radio, and I started talking about, I screwed my credit up. I had a bankruptcy and I had a foreclosure, and I fixed it. And here's how I fixed it. And you can fix it too. And that kind of changed the game for us, right? I told myself no one would trust me to do their mortgage if I couldn't even keep my own house. If I couldn't even pay my own bills, why would anybody trust me? When I shared it, people trusted me more, because they can go anywhere and get perfect. People don't want perfect. People want real, and they want you, and they want your real story. So I think it's very important that you be totally real and tell people. I mean, look at TikTok. I love TikToks, but look at TikTok. All those people that get on there, that get ready with me, where they're not perfect and they're not made up, and they get tens of hundreds of millions of views. People want real. They want to know what you're doing in your life and how you're like them. They don't want to know how you're perfect. And I think that that's something that we all hesitate as humans to share, but that story will make you much more relatable, much more approachable, and people will then trust you with the most intimate, personal things about their life, because your credit it's pretty personal, right? Like, people don't want to tell you when they screw up, and we're going to see those things. And I think that that's, when you open that door for them, it lets them put their barrier down to say, oh, well, they're like me. They have screwed up. They've had problems. And I just think that's a really important part of talking to consumers in any format that you're using. So that is the end of my presentation. So if anybody has any questions, you can always reach out to me. But I think that now more than ever is really important. I don't believe people start their journey with an agent anymore. Not all of them. They don't go to their grandma's agent. They don't go to their parents' agent typically. I think they're starting with, I don't know if I can get this money, because consumers are much more educated than they were 30 years ago. And so they know they have to, almost everyone has to get a mortgage. So they're going to start doing that research. And if you are showing up and you are popping up, they're going to contact you first, and it's going to give you the ability to be that matchmaker and bring even more value to agents.
Absolutely. It's switching. You can become the lead producer instead of the one calling and chasing leads if you just follow some of these.
I don't know how that's got that way, right? Like I've always struggled with that. Like, they don't get houses without us, most people. So how do we
become? You got to be pre-approved before a real estate agent even wants to work with you. So
how do we become the whipping boy for the real estate world when it's our money? And I agents don't really understand, right? Like, I'm like, we're on the hook for this money. I'm responsible for these loans I write. And I have said it to agents, after you have spent your commission and you don't remember their name, I'm still responsible for that loan. So I think that that's really important to communicate to them, so they know that I have to get paid. I don't do loans for free. And we also tell clients that too. Nobody works for free. You don't go to work for free. So we explain, part of our process too, I think, is we sit down with everybody and do all their initial disclosures face to face. And that just literally blows people's minds. But that won't work here. That's not true. It will. People want to know. I mean, We have people call and they want to come in and sit down and do their application. And guess what? They're young. They're 18 to 30. They want to sit down. They want to ask questions. They want to understand that whole millennials and Gen Z, X, whatever, we're X, Z, whatever. They don't want to do, they want it all online. They don't want to talk to people. That is absolutely not true. It's just not. And if you think about, now I wasn't a helicopter parent, but there are a lot of helicopter parents, and those young adults haven't done much on their own. Their parents have stepped in and helped them do a lot. They want someone to help them do this. They don't know how to do it. They want a leader, just like any other human. They want a leader. And I think that you can be that leader, and you can, by telling those stories of people that you have helped.
Yeah. And telling your own story, like you said, people,
super important.
Yeah. People relate to you. Everybody thinks that, social media is just all the highlights of your life, but it doesn't have to be.
No.
If you share your true story and what's going on, the ups and the downs, then you're going to be the one people relate to, because they're going to be like, oh, she's just like me. She's not, she's not the Instagram, that we see from everybody else. She's a real human being.
Yeah. And I even had an agent, she'd been through a divorce and she was a single mom, and that was something that really connected for her with a lot of her clients, with single moms. And so we did a video about that. Like, you don't have to have two incomes. We help single parents every day. And she told her story. Like, she also told a story of being mortgage poor. I was like, that is a powerful story. And if you tell that to people and how you help them avoid that, they're going to respond to that. Like, anything hard thing you have had happen, turn it into a story to tell, and how now to help them avoid it. There's your content. Your life is your content, and not I'm a rock star on a boat. That's not your content. With $1,000 bills laid out on the bed in the hotel. That's not your content. Your content is, I screwed up. Here's how I fixed it. Let me help you. Here's what I went through. Let me help you. What is it?
I said it's not your content unless it is. Now, if you got, $100 bills laying on the hotel bed, you're going to attract a different.
Correct. Right. Yeah. That's not my target audience, but that's your target audience. Have at it. But they probably, if they have $100 bills laying on the bed, may not need your mortgage, but but it's a good tool. Exactly. They probably should do it anyway. But yeah, I think that's really, really important that you share that, because they are going through the same things that we have gone through. And, I'm 30 years into adulthood, so I've been through a lot. People can benefit from that. And I think there's a lot of people on this call today that can too, on this show today that can.
Well, absolutely. And it looks like a lot of people benefited from your wisdom today. We got a lot of comments, saying great job. Thanks for sharing your wisdom. So you definitely made an impact on the crowd. So I definitely appreciate you joining us, and I'm glad we were introduced, and hopefully we can connect and do more together in the future.
For sure. And you can find me on any of my socials. I mean, my Instagram and my business page is Home Loans by Jen, but my personal is Jen Conley, and I'm in Ohio. So just search me out. If you need any help, let me know, and I'll be happy to help.
Awesome. Sounds good. Well, thank you very much, Jen.
Thank you.
Bye. All right, everybody. That was Jen Conley. Like I said before, make sure you go on social, follow these speakers. They got great information to share, with us today, but a lot of them put out a lot of great content that you can follow and learn from. So I'm going to bring on our next sponsor. If you give me 1 second here to do that. This is Matthew with GVR Accounting. So give me 1 second to bring him on. Hey, good morning, Matthew. How are you?
Hey, good, Mitch. How are you today?
Hey, I'm doing well, man. I'm appreciate you sponsoring our event. We've got another one coming up. I'm getting planned out for March 26th. So, it's sponsors like you that help us put these events on and make them free for people to attend. And we really appreciate you helping out and doing that.
I'm very happy to be here.
Awesome. Well, I will give you the stage so you can tell us a little bit about what you got going on with GVR Accounting Services and how you can help us.
Excellent. Well, everyone, as Mitch said, my name is Matt Soka. I am the owner and principal accountant at GVR Accounting Services. We're located in Denver, Colorado, and we offer general bookkeeping services and financial documentation preparation. That's creation of P&Ls, balance sheets, preparation for tax filings and whatnot. But the most important reason that I'm here and the reason I'm most excited to talk to everyone is because we also offer CPA letter writing services. If you have any experience in this industry, you know how hard it is to get that CPA, quote unquote, CPA letter condition satisfied for underwriting. You've got clients who are small business owners, they don't have a CPA, or if they do, that CPA is so hard to get a hold of, so difficult to work with, they won't even write the letter when you do get a hold of them. I am here to help you all with that condition. We take care of percentage of ownership conditions. We take care of verification of years in business. We take care of self-employed years in business. Any type of verification that needs an accountant letter, we are here for you guys. We love working with loan officers to help clear that condition, get CTC. We've helped tons of people since we've opened. And it's just such a needed service. In addition to all that, we also offer expense ratio calculation letters. Those of you who do bank statement loans know how critical it is to try to get a better expense ratio than that default lender 50%. Most lenders go down to 20%, but they need that accounting letter to verify what the actual expenses are. Give me a call. Let's work through how they're structured, what expenses they actually have that are associated with the business. A lot of times you talk to their CPA, they have no idea what you're talking about. They don't understand what a lender expense ratio is. And then they'll just say, well, yeah, their expenses are 80%. That's what we put on the taxes. It's not what the lender's looking for. I understand what that lender needs. I understand what your client needs to make them more profitable, and we'll pass that DTI condition. Give me a call. We have LOs calling all the time, just saying, hey, I don't know how to get around this accounting condition, or I've got a cash borrower. That is probably one of the most difficult clients to have, as I'm sure you all know. Let's work together. We are here to solution and help you with your client's accounting needs. Cash borrowers are not impossible. There's usually a way to figure it out. Give us a call and we'll work through it. We are here to solution. We love working with LOs and writing those letters to get those conditions cleared. There is also the other side of it all. The borrower that you're working with, they might be a small one-man operation. Let us help them get set up in QuickBooks. Let us help them clean up their QuickBooks so that you can prepare them for the mortgage that they're going to be working on. We can help with the P&L creation so you can get into a P&L loan. We can do the bank statement loan type stuff. You name it, just give us a call. We want to help everybody with this.
Awesome. Well, Matt, do you want to give us some information on how people can reach out to you and how their clients can reach out to you?
Absolutely. It's a lot better for me to talk to the LO first. So I encourage all the LOs to call me and kind of tell me what they're running up against or what the underwriting condition is. You can reach me at Matt, which is MATT, at gvraccounting.com. It's the easiest way. You can just email me, say, hey, this is my scenario, or put the condition in there, and I can tell you real quickly what documents I would need to write that letter to clear the condition. You can also call me, 720-441-5400. I almost always pick up the phone. Of course, after hours, please remember I'm in Denver. After hours are tough, but give me a call. Leave me a message. I'll give you a call back as soon as possible. We'll work through whatever issues you might have.
Awesome, man. Well, like I said, once again, thank you very much for sponsoring our event, and everybody that's tuning in now and on the replay. Be sure to reach out to Matt, and let's see if we can't support some of the people that support us, and we really appreciate that.
Absolutely. Mitch, thank you so much for having me.
Yes, absolutely, man. And we'll talk to you again soon.
Sounds good. Thanks.
Have a good day. All right, everybody. I'm going to be bringing on our next guest speakers. So like I said, these events are put on by myself and these amazing speakers, but if it wasn't for the sponsors, we wouldn't be able to do this. So, please make sure you reach out, support the sponsors. If there's something they can help you with, we really appreciate it. So without further ado, I'm going to bring on Luke, Call the Damn Leads, Shankula. How's it going, man?
What is going on, man? How's it going?
That's good. Was it not long enough for you to put Call the Damn Leads? I mean,
It wasn't. I try not to swear as much as possible on these types of things. So
No, I'm glad to have you on, man. It's been a while. I see you're doing big things with YouTube. You're doing a lot of content creation. You're helping out a lot of loan officers with the stuff that you're doing. So I'm excited to have you on board and share with our audience.
Awesome, man. Well, I'm excited to show a little bit about what people can do to generate some leads for themselves. I'm gonna give away a cool little tool at the end that I actually just created yesterday because Mitch said, "Hey, you just put out a YouTube video talking about how to set up ads, so you got to make it a little different." So I put together a really cool tool that'll help people that aren't super well versed with creating ads to create ads. I'll probably be tinkering with it over the next couple weeks as well, just to try to make it as good as possible. But right now, it's still putting out really, really good. One thing I just thought about right before this is like, oh, I didn't think about refinance. So it's one thing that I'll probably ask another question in that little bot to also be able to create refinance ads. So anyway.
Awesome. All right, man. Well, I'll tell you what, I will get out of your way and give you the stage so you can present. Do you have some screen share you need me to put on?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And for anybody who is watching this, you guys having fun? Are you guys learning anything? Like, drop it in the comments, guys. Let us know if this is valuable. If not, I could just leave. I mean, if you guys aren't finding value from this event, I'm just kidding. But I'm excited to drop some bombs here for you guys, and hopefully you'll get some value out of this. And if you do have any questions, do feel free to drop them in here, because I'm hopefully going to have a little bit of time to answer some questions. Maybe not. I don't know. I like to talk and go long-winded sometimes, so maybe I won't have time. But let's rock and roll.
Yeah, we're always able to answer questions if we can. So if you want to go ahead and share your screen, and then I'll pop it up there for you.
What do I do? Hit present?
Yep, just hit present and
share screen. Okay, there we go. Share. Oh, can I do the entire screen? This one, okay. And no, I'm not smoking weed. I am drinking tea, just because everybody's probably going to ask.
I mean, you are in California, right?
I know. I just get that all the time. People are like, "What are you doing over there?" I'm like, "All right, I'm drinking some tea." If anybody knows, it's called yerba mate. It is very popular in South America, primarily in Argentina, Paraguay, Brazil, and Uruguay.
Awesome.
You already learned something.
All right, man. Well, the stage is yours. So,
all right, let's rock and roll. Cool.
All
so
right,
I'm going to get right into it. What we're going to do today is we're going to set up a lead ad campaign. For anybody who is not familiar with Facebook ads, this is the easiest way for someone without experience to set up an ad. The way we typically set up ads, I run a marketing agency, just full disclosure. I run a marketing agency. We help loan officers generate leads. We generate them through a long form survey. Quality and intent is higher, but the complexities of setting up a landing page, setting up a pixel, firing the pixel at a certain time, also making sure that there's a conversion rate optimization on the page, making sure you've optimized everything. That's a lot more steps, and it's just a too big of a barrier to entry for most people. So what we're going to do is we're going to show you how to generate leads using lead forms or lead ads. They're called instant forms, I guess, now as well. So we'll just get right into it. I'm going to probably do just a VA purchase. Really, we can do anything, because this little cool tool that I created is going to allow us to really choose any angle that we want to. But let's go ahead and jump in, right? So first things first, you're going to have to set up a business account or an ad account. If you've never done this, I'm not going to walk through that today. There's plenty of YouTube videos on how to do that, but just hit create, and we're going to go ahead and hit leads, continue. And I'm just going to do continue again. You do manual leads campaign if you want, set it up separately, but this is fine. Either way works. So the first thing you're going to want to do is you're going to want to name this. So with this, in terms of naming conventions, what you're going to want to do is effectively you want something that will be remembered by you. So if you're running multiple ads, maybe you have multiple states that you're licensed in. Maybe you have multiple angles that you're running. You want to run a VA ad. You want to run a first-time homebuyer ad. Maybe you have special programs for heroes, right? Maybe you're a USDA specialist. Maybe you like reverse mortgages. So from that perspective, you're going to want to make sure these are labeled. So I'm typically going to do like lead ad. And let's say we're doing VA purchase. And then I like to put like the date, right? So today is 2/15/24. That way I know exactly the date it was launched. I know exactly what type of a campaign it is, right? If we're doing retargeting, you're going to want to name it retargeting or engagement, right? If it's a different angle, you want to name that, right? So just simple, just something that you can remember. The next thing you're going to do is you need to categorize your ads, right? And so what you need to do as someone in the housing or basically real estate, mortgage, I think insurance now is also under this. Homeowners insurance is also under this. And then sometimes the algorithm will false flag you as credit because you're using words like loan, mortgage, stuff like that. So sometimes it'll false flag you as credit. So if that happens, don't fret, just select both of them. But I typically will just do housing. If that comes up later, whatever, turn it on. It shouldn't be a big deal. It's really the same thing. So that's really all you have to do on this page. I wouldn't test a lot of these other things. I really don't like to test their internal A/B split test. I do my own split tests. We'll talk a little bit about that here in a second. And then also Advantage campaign budget. At the small budgets that we're at, using campaign budget. It used to be called campaign budget optimization. Now they call it Advantage campaign budget. But basically, the budget at the campaign level, that's really for bigger budgets. So I wouldn't touch that either. Next thing you're going to do is hit next. And the same thing here. We're just going to set up the very top here. So in this case, we're going to call this lead ads. And then we're going to decide where are we going to target. You're going to select your Facebook page, whatever the Facebook page is. And then you're going to have to select and accept the terms of service. So I'm not going to go ahead and click on that because you're going to see a bunch of other pages. So I'm just going to leave it as that, just a generic page we have. In this case, you're going to want to maximize the number of leads, right? In this case, again, one of the things I'll talk about is when you're first getting started with something like leads, generating your own leads, the first thing you're trying to do, or you're trying to test a hypothesis. You're trying to test the hypothesis of will this ad generate leads? Is it generating interest? As you start to understand what types of ads, what types of ad copy, what types of ad creative generate interest, generate clicks, generate leads, then you can start to introduce a little bit more friction into the process. And what I mean by friction is you can ask us extra questions. You can then, okay, now we're going to set up an external landing page because, again, the more friction there's in the process, the higher the intent levels of the people that are putting their information in, right? And so this is going to generate what I call lower intent. These are people that are interested in what you have an ad for, but there's so little friction in this process, and I'll show you in a second. There's so little friction in this process that what it does, it just makes it so easy for them to submit. So again, I mean, the more hoops we make people jump through, the more intent, but also the more expensive the lead. And so if you're not super well versed in running ads and you're fully optimizing for highest intent possible, you're going to limit the amount of leads that are coming in. You may not get any leads, and so you can't actually tell if it's working or not because you really don't know. You really don't know how to test your hypothesis because you're not getting enough basically actions or conversions, right? And conversions in this case, I'm talking about leads. So again, some other advanced things here like cost per result. We're not going to mess around with this for now. So coming down here to budget, real easy. I usually recommend no less than $10. You can probably do a little less. I mean, I've heard anecdotally some people saying they dropped their budget from $15 to $5 and they got the same amount of leads. It can happen, right? Because ultimately what the algorithm is doing is the algorithm, the way that Facebook works, it's an auction-based platform. And so what it's doing is it's trying to find the cheapest cost per action. In this case, the action that we're optimizing for is instant forms or people that in this case have in the past shown a proclivity to basically put their information into lead forms, right? So these are people that are more likely to take an action like filling out a lead form. And so ultimately, when you first start an ad, it's going to find the most hyper-specific group of people that are most likely to submit the form, right? And so right away, you're going to get a smaller pool of buyers that are, or not buyers, but pool of opt-ins that are hotter, right? So that's why a lot of times you'll see like a sort of like a bump in leads the first couple of days because you're really hitting the hottest pocket of the audience generally. So I'm just going to do a $10 budget here. I recommend spend a little bit more, but again, I just understand people may not have huge budgets. So $10 a day. I mean, we did this YouTube, Facebook ad training, and there's been a bunch of people saying they're getting leads $2, $3, right? So that's pretty cool because again, you can start to add some filtering process into the mix as you start to get those leads. Because if you're getting $2 leads, you're like, okay, you know what? I can afford $15 leads. How can I create more intent in the prospect? Well, start asking them some additional questions. When are they looking to buy? Things like that. So we'll talk a little bit about that. So we're basically going to do that, $10. And then we're going to go ahead and choose the state or the area. I'm a big fan as a marketer of going statewide. You're a loan officer, you're licensed in the entire state, but I also understand that some people want to stay local. They want to get back to the local real estate agents. Honestly, I believe it's a mindset issue when you think you have to stay local, because the truth is, most people aren't actually even meeting their people locally. So why not go statewide? And the same thing with even real estate agents. Real estate agents obviously need to be local because they got to go show homes. But in terms of loans, the loans are the same everywhere pretty much, right? As long as you do the right research. So let's go ahead. I'm just going to do California. So, first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to show you can do something like San Diego. You choose San Diego like this, the city. You use San Diego County. You can drop a pin. So I'm going to go ahead and scroll over here. You can drop a pin if you wanted a specific area. As you can see here, you can't go any less than 15 miles anymore, right? You used to be able to go down to 1 mile radius. You cannot do that anymore. The reason for that is because, they didn't want people to redline or do things like that. So don't redline, don't do things that are sketchy. Just target the whole area, in my opinion. I get it. You want the higher loan amounts, but that's the whole point of these laws, is so you don't, discriminate against the people that want $200,000 loans. Obviously in San Diego, there's no $200,000 loans, but you know what I mean. So my recommendation again is to go statewide. So I'm going to go California. And California, obviously, it's a huge, huge state. So you could theoretically just do Southern California, and that's like a whole state in itself. As you can see, there's 30 million people in this audience. That's a massive audience. You could really go smaller. And then one thing to note here as well is once you select the housing categories, you cannot switch age ranges. And unfortunately, a lot of the detailed targeting has gone away as well, right? So one thing you can do, and this is what I typically recommend, is you can set up 2 ad sets. So basically to let you guys know, this is a campaign. This is the campaign level, is the very first page that we were on. The second page that we're on is the ad set level. And the third one here is ad. This is the actual ad where you actually create the ads and the ad copy and things like that, right? So here in the detailed targeting, I would recommend hitting this button. Once you finish setting this up, hitting this button, hitting the quickly duplicate, and then basically you set up 2 sort of side-by-side ads. And what that'll do is it'll allow you to have tests, different types of tests, right? So you can test different ad creatives, you can test different ad copies, you can test different audiences that you're targeting. In this case, we are going after VA, but unfortunately you can't go after stuff like veterans and stuff like that like you used to be able to. So what we can do is we just go after something like Zillow, right? Interest, Zillow real estate. And then what you do is you hit this little suggestions. All right, cool. Interest Trulia. Let's call Property Finder. First time buyer. And you start to think about, all right, so in these interest-based targetings, who would be the type of person that would be in that audience, right? So like when you think about suggestions, if you see something that's like job titles and it says housing, like that's probably going to be someone like a real estate agent or a loan officer is going to be in that. So you want to make sure that you're looking, or like an investor, like that's probably not, unless you want to go after investor type loans, that's not what you want to go after, right? So think about who it is that you want to target. So again, if you do have DSCR, non-QM, stuff like that you want to target, you could test investment, investor, things like that, and it'll start to populate some additional ideas as well. In this case, we already have 15 to 18 million. That's a large enough audience. I typically recommend having 1 to 2 million plus in your audience. That's going to be ideal in terms of generating the most amount of leads at the cheapest cost. But again, something to consider is Facebook is optimizing for cheapest cost per action, right? And so sometimes if you go statewide and you live in a state where, you know, maybe the metro has high loan amounts, but everything else has $100,000 loan amounts, you may want to target the metro areas, right? I don't recommend it, but again, the reason what's going to happen is a lot of times Facebook will over optimize to the areas where they're getting the cheapest leads. That doesn't always mean they're the best leads. It just means they're the cheapest leads, right? Because Facebook doesn't know what we want. They're just trying to find us the cheapest lead. Okay, so from there, we've set this up. So again, what I would do is the second ad set, I would clear these out and I would just go wide open targeting. I honestly find that wide open targeting works the best. The reason for that is I think Facebook, because they removed so many of the detailed targeting options, most people are trying to target these same audiences. And so it just drives up costs because again, it's an auction-based system. And the thing about running ads is we're not only competing against other loan officers and other real estate agents, we're competing against massive conglomerates that are marketing in these same markets. So you'll find that in certain markets, Colorado, Arizona, Utah, certain markets are just super, super competitive, Idaho, and their costs are going to be higher. So if you hear someone saying they're getting $2 leads, they might be in Georgia, they might be in, Florida, they might be, somewhere like that that's a little bit cheaper to acquire the leads. And so again, just something to consider there as well. Languages, I wouldn't mess with that because if you just want to do a Spanish ad, I would leave it as all languages and just translate the ad to Spanish. You can change some placements. For whatever reason, they've changed the way this looks. They basically want you to put your ads everywhere, which is kind of frustrating because they're in different UIs. So Facebook rolls out different user interfaces across this platform. And so sometimes they'll take away things and they'll have, these will look a little different. So if it looks a little different, just know that it's functionally going to be pretty similar. But you should be able to select if you want to do it on Facebook and Instagram, where you want to put that. For whatever reason, on this particular account, it's not allowing me to do that, but you should be able to do it right here. That's really it. I don't normally mess with that anyway. So it used to be in the past that Facebook didn't know what to optimize for, so it would push a lot of the ads to your audience network and platforms like that really don't create conversions. But I learned pretty quickly that, over the years, Facebook's gotten much better. The algorithm's gotten much better, and so you don't have to be as sort of granular when it comes to that. All right, that's basically everything on that page. Oh, I forgot. Here's what I wanted to put up here. Lead ads, California. I think that's it. Oh, well, we did wide open, so I'm just gonna do wide open here. I got this elevator music going on in the background here, Mitch. All right, so now we're here at the ad page, right? This is where we actually set up the ad. So here's the fun part, right? Well, this is not the fun part, but this is just VA purchase. And here's where you can kind of mess around with this. If you have multiple ad creatives, by ad creatives I mean like the images, you can put ad creative 1. You can use that as your naming convention. You can describe it and you can say red house, right? Whatever it is that the creative is. Again, this is if you're running a lot of ads, it'll make it easier for you to sort through things without having to open up every single ad, see exactly what the ad creative is, see exactly what the ad copy is. But again, you don't have to get this complicated. Really, it could be as simple as this. You don't even have to change the names if you don't want to. It just gets a little harder once you start to run more ads. So create ads. I'm going to turn this off because I don't know. A lot of these little things are annoying. So what I'm going to do here is first thing I'm going to do is going to add media. So we're going to add image, or you can add a video. I a lot of times do images. Images tend to convert into leads at the highest level. Typically, I've just found that leads are cheaper when they come in with images. I don't know why. That's just what I found. I like to run video because when you run video, obviously, especially if you're using your face, you're creating the brand as well. So even if the cost per lead's a little higher, you're creating higher trust. So that's kind of the exchange you get when you are running video and sort of images of yourself versus running sort of more generic sort of images. So a couple of ways we can do this is we can add an image. So I'm going to quickly show you. If you've never used Canva, I'm going to quickly show you how to create. Whoa, what just happened? Sorry, guys. So I'm going to show you how to create a collage in Canva. Hit create design. I like to do custom size. I like to do 800 by 800 because I find that it takes up the most amount of real estate within the newsfeed, whether it's on mobile or on desktop. So I'm gonna do that. And then what you're gonna do is you're gonna come over to Elements, and you're gonna find your grids. I'm gonna hit see all. This is the one I prefer the most, but you can choose other ones. You can test things. Again, a lot of marketing comes down to testing. Over time, you're going to get better and better and better at testing. And because you're just going to have better, you just have a better knowledge of what works in the market. And so your guesses, because ultimately that's what marketing is guesses. People think that there's some secret thing, but really it just comes down to educated guessing and trying to understand what the consumer wants. Right. So the first thing we're going to do is we create this. And what this does is allows the images just to snap in here. So I'm going to go ahead and go to uploads. Oh, not uploads. Sorry. I'm going to go ahead and go over to here to, I'm just going to go home. I'm just going to find a home. I said California. I probably have some California homes in here. So you can go ahead and find homes that you can upload yourself. My recommendation, if you have local real estate agents, ask them if you can use some of their listings or some of their broker listings, because one, that way you can create value for them. Like, hey, I'm going to help you promote your listing, and then also, you get to use a local listing, and so that will always work the best, because ultimately, what you want is something that's very relevant to the consumer, the person that's in your market, right? So if you're marketing in Florida, your home is going to be very different to the one that's in California versus the one that's in Minnesota, right? So like, places that it snows during the winter, putting snow pictures, like houses with snow, works really great. Obviously, if you put that same snow house in Florida, ain't no one clicking on that, right? So just some things to think about from a human psychology perspective. Also, almost everybody uses those like stock images that are like super overly done. Make these images look realistic, right? So if you can get them looking organic like these, where they look good, but they're not super, super fancy and not super edited. Like even this one's almost too edited, almost too nice, right? Because like, how do we find something that's relevant to the market? We want to find something that's really going to be realistic, right? So we found that a median looking house, like a house that looks just kind of like average in their market, is going to work the best. And what I mean by the best is going to work the best to generate leads. If you put a beautiful $2 million house in a market that has $500,000 averages, you're going to get a lot of clicks, but you're going to find that you're not going to get a lot of leads. And the reason for that, obviously, is because people don't feel like it's an affordable house. So they just want to see the pictures. They think if they click on that, they're going to see pictures, and then they don't. And so they click back off. And basically what that tells Facebook is that your ad sucks, and let's not really serve it to the right people. So I like to do this house up here. You can do a couple things. You can do 3 houses if you want to. I like to do like an inner pictures, right? So this kind of almost looks like, oh man, you can click on these to get some pictures. So let's do like a bathroom. No, let's do like a kitchen. And if you don't, obviously we've uploaded these, but what you can also do is you can come over here to photos. I'm in the pro version of this, but there's a lot of free pictures as well. So you could just do like you can type kitchen in here. And again, you don't want to do something that's like super, super nice, right? Like again, if you're in Texas, your kitchens are going to look a lot nicer and the houses are going to look a lot bigger than here in California. And San Diego, 1,200 square foot house is $750,000. So again, just relevant to your market. What is traditional and relevant and average or median in your market? That's the most important thing. People think that having super beautiful pictures is going to work best, but it doesn't. So something that just kind of looks, I don't know, like something like this, I guess. That's a pretty average looking kitchen. And then like, I'm going to go back over here. Let's see. And then like a living room. And obviously make it so it looks like it actually fits with the same house too. So it's not like over the top either. As you can see, this little like this little like crown, that's the pro version. So if you have a free version, you will get access to some of these. Well, it looks like there might not be, a couple of these, but they're not always that great. Like this is actually fine. You could actually use this one because this kind of fits the exact same vibe. And this one was a free. It was a free one. So this is what I would use. And I do California. And then what I would also do, I'm going to duplicate this. What you could also test is this is one of my old ad creatives back in the day when I was doing some weird stuff. You know, you could do something like this. If you wanted to have some sort of relevant images there, you know, you could do like something like this, right? Something super simple. And then basically you could try both of these. So then you go ahead and download it. All pages, hit download. All right, so now we've created our images. Let's go ahead and go back over here. As you can see, I got a whole bunch in here that I could have chosen, but I wanted to show you how to do that as well. There's also some videos in here that we've created that are kind of cool. You know, you can find some pretty cheap people on like Fiverr and things like that that can help you create some of these things. But I'm going to go ahead and hit upload. Mitch, when am I done? I want to make sure that I have enough time. Oops, did it not download? Hold on.
What's up, man?
When am I done? I just want to make sure I don't go over.
Oh, you got there. Hold on. You have until noon, so you got 11 minutes.
Oh, okay. I gotta hurry up then. All right, cool. Let's do this. All right, I'm gonna do this again. So I'm gonna upload both of these in here. So I'm gonna choose one. I'm gonna do this one right here. And then I'm gonna go ahead and come over here and I'm gonna hit duplicate the ad. And I'm just gonna go ahead and change out this image for the other one. And ideally I would have done this after I'd already finished doing the ad copy and all that stuff, but I'm being dumb and I didn't do that. So, all right, let's go ahead and come over here. So I created this cool tool called, and you do have to have a GPT 4.0. So you do have to have the paid version of ChatGPT to do this. So if you don't have that, it's $20 a month. Or you could just, you know, copy the one that I have here. So what I'm going to do here is help me create a mortgage ad. No, help me create and write a mortgage ad. Apparently I didn't check that. All right, veterans and active duty military. And here, like, what I want to be careful with here is, like, one thing we could say is, like, you know, zero down and stuff like that. But I always try to stay away from using any trigger terms in any ads that we run, because that just creates a whole other level of complexities around disclaimers and stuff like that. So as much as I can, I stay away from using trigger terms. There are a lot of good incentives for benefits for veterans, active duty that. I'm just going to do that because I want to stay away from saying like zero down or something like that. But if you had something, maybe maybe like you work with EPM as a broker and you have a down payment assistance program, and you can talk about that, just depending on what you want. Obviously for veterans, they have the zero down, but again, like trigger terms, things like that, got to be careful with that. So I'm just going to do something like click below to see how. All right. So now it's going to create us an ad. So I would probably remove this emoji and this emoji, but let's go ahead and grab this. So now we have a cool little ad. Oops, let me delete that. I'm actually going to. So you can see over here, I'm going to try to make this fit. All right, perfect. So then you can see a little bit here, and I might actually do this. These are some little things you can test, right? because you're going to want to see how much of this can be above. Did you know that you have exclusive benefits that make buying and refinancing a home perfect? That's actually pretty good. It's not a bad ad. You could edit this as well, right? But I'm not going to do that right now. And then I'm just going to create a headline. I haven't created a headline maker in there yet, so maybe I will over the next couple days. But, you know, VA homes for veterans benefit. All right, so here's where you can put your NMLS information. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, equal housing, whatever, you know, whatever disclaimers you need to put here. Yada, yada, right? Make sure you put all your disclaimers or whatever, or, you know, if you're using your branded page with all your information up here, you still probably want to put, you know, whatever disclaimers here that you want to. I typically use Learn More. You can theoretically test some different things, but I'm going to use Learn More. I wouldn't put Apply Now either, because again, like Learn More is like the least salesy way of getting someone to click a button. So what I'm going to do is I'm not going to go through super intensely. I'm going to just duplicate this and show you kind of how to build this. So you're going to start from scratch though. So you're just going to create one, hit create form. But what you can do is just copy these words, right? So via purchase, I'm just going to do this again, 215. And then here's where you can choose more volume or higher intent. The only difference between these two is the higher intent. The higher intent one has a slide to submit, whereas the more volume just has a submit button. My opinion is when you're first getting started, use the more volume button. I don't think that I've seen much difference in higher intent with this, but it does reduce the amount of leads and it increases the cost per lead. Again, if you're going to try to increase intent, my recommendation is just add more questions, right? Just add some more questions like these. So form type, more volume. I usually delete the intro. So when you're setting one up, there's a little button that you can just delete the intro. And so I don't actually do anything on this part intro. I don't know. I feel like it creates too much extra stuff. So then what you're going to do is you're going to set up, go back. So you want to set it up this way: first name, last name, email, phone number. And again, you got to think about it from the friction perspective. Like, how can we take them down a logical path? These are all going to be filled in automatically, which is again why lead forms tend to be lower intent and lower quality, because these are automatically being filled in. They're not having to manually type these things in, which is why I think an external landing page creates higher intent, because they're actually having to spend time typing stuff in, answering questions, things like that, whereas it's pretty easy to do this. And then I would add some questions here. How soon are you looking to use your VA benefit? Within the next month, 1 to 3 months, 3 to 6 months, 6 months. Plus, where are you looking to purchase, right? You could add questions, other questions you want. Just be careful with adding credit questions. Unfortunately, within this lead forms or lead ads platform, they don't really like that question. So you could probably get away with saying something like, what's your FICO? And then maybe don't put, I don't know. You have to be careful with that, because they will sometimes flag the ad and they won't let you run it, right? All right. I'm going to go beyond this, but again, you could add some additional questions if you want to try to filter some more. Privacy. So here's some additional text here, kind of like a TCPA disclaimer, basically that they're going to receive texts and emails, things like that. So you do want to put that in here. You also do need a privacy policy, right? It's pretty simple, nothing crazy. Just something simple that says what exactly we do with the information we collect. There's some online privacy policy creators, and you can just throw it in somewhere. Again, this is not advice. Do it at your own risk, but you do need a privacy policy to run these ads. The last thing over here is completion. I recommend having something like a schedule home buyer assessment, something like that. Get them to schedule an appointment with you. Just know you should have some automation set in place. You may get about 50% show rates for your appointments. If you don't follow up at all, it's probably going to be even less. So again, make sure you have some good follow-up. Again, call the leads, as you probably know. And then from that perspective, you hit create form. So let's do that again. And there we are. We have basically set this all up, and then we hit publish. That's how you set up the ad. I was going to do a little Zapier, but we don't have enough time for that. So I'm going to open it up for any questions. Zapier, basically what you want to do is you want to get this into your CRM and set up automations. You do want to be, my opinion, you want to be calling a minimum of 6 times. You want to call, my recommendation is if you can call within 30 seconds, or less than 5 minutes, ideally, you're going to get a much better contact rate than if you wait 1, 2, 3 days. The studies show that within 5 minutes versus 30 minutes is 100 times greater chance of getting a hold of someone. So just that 25-minute difference drastically reduces your contact rate. So contact quickly, contact many times, use automation. I recommend using a lot of text messaging, some emails and stuff like that as well. But you do have to call the leads. And when you're texting people, text like a freaking human. Don't try to sell them via text. Short text, ask them questions, get to know what they're looking for. What do people want, right? People want a house. They don't want a mortgage. Understand what it is that they're looking for. So we're working on a little AI bot that'll do some of that, but not quite ready yet. And I don't have time to show it today. So anyway, any questions? I don't know if I can see if there's any questions. Was that cool? Did anybody get any value from that? I don't know if you guys want to drop a comment or whatever and let me know. Or if you got any questions, man, yeah. Yeah, I can't tell. I don't know.
Hey, what's up? All right. Anybody got questions for Luke? Be a human. Yep. Got a comment.
Oh, and then yeah, I guess if everybody wants this thing, I guess drop a comment and I don't know if you can get it out, but if you yeah, just don't overthink it. Oh man. Go watch my ChatGPT YouTube video. Go watch my ChatGPT YouTube video. There's some ideas on how you can create some pretty cool follow-up sequences. Don't just use the generic outputs from ChatGPT because they suck. But if you watch the ChatGPT video I just put out last week, we also have a YouTube video that literally walks through this exact same process without this little thing. So you can literally do this same thing with a first-time homebuyer. And I'm going to say, yes, this is great. This is. And so there's a couple links to, let me show you right now. There's a cool little thing. If you get this little thing, I actually have a little link to the YouTube channel and the free Facebook group that we have. Those are my only plugs. Obviously, we run ads for people, but you guys can figure it out, or if you don't want to figure it out, just hit us up. So how do I get this out to people, man? Do I just go into the group and share it?
Yeah, you should be in the group. Just go in there and put it in the comments.
Cool.
And then it'll be accessible to everybody that watches live and for the replay.
Awesome. Well, you guys can see. Oh, I guess you can't see this. You might have stopped sharing my screen. So I'll grab this. Yeah, here's the YouTube channel. It's basically at Loans on Demand. And then the Facebook group is also Loans on Demand free. So you can find both of those. We'd share a bunch of free value in those. So, yeah.
Awesome, man. Well, hey, I really appreciate it. And I know you're always, it's a little pressed for time to get all that in. So people are definitely interested in more help. So I definitely highly suggest you go follow Luke. He's always putting on free webinars, seminars, whatever you want to call them, trainings for LOs. And of course, he's working on growing his YouTube page, which is going pretty well.
Yeah.
So,
like and subscribe, all the things.
Right. Like, subscribe, all that good stuff.
Drop some comments. Drop some love.
Yeah, definitely, man. Go support Luke. He does a lot for loan officers, and he does it, out of the kindness of his heart, and, doesn't charge for a lot of this stuff. So, make sure you support Luke and go out there. And best way you can do that is go to his YouTube channel and like and follow and comment on his videos so he can.
Well, yeah. And selfishly, obviously, I put out this value because, hey, you see all the value I'm putting out for free. You'll want to, come work with us. But at the end of the day, I really just want to help people. So appreciate everybody for being here. And honestly, the biggest thing that I'll say is take action on this stuff. Don't just watch the stuff from today and not implement. So pick at least one or two things from what you learned from today and put it into action. Because one of my favorite quotes is a quote by Derek Sivers, which is, I want to read it real quick. Derek Sivers. I don't want to mess it up. All right. If more information was the answer, then we'd all be billionaires with perfect apps.
Right.
So take action. It's not about information. It's about taking action with the information you get. And that's it. That's all I got, man.
Awesome, man. Well, hey, I appreciate it again. And like I said, if anybody has questions, Luke is always readily available to answer them. So find him on social, connect with him. Don't be afraid to just, pop in his DMs, He likes that stuff.
Just don't say pick my brain, and I'll help you.
Can I pick your brain?
Yeah, just ask me the question. Don't say, "Can I pick your brain?" Because that triggers me. So just don't say that.
That's a trigger for you. All right, man. Well, hey, I appreciate it very much, and we'll look forward to talking to you again soon.
Awesome. Thanks, brother.
Thanks. All right, everybody. I'm going to bring on our next sponsor. This is my good friend Tyler Hancock. How's it going, Tyler?
Hey, pretty good. How are you?
Hey, good, man. How was your trip up north?
It's good. It's good. I had a lot of fun. Thank you. It was a long trip there. Actually, it was crazy, though. The weather was actually warmer there than my hometown in Camp Verde, Arizona. So
Oh, really?
miles out there. So
That's great.
No, it was good. Came back to about 1,400 emails. So that took about 3 or 4 days to get caught up, but all set now.
You need to take that. You need to take those emails after hours, man. Kind of clean up some of that stuff.
I had about 3 people watching over my email, so there's a bunch of responses and everything, but just having to reread over everything to make sure everything was handled correctly. But
just to make sure nothing slipped through the cracks.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, man. Well, hey, I appreciate you once again being a sponsor of these events. Like I said, we really appreciate it. We're already focusing on the next one, which we got some great speakers on that one. Industry icon David Lycan. We got Brian Covey. We got Phil Treadwell already booked for March 26th. So I'm super pumped for that. So we're just going to keep supplying as much information as we can to the industry in hopes that people will do like Luke said and take some action and find some success in doing that. So tell us a little bit about yourself and what you do and how you can help the people here on the call.
Yeah, of course. I'm going to actually show my screen as well. Can you guys see my screen now?
There it goes. There we go.
All right, perfect. Well, my name's Tyler Hancock. I own Hancock Processing. We have we're licensed in 18 different states that we're doing business in for contract processing as a third party. When I was at UWM, I got added to the processing advisory board. So I got to actually meet a lot of different contract processing owners and people who are directors of operations and kind of share feedback with them, get their best practices, learn what everybody's doing well, what everybody wants to do better in and everything. So it was really good getting to see all those people over there at UWM this last couple days, last week. But like I said, we're doing business in 18 different states now. When I first started sponsoring these events with you, Mitch, it was probably 4 states. So we're trying to grow as fast as we can, which is why I'm still closing 20 to 25 loans a month on my own, because everything that I close just goes straight back to more, getting more states, more licenses. So we have on staff, we have about 38 processors right now. I think we have about 19 or 20 who are not at capacity yet. So they're still definitely looking for more. We did fund out 188 loans last month as a company. So very, very good. I'm thinking that with the team we have right now, there's no reason we can't hit about 400 or 500. So we definitely have more room. But I kind of want to go over with everybody what the packages are that we offer. So if you guys can see my screen there, package A is disclosures through disbursement. So the moment you have a purchase contract come in, we'll jump into the file, whether it's in LendingPad or Arrive. We will review the documents in there, double check the income, just make sure everything looks good, import the loan to the lender, get out disclosures, and we will do absolutely everything on that loan all the way through funding for you, of course, except for locking it. But we'll work on that loan all the way through funding, and then we'll complete your audit for you as well on that loan. That one is 1095 that we offer, and that is client paid. So it is not a charge to your compensation. It is not an in-house processing fee or anything like that. And the other really good thing about it, our fee, is it goes in section B. So it does not count against someone's QM or high cost. So you'd never need to lower your actual compensation to afford it. So it is client paid in section B on the loan estimate. But yeah, that's package A, disclosures through disbursements, 1095. We have package B. It's actually our most popular option. So that means that the loan officer has already disclosed it. The initial disclosures have been signed, and then they hand off the file to our team, and we take care of it from submission through disbursement. And that one is $895. So a little bit cheaper there because we don't handle disclosures or getting them e-signed, but we do take over when it's ready to get submitted to underwriting. And then we take it through funding for you, chasing all conditions, all third-party and client items, and then we do the audit for you as well. That one is $895. That is our most popular. Very last one I'll go over, and I really want to spend a little bit more time on this package here because this one's actually getting a lot of attention from a lot of different, mortgage brokers, correspondent, the non-Del side, and then loan officers as well, that people are starting to love it even more, the more and more that they're sending it to us. So the package A plus LOA is what we did is we combined LOA services to it. So we don't have a separate LOA that's going to be working on that loan and then handing it off to our processor. We tried that out at the beginning. We learned that, obviously files weren't always super clean. But when we took the loan and took it as, the LOA is going to be the processor as a kind of a hybrid piece, that made the file very, very clean. So what happens on those is the loan officer will take a full 1003 application, fill it out completely with the client. They'll pull the client's credit. If they are pulling credit, obviously UWM has Safe Check as well, but they'll pull a copy of the client's credit report. Then they'll just hand the loan over to us. We'll review the 1003 itself. We'll call the client, go over it as well, just make sure 2 years residency is correct, 2 years employment income is correct as well. See if we can uncover some other information about the loan or the client's application that isn't on the 1003. We'll ask them for their income documents. So we'll get over their W-2s and pay stubs, their tax returns if needed. And that way we can actually calculate the income correctly and then update LendingPad or Arrive for you, letting you know the income's been calculated correctly. Once that's done, we'll let the loan officer know, hey, this is the income. This is what's in here. Go ahead and choose a product for us, and let's go ahead and run AUS. We'll get AUS ran with them or for them in the LOS portal. And then from there, the loan officer will send the pre-qual out to their client. Once they send the pre-qual to their client, they normally just CC us on there. And then we will take over once more and send the full needs list out to the client of everything that we do need back for underwriting when the purchase contract comes over. So we'll let them know, 2 months of asset statements, the bank statements, we'll let them know driver's license, social security card, maybe a few more pay stubs or whichever, copy of their retirement account, quarterly statement. So we'll let them know these are the items that we're going to need back in order to get your loan into underwriting once we have a purchase contract in, so we can disclose and get your loan into underwriting. But yeah, once that purchase contract comes in, the LOA piece is done. That LOA now turns into the processor on that loan and just takes over with package A the same exact way. So they'll import the loan to the lender, get the fees inserted, they'll order title, order appraisal, have it disclosed, get the e-signs done, order homeowners insurance quotes for you, and then take it all the way through funding as well. So they'll work the approval, take it all the way through funding, and then they'll do the audit as well for them at the end. And a lot of loan officers are liking this one, not only because it takes a lot off their plate, they don't have to hire their own LOA anymore. All they got to do is take the application, pull credit, and basically hand the loan off to us, and we take over from there. We'll let them know if we have questions or any issues come up, but they can stay front end focused, and it's still a client paid item too. So those are the three packages that we offer. One of the last things is a lot of loan officers always tell us, I have my own in-house processor. I love working with my own in-house processor. We actually hire quite a few processors that are already with their mortgage companies as well. And half the time they end up coming over here and getting actually paid a little bit more by us. But then you as the loan officer or the mortgage broker is no longer having to pay that in-house processing payroll. So if a mortgage broker is paying $30,000 a month in payroll and they love their processing team, they can literally keep their processing team. They keep doing what they're doing. The only thing that changes is who pays their processor at the end of the day. So we pay weekly as well, but that broker now takes that $30,000 a month that they were paying in payroll. They put it right back in their pocket. It's now their profit. And now that processor actually works under us. They're automatically doing business in all 18 states that we offer because we're an actual mortgage broker that processes only and does not originate. So we just hire their team if they already like their processors. That way they don't have to get to know anybody new, and we just take over their team. And like I said, half the time their team ends up getting paid even more, and we pay weekly, which everybody loves that. So it's always a win-win. I haven't had any negative reviews on any of that part as well. So, but yeah, that's kind of our company in a nutshell. We've been open 15 months. We're at about 1,200 fundings now. So it's been going very, very well, and it's just growing every day. So thank you for the time.
You're killing it, man. I'm excited for you. I've been watching you since day one, and you've been a supporter of us since day one. So I like to see the upward growth, and hopefully you get more licenses added here in 2024, and keep pushing.
I appreciate it. Yeah, we have California, Oregon, Alabama, Tennessee, and Georgia coming right now. Those are the ones we're waiting on. But we are trying to hit about 35 by the end of this year. So I'll keep you updated.
Awesome, man. Awesome. Well, hey, I appreciate your time. And once again, everybody, please reach out and, talked with, are you in Arizona? It looks like somebody.
That's hometown right there. So that was our first state. I'll throw in a copy of all the states that we're doing business in right now in the chat too. So
awesome. All right, man. Well, hey, great presentation. You're getting better and better at these too. So I'm excited for you.
I did shake for a couple times, but yeah, man, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
All right, man. Well, hey, I appreciate you, and we'll talk to you soon.
All right. Sounds good, man. Later.
Bye. All right, everybody, reach out to my friend there. And if you guys need help with processing, they're doing some awesome things. So very excited for that. So I'm going to bring on our next speaker. This is an old friend of mine, and Anthony Mosley. How's it going, Anthony?
It's good, man. It's good. We got some snow last night. But other than that,
You keep that up there, brother. I'm snow free since we had 2 big blizzards back to back in the same week. It buried us in like 28 inches of snow. And the only thing good that came out of it is a couple of my posts went viral, and Facebook, gave me some money. But other than that, I don't want no more of that.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
That artwork behind you is awesome. I will give you props for that.
Thank you. Appreciate it. A couple people that inspire me.
Absolutely. All right, man. Well, hey, just give us a little insight on who you are, where you come from, what you do, and then I'll give the stage to you.
Yeah, I'm Anthony Mosley. I am I'm a regional manager with Van Dyke Mortgage Corporation, a lending institution out of mortgage bank out of Grand Rapids, Michigan. I've been in this business for about 23 years, and I am also through that 23 years, I have become a studier of all things real estate. I've done every part of the loan process. My real love is business development, marketing, and I became a certified coach with the Hero Nation out of McKinney, Texas, led by Wayne Salmons, who was one of the top Keller Williams MAPS coaches around. The guy has done a lot for me in my life. And actually, Mitch and I met, I think right before COVID or during COVID, when he was starting his marketing. And it's just been awesome to watch people grow. It's been awesome to see people with different ideas. I love listening to people. Spread anything we can. So I'm here today to talk to you about how to accumulate some more business.
Well, number one, you were one of the speakers for my very first event. So, I give you kudos for taking a risk and, doing something new with somebody that had no idea what the hell they were doing. And number two, I've never met a person that had a bad thing to say about Coach Wayne Solomon. So amazing dude, amazing coach, amazing, just, human being. So being in his tree of coaching, as they call it in sports, you definitely have a step ahead of a lot of people being able to have him as a mentor. And, I trust what you have to show, man. I'm excited to see it.
Yeah. So one of the things a few years back, I had the pleasure of hanging out with a gentleman by the name of Dave Jinks. He was one of the instrumental people in building Keller Williams Realty, Century 21. He co-authored a book called The Millionaire Real Estate Agent Book, also authored a book by the name of Shift. These things are like Bible in the real estate industry. Now you might ask, this guy's a loan officer. Why is he talking about real estate so much? Well, there was at a time up in my career, up until about 2007, where I never did a purchase loan. It was all refinance business. Didn't feel comfortable with real estate agents. Maybe I didn't have the confidence. So what I started doing is when the industry started changing and rates started changing and the purchase market came into place heavier for us, I wanted to learn more about what they were seeing and what they were doing. So, well, I went on the whole coaching, every event that there was, I would go to. I mean, from Simon Sinek to Tommy Hopkins, and then I ended up in the world of Keller Williams. Did several bold sessions, went to their family reunions, just sat back and listened, and saw that us as loan officers were kind of doing things the wrong way. And through that time and becoming friends with so many influencers in real estate, I saw that I felt as if the loan officer was disrespected, looked at as a vendor. And that can be farther from the truth if you want success in this business. Where we want to be these days is, I don't believe that you need to put all your eggs in one basket. And I'm not saying don't go and get referral and network with realtors. I'm saying do more of it, but think of more outside the box with your referral partners. See, the goal is to turn your referral partners into heroes themselves. How can you boost their business? So who are some people that you could think of that could be in your network or microeconomy is what I'm going to call it and explain it to you here in a minute, of your business? Like, who refers business? So ask yourself the question, who knows a house is going to come on the market before anybody? Landscapers, home improvement companies. You could keep going with that, right? Who talks more and has more influence than a lot of people out there? Weird one, right? Bartenders, hairdressers, barbers. Who needs real estate referrals and lending referrals more than a lot of people these days? Because divorce is like this super plague that's taken over the United States right now. It has been since COVID. But divorce attorneys, plumbers, maybe even doctors, plastic surgeons. So you got to get real creative with this and start thinking about it. And the first thing you want to do is, when you start writing down these categories, is maybe look them up online. But when I started looking into divorce attorneys, I simply went on a chat group on Facebook, and you can post anonymous in your local area and ask who's the best divorce attorney in town. You can ask these, like, who's the best landscaper in town? Utilize that social media, and people are going to vomit all over you all these names. So the research is done for you. Your next step is to look those people up and research them. Are these people that you would want to sit down and have a conversation with? Are these people that you can believe in as much as you would want your client to believe in them? Then your next step is to meet them. So we've all heard of BNI or master networks, where you go on these in these groups, and it's very formal, and you have to give referrals and pay a fee, and typically they're like early in the morning. What you can be doing aside from that is building your own microeconomy, and show the people of this group how each person in the group or in your network can benefit them. How can you benefit them? How can you benefit a person? Let's go to real estate agents. What's your benefit to them? If you're saying we close on time, we close fast, and we got the best rates, I mean, that's a given. You should have that anyway. But what else can you do? What tools do you have that they can leverage? See, when I went and showed a divorce attorney some facts about mortgage lending when it comes to the divorce process, it blew their mind that people could actually refinance a cash out loan to cash out equity for a divorce purpose without being hit with the levels of pricing for cash out refinance and the loan to value hits. Some of you might not even know that today. The other thing is, I showed them our CRM. So we use a CRM called Total Expert, but never before has this attorney ever sat down with someone and seen that he could be marketed with you, or that anybody he refers to you can be in a database that is continuously marketed jointly between you and him or her, right? They're thinking now like, I could really leverage this guy to increase my business and benefit my clients without me having to do a thing or cost me $1. Think if you do that with a dentist. Think if you did that simply with your real estate agents. Show the real estate agents what you can do, what's your benefit to them. Instead of going to them with this sales pitch that every other loan officer out there gives, go out there and show them how you can help benefit them, how their relationship with you is going to increase their business. So with most of your CRMs you see these days, or different programs out there, Listing Booster, Open Door, they will offer your IDX website. So every time a listing comes on, you can have a single property website made. Take it a step further and show them how you're going to make them a Zillow-like feature for their business without costing them $1. So take and create that website and turn around and utilize your social media and your sphere of influence to help get them leads. So if I post this picture of a house in a marketplace for sale in a specific neighborhood or area and have a link underneath that says click here for more details, that person then has to click on that link. And what happens next is it's going to ask them to see this virtual tour, get all the information on this property. Please put in your name, phone number, email address. Now that's a lead you could take and you could give to the real estate agent. That is something that you could take and put in a database and leverage out to other people in your micro economy. Because here's what's going to happen when people move into a home. The greatest realtors out there make a booklet of service providers that can help them out with their home. You should be a problem solver and a connector. Every time someone, your clients ever need something, they're going to remember you because you have the answer for them. They're going to call you. Hey man, I need a landscaper. I need someone to cut my grass. I need a plow guy up here in Michigan. I've had people reach out to me and because I promoted a dog waste company. They'll come out to your house and pick up your dog's interesting trails of love, right? Start thinking out of the box like that. Electricians, HVAC, everything you could think of. And you make sure this is the crew of people you talk to all the time. Once a week, you're making your phone calls to people that are in your microeconomy. Because that microeconomy will become self-sufficient and feed you for a long time. And then you can use that to get it even bigger. You keep building on that whole idea of how can I show benefit to them? And in turn, they're going to give transactions back to you and referrals to you. Put your hand out. Don't ask for a handout. Put your hand out with a handout. The theory of making the people around you better, but at the same time better in yourself. So with that being said, does anybody have any questions? Leverage, definitely. Leverage. One of the number one things people don't use these days is leverage. we have this triangle model in the business world of, and Gary Keller talks about this a lot. They have listings, leads, leverage. In the loan world, we rephrase that to loans, leads, and leverage. 80% of your time should always be spent lead generating. Then you have 10% checking on your loans. I love the guy who came on and talked before me, the sponsor, Tyler Hancock, because that service right there is another leverage point that you can leverage out that is going to, wow, someone started breaking my computer. That you can leverage out so you can spend more time doing the money-making activities that you do. Who else can you leverage? Any other questions, comments, ideas you want to throw in there? I'd love to learn from you. How do I associate myself with those in those trades, electricity, etc., so that I can refer them down line as part of my microeconomy? Find out who they are. Like I said, ask people out there who they would recommend. Go to that person's Facebook, do a little stalking, just like you do your real estate agents. Learn a little bit about them. Then reach out to them and say, hey, I'm so-and-so. I was referred to you because I was told you're an amazing electrician. You've done some work for people in this area. I'm simply building my business referral network. I give a booklet to I want to be able to connect my clients whenever they need somebody. Also, in turn, I want to show you how I might be able to help you out. You got time to get together for a glass of ice water? Or do you have time to get together for a beer or whatever it is? Not many people are going to say no. Reach out to them, start having that conversation. It's as simple as asking questions. What do they need? What are they starving for? And then show them how you can provide the solution for that, or help with a solution for that problem. See, we're in sales, right? Sales is merely solving a problem or solving a need or giving a solution for someone else's need. So just ask the questions and go deep. Anybody else? Anybody? It's 1:30. I'm spot on today, brother.
Has anybody else got any questions for Anthony? Let me take a look here, see how much. Oh, we still got some time. All right. So when you're talking, I've heard a lot of people talk about divorce attorneys. So how do you find them in your area, and how do you go about presenting to them, how you can help?
The cool thing is everything's getting easier with AI, right? I used ChatGPT to help me develop a bullet point presentation for divorce attorneys, and then I simply went on to Fiverr and had someone make me a digital booklet that I could print into a PDF as well, right? So first you have to find you're out hunting. Unfortunately for me, I had gotten a divorce. So when I was talking to my attorney one day, he actually gave me the idea. He's like, I never thought about referring any business to you. I could have, almost every one of my clients has to divvy up some sort of real estate assets. So then a young lady, a realtor I coach up in Alaska, we started working on this together too with her, and her whole business now is meeting with real estate agents or meeting with divorce attorneys. And she made a booklet too. Looks, just a 2-3 page booklet. Why use me? Here's the contact. Something that the attorney can just hand to their client when they come in for a consultation. Right? then what you want to do is, so you got to find the divorce attorneys. I don't know what your town is, but so I live in a suburb of Grand Rapids, Michigan. It's called Middleville, and they have these chatter pages. So you can go on there and ask questions or like pitch stuff, sell stuff, or whatever. I lost my dog. You can go on there and you can post anonymously and just simply put, hey, does anybody have a good recommendation? Does anybody have a good recommendation for a divorce attorney? And everybody on there will give you a different answer, probably.
All right.
So then you just take that list and you start researching them on Facebook. Kathleen.
You probably have some reach out to you too.
Yeah. Kathleen, in the booklet, I went on Chat GPT and I told it to write me a bullet point presentation of divorce mortgage lending. And then I pulled some stuff from Ask Polly too, the Fannie Mae guides. And I just put in the hot topics like, does my divorce have to be final in order to complete my equity? Yeah, if you could email me, am I allowed to ask them to email me for that book, Mitch?
Yeah, that's fine. Yep. Even
My
if you
email
want,
is,
we can do that. Go ahead. And if not to, you can email it to me and I can, share it, within the group as well. So whichever.
All right, cool. Or find me on Facebook, Anthony Mosley, and message me. I forgot where we're at. So yeah, I mean, dude, people behind their keyboards will give you. Oh, you're welcome, Kathleen. They'll do anything to. Everybody wants to answer. Everybody wants to spill their guts out with this. I mean, it's the same for all of those vendors, though. Like, you can ask who the best lawn care company is, and everybody's going to tell you who their favorite is.
Yeah.
Right. I see recruiters for real estate companies or lead generation companies. I can tell it's them because they'll go on some of these pages and go, "Hey, who's the best real estate agent in your area? I'm looking to, I'm looking to partner up with some, or I'm looking to sell my house." And people will just go ahead and give all the names. So the recruiter or the lead salesman doesn't have to go do the research anymore or buy the software to get this. They could just now they got the answers.
Yeah, you get on those Facebook pages and people are willing to give you all the information you need. You just say, hey, I'm looking for an electrician. Who's the best in the area? Like you said, you'll get 20 names within a half hour that you can, take down and start calling and using. And, that's the key today, guys, is mostly we're talking about is leads. I mean, how to get leads, how to generate leads. There's a million different ways to do it. And I think it was Danielle this morning who talked about being an octopus. Do lead generation like an octopus. You can't do just one. You take from everyone that's speaking today, and you can, you have 8 different ways that you can generate leads, and you're never calling real estate agents on Monday morning asking them if they got any leads for you. It's you can be the one in charge of those leads giving them to your agents and creating a whole different relationship.
Yeah, and that's the relationship right there, right? Who wants to start a relationship by saying, "Hey, can you give me this?" If you go with your hand out, man, how many real estate agents have you heard? I've never received a lead from a loan officer before. And I loved it. One guy that's like a good friend of mine now. He had said it to me, and I was just sitting there. It wasn't directed at me, but I remember the next person that called me wanting to list a house. I sent his way, and he was just like, "No kidding." In all my years of being a real estate agent, I was like, "Yeah."
There you go.
Yeah. And it's gonna be the same thing with these partners of yours, right? Like have them come to you for everything. If your electrician is looking for a real estate agent, if your electrician's looking for this or that, connect them. do little Facebook interviews using Zoom or whatever you use, StreamYard, and put that on your business page. Hey, I'm interviewing so-and-so today. He's from so-and-so landscape, blah, blah, blah. Write down some questions to ask him. Ask him the questions.
Absolutely. And the key that I'm hearing a lot today is, Chat GPT is phenomenal. It cuts your workload and, by a lot. If you know what you're doing, it's well worth to pay the $20 if you have, if you can, to get the, upgraded version. It's a little more up to date, supposedly, get you a little bit better data, and information, but it's well worth it. And, things like Fiverr, I mean, when you guys see my flyers that I use for all these events and everything, that's all Fiverr. I reach out to my person on Fiverr, and within 24 to 48 hours, depending on how quickly I need it, they'll have, these flyers that look amazing, and it would have took me probably 3 hours to create on Canva what they create for me. And it looks way better. I can go into Canva and I create some stuff every once in a while just that I need to get done right then, but it doesn't have nearly the visual appeal that, the stuff that they do. They have a lot bigger tools and a lot more, I guess they do it a lot. So they know what to do and how to do it and make it look attractive. So that's something that keep in mind. I mean, Fiverr's huge. Chat GPT is huge. And you can use those both to help generate the stuff you need to generate leads. Like you said, I never would have thought about the divorce, pamphlet to give to the divorce attorney.
Dude, drop a couple more for you, Irene, real quick. Is you guys should all make a page separate from yourself. A good friend of mine once said, get the sales away from the salesman as far as possible. So what he's meaning by that is just because you're trying to sell something or advertise doesn't mean it has to be you. So I made a page called West Michigan Homes for Sale. Doesn't have anything to do with me on there. And for a while I was posting every time a realtor would have a listing that would pop up on one of my landing pages or through, what was it called? Listing Booster. Now Total Expert does it for me. I'd post those links on my page. So I'm not getting flagged by Facebook because I made a page, right? Or, it is a page. Then every once in a while I'll pop a link to a restaurant and say, man, you got to check out the sandwich. Like, so if I'm out eating somewhere and I'm eating something that's really good or something that's really gross, I'm not going to slam the restaurant if it's gross. But if it's good, I'm going to shout them out. That's going to get shared and seen. You tag where you're at. But also what I did is I put an ad on there that's been the same ad for the last 3 years, and it generates me about between 78. The most it's done was about 128 leads per month of people looking to buy homes. Now, just like Zillow or any other lead provider, not even 2 or 3% of those are all of that you're going to be able to convert, right? But I used it as a way to show realtors that here, I'm giving you leads. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. That will generate leads for you at a very, very, very low cost. And then you start doing things like interviewing your divorce attorneys, your landscaping people, like your specialist people in West Michigan. Then you start getting more and more people attracted to this page. And I've even now I got people just saying interested, like on posts. Might post a property and they'll say interested or need more information. Then I just message them and say, hey, what's the best number to call you on? I'm going to have Laura Cole call you right now. She's a realtor, so it's like those utilizing, I know people talk about the social media and people are probably sick of hearing about it, but it is what it is because it is that good. And then you take AI and put it on top of that. You could go to realtrends.com and it's also an app, RealTrends, and you can put in it'll say what topic are you looking at, and I'll put mortgages in or real estate, and it'll give you all the top hashtags for those topics. You just cut and paste those in there. So AI can be used in so many different ways. It's not necessarily just to make things. It is. It's to make things easier, but at the same time, if it's not increasing your sales, then reach out to someone that can help you, show you how to increase your sales with it.
Right. Yeah, it's there to, like Luke was telling me, he's like, one of my posts I made, he's like, dude, I can tell you used AI. Like you can tell ChatGPT wrote that. And he's like, the key is now is to talk to ChatGPT enough that it starts to sound more like you. So it's doing your job for you, and it is you, and you can do that. The more you talk to it, the more it's going to understand how you talk, and then it's going to create content and copy based on you, not, elevate, like he was making fun of it because it said, elevate your business. He's like, yep, you can tell it's ChatGPT if it's, elevate's the first one it always likes to throw out there. So
yeah, it does. You can tell chat how you want it to be said to. I have a loan officer, and getting my loan officers to start doing video was very difficult. But once they started doing it, like I never thought I would see my LOs get leads or even transactions from TikTok, and I always said that was a joke. Larry Lee and I used to argue about that all the time, and it's true. You get it. If you do it consistently, right, and use the right hashtag. And what they do now is if they need a topic to talk about for the week, because they got, they're committed to doing 1 or 2 videos or reels a week, they'll just ask chat to give them something. And
right.
And yeah, you said it right. So the one young lady wrote, hey, I need a post to do on social media regarding FHA loans, and I need it written. And then I need it written in a sassy girl way. And sure enough, dude, it sounded just like her. And all she did is she put it on that scripter thing on your phone and just read right into it. And I mean, that's what they do now.
Yep, here this person said they program theirs. That's funny.
Which platform are you using?
You're talking to the
whoever that was that commented.
It's funny you bring up TikTok because there's one lady I've tried to get on my events before, and all of her business, literally every piece of her business is from TikTok. That's all. Every loan she closes is through TikTok because she started on it when TikTok first came hot and just started posting about, mortgages and over and over and over. And, people followed her. And then pretty soon she was getting, people reaching out to her from all over the place. And I'm sure she sends a lot of referrals out, to places she maybe not be licensed. But credit advice and, whatever it is to get people's attention. I mean, TikTok is huge and still is huge.
Yes. Yep.
So that means Larry Lee was right again.
Yeah. Larry's a genius, man. He is.
He's a fun guy too.
Yeah. So you guys, just like Mitch said, you probably learned a lot of cool stuff today. You got to take some of it and you got to do it, and you have to be consistent with it because it's nothing we do in our business has immediate gratification. I mean, look at the concept of a pipeline. The reason why we do this is because we don't have the right system in place. We spend our time out fishing and we get into the fish, and then we're like, all right, now we got to go clean it, and then we're out of fish, so we got to start fishing again. Utilize the service. Like if you don't have a good transaction coordinator or loan officer assistant that you can hand your transaction over to, and a processing system that can do the same, then you're never going to be able to be consistent with your efforts to market. Because right now, as you guys are all probably seeing the market pick up and loans come in PAs, and we're going to stop doing what we need to be doing because we're going to feel like we're overwhelmed and we're busy and we have to get this loan done. If you keep doing everything you did in order to get those referrals in, if you could do that on a consistent basis every day, imagine your pipeline just keep going up like that or be consistent. Set your systems up, time management, all that jazz,
I don't know if you know Dan Keller, but he once said something really hit home to me. And he said, if you don't hire a $10 or $15 an hour employee, guess what? You are the $10 to $15 an hour employee. Sure. If you're not hiring it done, you're doing work that is $10 to $15 an hour that you shouldn't be doing. You should be doing something that's more productive for your business to generate more leads or to close more loans. So you can't not afford to hire someone, whether it be a VA or, an LOA or, someone to help you continue to keep that, steady climb or that, consistent, every single day doing the same stuff each week that's going to, generate. And our friend, Kelly Kilmer, she is the queen of schedules.
Yeah.
And doing the same thing each day and each day of the week. And, a lot of us aren't good at that, including myself. So
get better at saying no. That's the one that I love is you got to get really good at saying no. Because, everybody's going to come and interrupt you, distract you. Say no to the things that aren't making you money.
Yep, absolutely. All right, man. Well, anybody else have any questions for Anthony?
All right. And if you chatted that you want that template of that booklet, I will be hitting you with that today.
Awesome, man. Well, hey, I appreciate it. And looks like everybody enjoyed, like what you had to say today. And building a database, it makes a lot of sense, just like, so give me kind of a recap of who you have in your micro ecosystem again, so we kind of.
I know this is weird. I told you guys I got divorced, but my ex-wife's hairdresser, we're still friends. She has been one of my biggest referral partners over the past 16 years. My barber, my buddy that owns a landscaping company. I've now dipped into the attorney pool. Just started working on that. Real estate agents, of course. My personal attorney. You could go electricians. I recommend plumbers, electricians, roofers, home improvement companies, dude. Home improvement companies. And if you go insurance agents, make sure you find the right one. Get one that's as aggressive as you. And that's what's important with all these people. They have to be on the same level as you. They have to be with the same goal in mind as you, right? They have to be in this. Because if just say you had lunch with someone or had a beer with someone and they said, yeah, that sounds cool, you can send me referrals. Like, that's not your person. Your person are the
Right.
people that are excited about what you're telling them, what you're saying to them, and what you're showing them that they could use you for.
Right.
So be very aware of that. The one thing you're going to see, this was a fascinating number today, is I don't remember the exact number, so I'm not going to quote it. But the average American has so much damn equity in their home right now. It is sick, right? And if they can't, they're consolidating debt right now. So financial advisors is another great one.
Yeah.
The people are putting money back into their houses right now too. So, I mean, a lot of us are doing home equity lines now where we didn't do them before. I mean, there's a lot of easy home equity line products out there now. If you do enough of them, you'll make some money. But it's just about being that connector, and listen for it too. So every time you hear somebody saying they need something, who could you refer them to instantly? And I've done this before, like out at dinner or whatever, or being somewhere in public, and I'll hear somebody talking about needing something or something they want. and I'll interrupt them and go, "Oh, hey, I got the perfect person for you. Make sure you tell them Anthony Mosley called or told you to call." And it becomes addicting. It becomes fun, and it will definitely circle back to you. Spring is near, so when everybody's yard thaws out, they're gonna have. If you got dogs, it's not gonna be real fun to go out and do it yourself. Plus, it's better to spend the money on having someone do something for you that you don't enjoy, so you can spend more time doing the things you do enjoy.
Right. It's kind of back to that $10 to $15 an hour job. Do you want to scoop poop for $10, $15 an hour, or do you want to pay someone $10 or $15 an hour to scoop the poop?
Yeah. Hey, concrete companies, man. I got a buddy that owns a concrete company. People get these bump outs on their driveways or need a new driveway, or you'd be amazed, man. They want their concrete polished in their garages. That's what I'm saying. It's endless, man. You can just look everywhere and anywhere. Your bartender.
Yeah,
bartender, waiters, waitresses, your mom, your dad. Always tap in with your mom and your dad. My mom thinks I'm a realtor, by the way. So that's how I get these calls about people wanting to list their homes, which is cool because then I just turn around and refer them out.
That's my mom. I'm not a realtor.
23 years of doing it, she still thinks I'm a realtor.
That's awesome. Well, Anthony, I appreciate you joining us once again, man. It's been a great insight. And I would say in today's economy, financial advisors, financial planners, probably one of the top people you should be reaching out to, because like you said, never have we had this much equity in our homes, and never have we hit, well, I wouldn't say never, but there's a lot of people in binds, with the way, even groceries are, and everyday expenses are a lot more expensive than they were, a couple years ago. And now, people could really use that extra money that they've got, in equity. So yeah. Definitely financial planners, I would think, would be a good one to connect with.
Yeah. Hey, and you want to do something fun? This is way off the topic. I don't know why this even popped in my head right now. Get a shirt made. If you don't have a QR code for your website, I don't know why you don't, but get a QR code made. Go get a shirt made that says "Got Money" and put your QR code on there. And people, when they walk past you, they're going to hit that on their phone or put it on your car. Then it's a tax deduction. And when people hit that, they go to your website. Just for shits and giggles, man. Just
no, my friend Kyle Draper did that. He's a speaker, and everything he does, speaks on stages all the time. He did that. He made a shirt, and it was something similar to that, and he had a QR code on it, I think, and he said it was a big hit. Everybody freaking loved it.
Yeah.
Something about need a speaker or whatever it was, but yeah, it's actually a great idea. So
yeah, I know Coach Kyle
Draper. He's the Texas boy.
Mm-hmm.
All right, man. Well, hey, I appreciate it once again. If anybody has any questions, go follow Anthony. Great. He does good content. And if you guys have questions, he's always happy to answer them.
Yes, sir. Thanks for having me, man. Appreciate you guys.
All right. See you later.
Later, man.
All right, everybody. I'm going to bring on our next sponsor here. Give me 1 second. Brian, how are you, buddy?
Doing great, Mitch. How you doing, man?
Hey, good. Welcome to the show. I wanted to bring you on. Thank you and Michael for sponsoring the event once again. This one has been great. I don't know if you've been able to tune in for much, but the information so far has me definitely racking my brain, and I'm not even an LO.
Well, you've never disappointed before, so why would you start now, brother?
Right. Absolutely. Well, man, tell us a little bit about what you guys got going on, and so you can share with the audience.
Yeah, happy to do so. So for those of you that don't know me or haven't heard all the awful things about me yet, Brian Shields. I'm with Axon Mortgage, which is Nexa Mortgage's adopted little sister. We are the non-delegated side. We also get to do broker, but we also have the non-delegated stuff. And you can tell how creative our marketing department was because they just spelled Nexa backwards to give us Axon. But what we were able to do with Axon is, again, we get to go to the non-Dell side. We have a fantastic house line. So we are able to fund a lot of loans quickly. We have all the processes and procedures in place in-house to really support A to Z of the non-Dell side, which, and it's no knock on anyone else's. It's a newer thing for a lot of us in the wholesale channel, and it's when you first get onto it, it's kind of like almost having to learn a new language. And so what they've done is they really put the process into place. They brought Mike Neal, has a very decorated history from retail. Mike Neal is the director for the Axon side. And, currently we're sitting at, I think we're pushing about 600 loan officers on the Axon side alone. And it's only been out for just less than a couple of years for the non-delegated side. We are able to do non-Dell in almost all of the 48 states. There's a couple, but almost all the 48 states that we are licensed in, besides Massachusetts and New York. We have our own white labeled HELOC program that we were able to actually make a little bit more on. It is similar to the Rimmen, the loan store. It's the same funding source, but on our side, we're actually able to get 235 basis points on it. Which seems to be quite a bit better than what I've seen on just the broker side using that product. Looking to grow a lot. Since I came over October 15th, my team started with 3. We're pushing about 34 loan officers now on my team. We're the largest team on the Axon side, and we're the fastest growing team in Nexa. So pretty good achievements. I'd say it's a lot of help from some of the fantastic speakers that you guys get to see today. Chris Vincent's been a big help supporting us. Eddie Perez, Mitch. I mean, it's the relationships that we've been able to develop through this community. When somebody's like, "Hey, I'm looking to make a move. Where do I go?" It's an honor, and it's very humbling to say thank you to these guys for bringing my name up as one of the good options. And what we're looking to do is continue to grow. We are working on Massachusetts and New York. They're very difficult states for those of you that have tried it. And then we're also growing the non-delegated pipeline. So we have FHA. We have just inked a deal with US Bank to be able to do non-del and broker with US Bank. We are completing some deals with Chase and Citi to be able to offer some of their jumbo products. But then we also, we stay home with the bread and butter, the Windsors, the EPMs, Rimmen's, Penny Mac, all those as well, UWM. And that's kind of what we got going on here, Mitch. It's a fun place to be. There's a lot of really good energy. On my side, we do a lot of team building things. We went axe throwing a few weeks back to celebrate one of our loan officers getting licensed. So a bunch of axes, tossing axes. And
I see what you did there.
Yeah, you see that? I guess when you're not very pretty, you better be creative, right?
Right.
So that's what we're doing. I'm having a great time. I'm telling you, it's almost a perfect fit. And the owners of Nexa, Matt Grola and Mike Cordes, have really turned over every rock to make sure this system flows and brings a ton of value to the loan officers that do make the choice to do it. And it's done very, very well. I got to say, there's no such thing as a perfect broker shop, but I'm extremely happy with the decision I made to come over and start building a team underneath them in October. And again, I mean, we're on track to probably hit 100 on our team within the 12-month mark coming over.
Awesome. Well, hey man, I appreciate you joining us today and sponsoring, as you were a speaker last time. But let's keep our relationship together, and we'll keep doing cool things and helping each other grow. And I'm always here if you need anything, and I know vice versa, the same with you. So appreciate you very much, brother.
Awesome. Thanks, Mitch. Take it easy, guys.
Yep.
Enjoy.
Yeah. All right, everybody. I'm gonna bring on our next speaker here. Angie, how are you?
I am great, Mitch. How are you?
I'm doing very well. I'm excited to have you on board here. I don't know if you've got the tune in much, but we've had some great speakers and some great information being shared with the group.
Yeah, I got to catch a little bit of it, and some great ideas being passed around here. Loving it.
Awesome. Well, tell us a little bit about yourself and what you do and where you're from, and then we'll pass the stage off to you.
Yeah, well, I work for Southwestern Consulting. I don't know if any of you out there have heard of us, but we've been around only for about 165 years. So we've been around the block a minute, but I am one of the coaches of 150 of us coaches. And one of the largest segments that we work in is mortgage. I was an originator. I owned a broker shop back in the day. Have a privilege of working with some of the top folks in the mortgage field, and have a training program for new to industry loan officers. So doing all kinds of stuff, working with some discharging military veterans, getting them transitioned into the business. So doing a lot within this field. This is, once you get mortgage in your blood, it's hard to get it out, isn't it?
Absolutely.
So I'm excited to share a little bit with the group today. I appreciate you asking me.
Yeah, awesome. And if you have, are you going to have a screen share or no?
I do. I have a screen share.
Okay.
So
if you want to go ahead and just click on present there, and that'll bring up your options, and then I'll put that on the screen.
Absolutely do that. Let me see if it pulls this up. Oh, it's going to make me do my whole screen. So bear with me a minute here.
No problem.
It's going to take me a little bit different on this platform, so I appreciate it.
No, you're fine.
Appreciate everybody's patience here. And what I'd love to do, I would love to get some, I don't know if what version are you seeing it? Are you seeing it in the, you're not seeing
I can see. I can see your slide on the side, but
that's okay. Let's see.
Not a big deal.
Here we go. Here we go. What I would love to do, Mitch, and I'd love for you to kind of watch the chat, because I'm not going to be able to do that. Okay. I love a lot of interaction. So if people want to plug stuff into the chat, and one of the places that I like to start is I like to get a sense of, man, we have been through one heck of a roller coaster ride, right? Over the past 4 years now, it's been quite the ride. And I would love to get a sense from everybody. If you had to describe where you are right now in one word, what would that one word be? I hear people that are optimistic. I hear people that are frustrated. I'd love to get a few responses in here, Mitch, to kind of get a feel of what people are thinking right now.
All right. I'm going to jump out of the way here, and then I'll watch the chat and pop them up on the screen so you can see them.
Okay. That sounds good. Yeah. I'm not going to be able to see them though, I don't think.
Yeah. You'll see them on our screen here. Can you see that?
Let's see. I got to change from my screen though. Let's see. Can you still see my screen?
Yep.
Okay, good. Well, that should let me scroll through there. Perfect. Building. I like that. That's a fantastic one. That's not one that I've heard before. I imagine most of the people in the audience have spent at least a little bit of time in this industry, and it's a little bit different than it was last year. I think a lot of people last year were feeling a little bit frustrated. There were a lot of unknowns that were going on last year, and I'm getting the sense from a lot of people now they're feeling at least a little bit hopeful, a little bit more optimistic, right? You hear the talk of maybe the rates will go down a little bit. We've seen them kind of go back up recently, but maybe they'll go back down. And I think a lot of people are starting to sort of say, okay, I think I got my feet grounded here. And I think the one thing that I'm going to talk about today, my content may not be as sexy as anybody else's, and it may not be, we're not going to talk about TikTok. We're not going to talk about some of these fun things, but the perspective that I want to bring and the things that I want to talk about today start with, what is our perspective right now of the industry. So what I'd like to do is, let me see how it lets me forward my screen here, my slides. How does it let me do that? Okay. So I want to watch this, if you guys, real quick, a little fun little video here.
Y voy a pedir que se mueva el zapato número 1. Wow. No puede ser. Zapato número 2. Zapato número 3.
You know, people say, why in the world are you showing me something like that? But you know what, guys? I think right now is a good time for us to check what our perceptions are of this business. How are we looking at what it is that we're doing right now? Because we're coming from this time of sometimes how we're thinking about the business, all of the times, how we think affects how we feel. And so if we are thinking things that aren't necessarily positive about what we're doing, then we aren't feeling positive. We're feeling complacent. We're feeling frustrated. We're feeling unengaged in what we're doing. And that affects what we choose to do. And, you know, the reason that I wanted to do this is say, hey, you know what? Let's go back. Let's look at what we need to be doing on a consistent basis. One of the things that I loved Anthony talking about was consistency. Now, he was using it in terms of social media. He also talked about consistency in other areas. And the fact of the matter is, guys, we have to get back to creating good habits in what we're doing day in and day out. I have a privilege of working with a lot of super high producing LOs in this business over the past few years. And the producers that I've worked with, all of those folks may not have increased last year, and they had decreases in last year. But what I'm seeing with those, the consistent theme is maybe their local market was down 50% and they were down 10%. Maybe their local market was down 35% and they're down 5%. The fact of the matter is you cannot, you can outpace the market, right? So what you need to think about is, let's get back to basics. And the things that I've seen these people do in the past 12 to 18 months that have kept them outpacing the market are getting back to basics. They are getting back and creating good habits. So many people forgot. They lost those good marketing habits. They lost their good sales habits. They got out of the habit of prospecting during COVID, during those boom years. Man, they had processes and systems, and then it was just raining loans, and they quit doing what they know they needed to be doing. So we're going to spend a few minutes today, and I'm just going to talk about the habits of top producers. And so we know that these habits really fall into three categories. It's really simple. They fall into three categories. And one are the skills. There are skills that you need to make sure that you are consistently honing your saw, sharpening your saw, honing your skills on. Whether it is a sales skill, whether it is knowledge and skills that relates to a particular product and the way things change. But we know skills are one of those things. The next thing is motivation. Man, this is so big right now, guys. You know, so many people think that motivation, you either have it or you don't. Like you're born a motivated person or you're just that type of person. And that is just not true, guys. Motivation is something that comes from having this long-term vision. A lot of people forgot about that long-term vision. A lot of people haven't even thought about what they're trying to build. They're just hanging on day in and day out. But what is that long-term vision? And after you have that long-term vision, you got to have a short-term plan for making it happen. Motivation requires that you have a purpose bigger than your paycheck. It requires that monitoring of your self-talk. It requires that you have an attitude of gratitude, an attitude of abundance. And these are things that you have to actively work on. The next area are those of systems. You know, what I loved, especially, I'm going to keep referring back to Anthony because it really resonated, some of those things as he was saying. You know, what he was talking about is he has systems for reaching out to those people, to those networks that he has. You know, one of the systems that I want to talk about, that when I ask a group of people, what are the systems you have? They mention things. Okay, we got Total Expert, or we got this, or we got all these things. The one system that every single person on this call has, and I'm guessing 80% of you do not use it to its full potential, your calendar. And I think, Mitch, you even mentioned Kelly Kilmer. I don't know Kelly, but it sounds like the one thing you mentioned about her was, man, she has a calendar that she sticks to, right? That is the biggest system that you have and you can take advantage of. But actually, when you're thinking about these three parts of your business, guys, what ties all these three things together are your habits. 80% of what we do out of habit. And I think right now, one of the biggest things we can do as a group is really make sure, are we getting back to having habits in our business that support the production we want and the lifestyle we want? And of course, as a coach, in my mind, accountability is that X factor, because I may not be in the mortgage industry anymore, but I still sell. And I got to tell you, I'm just like every single person on this call. When I have somebody holding me accountable, I do those things that I might not normally do if I didn't have somebody holding me accountable. And so when we look at this as sort of like that three-legged stool that people refer to, then we think, okay, I got to really hone in on these three. And so as we look at these three areas, I didn't make this up. I didn't make it up last week, last month. You know, we've been working with this with over 20,000 different people in our one-on-one coaching program. It's actually 21,000. We work with people all over. We work in industries other than mortgage, but mortgage is our largest segment. And what we've learned and what we see are the people, and the difference between average producers and top producers are three things. There are three habits, guys, that we know separate these top producers from average producers. There are still people out there doing hundreds of millions of dollars in production in 2023. I know, I coach some of them. They're still doing this level of business. There are producers out there who are still making Chairman's Elite and President's Club that are still hitting that $36 million and in 2023. And so what are these habits that we've seen? What is the feedback we get? What have we noticed? And the very first habit is they are students of their game. And what I want to talk to about being a student of your game, here's the fact of the matter, guys. I'm sure some of you played sports, right? Somebody played sports in this before, right? And if you were to think about, let's say somebody played baseball, I don't know, making it up. My guess is if I were to ask anybody out here who played baseball, how many hours of time have you spent in your lifetime practicing baseball? Usually that answer is thousands of hours, right? Now, what would happen to a person if they went to their coach, a baseball player went to their coach and said, hey, coach, man, you know what? I'm done. Like this practice thing, I'm just not feeling it. I'm just not going to do it right now. But, you know, man, put me in the game, right? I still want that fourth spot on the lineup. But, you know, I'm just not going to practice. It'd be a joke, right? The coach would say, no, I'm not playing you if you're not going to practice. But even if they did put you in the game, how would you play? How would you play? Would you actually perform at that same level as if you would have had you practiced? And the answer is really no, you wouldn't. But guys, how many of us are spending any time being students of our game? How many of us are practicing with, sorry about that, I set these balloons off all the time, practicing with your borrowers, practicing when you're talking to your referral partners, when you're practicing your prospecting game? You're not studying, you're not spending any time drilling and rehearsing. You're just out there playing around, seeing what works, seeing what doesn't work, right? We know top producers are students of their game. Now, normally when I talk about this, I talk about an individual cycle of the sale. And you know what? I'm not going to sit here and go through the things that you need to do in an individual sale, whether it's talking to a referral partner or talking to a borrower. I don't want to get that granular right now because a lot of you in here know how to sell. But what I'm going to do is I want to talk through this process because I think the number one thing you could do, you have heard already so many fantastic ideas. But guess what, guys? You're going to walk out of here, and by tomorrow this time, you will have forgotten half of those ideas. Unless, of course, you go back and you look at your notes. You're going to sit here and think, oh, I should do this, and then you're going to forget. Okay? So what I want you to do here in this section is I really want to take this section of the training and want you to get reflective. And I want you to identify, okay, where is something that I need to focus on, and what is it that I need that will really up my game the most? So I'm going to walk through the cycle of the sale in a little bit of a different way. So if we think about the cycle of a sale, we first start thinking about the pre-approach. Pre-approach, and when we're talking about the selling and prospecting that you're doing, man, this pre-approach, this prospecting piece that you're getting, what we're talking about here, can come from anywhere. It can be Facebook groups of people that you know are leaving. It's funny, I work with a lot of veterans, and they have Facebook groups where they find out who's PCSing or transferring to another base and who's going to want to buy a house. They dig into those social channels. But also, how many of you are actually having conversations and learning from your, like, those networks like Anthony was referring to? How many of you are having conversations with your neighbor or with your hairdresser, like he said, man, who's your realtor? Who's your go-to realtor? Why do you think they're awesome? Tell me about them, right? There are so many ways for us to identify people that we want to reach out to. How many of you have referral partners at banks that don't do the kind of products you do? How many of you are spending any time at all digging in and being strategic about who you want to have a conversation with? Who do you think would be a good referral partner? And the fact of the matter is, you've heard a lot of good ideas, but the best ideas are going to come from you. The best ideas aren't you just parroting or copying what anybody else has been talking with you about. The best ideas for you are going to come from you. So you're going to hear an idea, and it's going to spark something for you to do. The next step is the actual approach. How do you approach somebody? You know, what we're talking about here is first impressions. You know, it only takes 7 seconds for people to make that first impression. 7 seconds. But guys, it takes an additional 7 seconds for somebody or 7 interactions for somebody to change their first impression of you. So are you skilled at making that good first impression? Or are you the kind of person that only makes a good first impression for somebody that's similar to you, like most of us, right? So working on that skill. The other thing is the introduction. This is really the bulk of our conversation that we have with somebody, but I want to give you an example because so many people are skipping this step. This is arguably the most important thing that you can do when you make a new connection and when you're talking to people, you're building partnerships or a first conversation with a borrower. But guess what happens? You skip it and you go straight to the presentation. Now, I'm going to pick on for a minute a title company, and I don't, there's anybody could do this, but I'm just going to use that as an example. Do not mean any disrespect, but I know many of you have been in front of a group of people, let's say a group of real estate agents, and they've said, yeah, come on in and talk to our group. Bring some donuts and you can talk about what you're doing. So you get into this group and the title company was up before you, right? So the title company gets up and what they say is, hi, my name is Jane Doe and I work for ADC Title. And I just want to take a minute and let you know a little bit about what we do and how we can help you. And so what's happening here, guys, and we do this in our one-on-one conversations, we do this in a group. So what happens is we get in front of these people and we go, we present. We don't find out what's unique about that person, what is important to that person, what their need is. And we just lovingly throw up all over them. And the fact is, half the time they're checked out. They don't care. If you've ever been in one of those rooms where somebody's just telling you they are and what they're doing without creating any other connection, you're going to see people checked out. You're going to see people on their phones. They're not paying any attention because there's not been enough connection and value for them personally, for them to hear you. So understanding, how do we do that? How do we provide value in order for somebody to really connect with us so that we even have an opportunity to know if we want to do business with them or them with us, right? After we present, we have to ask for the business. And I'm going to tell you, there are probably at least 50% of you that are not asking for the business. You're assuming it. You're leaving a meeting and you're going, yeah, man, I hope they use me. You know, you say, gosh, we had such a great connection. It was like we were, already best friends. I know they're going to call me and use me. And you're waiting like 30 days, 60 days, 90 days, nothing, right? You didn't ask for the business and now you don't even know how to follow up because they didn't really commit to you. You didn't ask them to commit. And so the follow-up was like, hey, yeah, I mean, it was good talking to you. I mean, how many times are you going to make that call? And so really understanding how you need to end a meeting, whether it's with a borrower or whether it's with a referral partner or whether it's with somebody that you don't even know if you want to be a referral partner with. How do you end that meeting? How do you ask for the business? There is a skill there. And the fact is, these skills are just like anything else. Once you don't do them for a while, you lose them. They become unnatural to you. What I love, when Anthony was talking about asking for referrals and giving referrals, he said, man, it's just natural. It's just it's just what I do. I get excited about it. You know why? Because he's done it a lot. It's something that he's gotten accustomed to doing. He knows it works. And people respond to that authenticity. People respond when things are really natural for you. The next thing is an objection, guys. An objection. Here's the thing about an objection. There are some of you, when somebody gives you an objection like, I already have a referral partner, you don't know how to respond. So you say, okay. And you take it and then you move on. Every single one of you has at least one objection that I think if you can think about it right now and you thought, gosh, if I knew how to overcome that objection or what to say, this would be different for me. So dig in, figure it out, learn, hone your skills, sharpen your saw in any one of these. And finally, we're talking about referrals. And I'm not talking here about getting a referral from a referral partner. How many of you are getting referrals from your referral partners to other referral partners? How many of you actually talk to someone and find out the name of a real estate agent or find out the name of a banker, find out the name of that electrician, find out the name of that cleaning service? One of the things that that made me think of one client that I had. Actually, his wife owned a cleaning service. And what was interesting was she did a lot of cleaning for vacation rentals. And so he had never even thought about it. And then they started placing some flyers and some cards in the vacation rentals for those people that were renting those houses that wanted to, maybe they came down on a regular basis and they hadn't thought about buying a house. There's so many possibilities. The best ideas are going to come from you, your life, your experience, but you have to be purposeful in what you're doing here. Okay. So, first habit, being a student of the game. And I guess I'll take a quick second here. Has anybody got any questions about being a student of the game? Any ideas, any thoughts? Give you a second before I jump in. So being a student of the game, okay? Next thing I want to talk about, the second habit, and this takes me a minute, I don't know why it's doing, is guarding your self-talk, guys. Guarding your self-talk. Right now, everybody has voices in their head talking to them all day long, all the time. That's just what we do. And naturally, our brain is not our friend. Naturally, what happens is this self-talk goes negative, doesn't it? Oh man, you know what? I know they've been doing this for 10 years. They already have a lender. I mean, I'll call them maybe, but I know they're already going to have somebody. And you're already setting yourself up. Then when you get the objection, you just give up. Or you think, man, none of my referral sources are doing any business right now. Hell, they're driving Uber and they're, working in restaurants right now because they're so slow. It doesn't even make any sense to keep reaching out to them. They don't have any business. The market sucks right now. I thought things were getting better and now rates went up, went driving back up. I even lost the 2 refis that I had. Our mind, the job of our mind is to keep us safe. It is not to help us make more money. It is to keep us safe. And where you're going to make money is outside of your comfort zone. We call these thoughts rationalizations. They aren't true. It's just the way our brain is interpreting what's going on. Remember at the beginning, I said, what we think affects how we feel, and how we feel determines how we're going to act. We've had those days where everything's going great and we're excited and it seems like nothing can go wrong. We've also had those days where it seems like we wake up and everything goes wrong. And part of that happens because that's where our brain starts facing. We start focusing on all of the bad things that can happen. Okay. What we know is top producers, man, they don't have any different thoughts than you do. What they do is they recognize them, and they recognize those thoughts for what they are. And they say, nope, I'm not going to make any more excuses. I know, nope, that's just not true. I'm going to keep moving forward. They don't let those thoughts turn into those feelings. They recognize them, they adjust them, and that affects how they feel and allows them to keep doing what they know they need to do. Okay. So being a student of the game. Second habit, guarding your self-talk. The third habit, take action now. And what I'd like for people to do, and we may not have time because of the lag time, but what I want you to do, and I think this is going to benefit you, I don't care who you are on this call, I want you to take a minute and I want you to rate yourself. I want you to rate yourself on a scale of 1 to 10. Now here's the scoring model here. A 10 is, I get up every day, I know exactly what I need to do, I know the priority of what I need to get done, and by the end of the day, I've done just about everything I knew I wanted to get done. That's a 10. A 1 is, man, I have an idea about what I want to get done, but man, it's almost like every day comes and I'm like picking up a fire extinguisher and all I'm doing is putting out fires. At the end of the day, it feels like I don't even know what I got done, but I know I worked hard and I got something done, but I don't have a clue. That's a 1. So if you're open to putting this in the chat, I'd love to hear how you rate yourself. But even if you don't put it in the chat, I hope you wrote it down somewhere. Because here's my question, guys. If you're not a 10, what's that costing you? We don't have to talk about money. We know there's all kinds of money out there that you're leaving on the table if you're not a 10. But for many of you, it's creating stress. It's taking time away from the family. You know, you're constantly worrying about what you should be doing, what you could be doing. For many of you, it's creating complacency. The list goes on and on. I remember doing one of these, I don't know, it's been years ago, pre-COVID, group of LOs, and the guy sitting right next to me. As soon as I said, "What is this costing?" He looked up at me and said, "Everything." He said, "You know what? I got into this because I knew what opportunity was there and I was excited and I wanted to I have 5 kids and I know what I wanted to provide for them." And he goes, "All I do now is worry about getting from day to day." Yeah, 3. Thank you for sharing that. Man, you know, when we think about taking action now, one of the things that we've learned is the number one killer of success right now is what we call creative avoidance. I know we all procrastinate. We all know we procrastinate, right? But I want to give you an example of creative avoidance. Creative avoidance, it happens to me sometimes. I wish I could sit here and tell you it doesn't happen to me anymore. I'm a perfect salesperson. Oh, that's a bunch of crap. It happens to me sometimes. I have time on my calendar where I'm going to prospect. I am going to call people. I am going to begin selling. I am looking for leads, right? And that time frame that I have sometimes is a 90-minute slot. So let me give you an example of what happens when I creatively avoid. So I sit down at my computer, right? Okay, I've got 90 minutes. This is awesome. I'm going to make some calls. This is going to be great. But I'm going, I don't have a full coffee. Let me fill my coffee cup up. I'm just going to get a little bit more coffee. Sit down. All right, now I'm all set. Except I just filled my coffee cup. Well, I'm just going to run to the restroom because, you know, I don't want to have to stop in the middle of my dial session to have to go to the restroom. So I'm going to go to the restroom and come back. I sit back down and I realize I haven't closed my email. Oh, man. And I have that little icon there. Got an email. It could be really important. Like I could need to do something. An underwriter might need something. Condition might be there. For me, it could be something like a client needs something. Let me just check it. It'll only take a second. Guys, what am I not doing during this 90-minute time frame that I've set aside for the most important activity for me to do? I'm avoiding it. I'm not doing anything. I'm creatively avoiding it. And what we know top producers do, they focus on their income producing activities. And I got news for you guys. Working on a file is not an income producing activity. It is an income maintenance activity. An income producing activity are the activities that you do to get that phone to ring with a borrower or to get that borrower's information so that you can call them. An income producing activity is something that you're doing that will develop and nurture a referral partnership. It is done to bring in a new lead. Once that lead's in the door, that activity, while it is important, drops in its value. Those income producing activities are the very highest level of activity that you can do, because without those activities, there will be no business. And it doesn't matter what you choose to do for income producing activities. If you want to do TikTok videos because you know they're driving business in the door, then that's your high value income producing activity. It doesn't matter what it is, but do it. And what I will say, in honor of Kim Kilmer, who I don't know, but I have a tremendous amount of respect just because of what you shared, put it on your calendar, guys. Systemize what you need to do. I'm putting this up there. This is not necessarily an LO calendar per se. And I'm not telling you, you've got to calendar out every single minute of every single day. But what I am telling you is if you don't know what you're setting out to do through the course of the day, Parkinson's law is going to take over. The amount of work we have takes up whatever amount of time we allow it. And until you get honed in on what you want to do and how you want to spend your time, you're not going to get a different result than you're getting right now. So, 3 habits, and I hope you guys have been able to take from this a few minutes of, okay, self-reflection. What do I need to do? How do I need to do it? And what would be the method for me to get this help? Because the bottom line is, if you think getting a coach would be good, call me up, right? Love to hear from you. We can talk about that. If it's an accountability partner within somebody in your branch, great. Whatever it is, my goal here with you guys is for you to, through this self-reflection, through this training today, just commit to something, because what we know, guys, until you do something different, you're never going to get a different result. So I'll leave this up to you. But Mitch, hope that was kind of all I got. Hopefully that was good. You got any questions?
It was great. Anybody else have any questions? No, I appreciate you joining us. And yeah, if anybody has any questions for Angie, please reach out to her. And I want to thank you for agreeing to do this. And I think you brought some great information to the audience.
Well, I appreciate you having me, and hoping everybody has a great day. Thanks so much, Mitch.
All right. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Bye. All right. We're going to bring on our next sponsor here. Give me just a second. I'll get that for you, her number and everything, and get that in the chat for everybody as well. And all right, I'm gonna bring on our next sponsor here. Give me a second. Hey, how's it going?
Brother, what's going on?
Oh man, I'm just wrapping up a phenomenal day here. I got 2 more speakers, ready to drop some information for us. And today's been fantastic so far, man. I think people are really enjoying it. So thanks for being a sponsor and supporting us.
Yeah, of course. I mean, look, who else has people like Angie Moss? Now, I'm a little biased because she's my partner in crime, but if she's the caliber of people you're bringing out, I don't know if everybody realizes how great of an event that you're actually putting on.
Yeah, I agree, man. We got to spread the word and get people to, see. And I was telling them earlier, I got the next event already planned for March 26th. And we have David Lycan, who is a mortgage industry icon. We got Brian Covey, and we got Phil Treadwell already booked in. So we got 3 great speakers already. And, we're planning on adding 5 more at least. So next month's event is going to be awesome as well.
Great, man. Great.
Well, tell us a little bit about yourself and what you do and how you can help our audience.
Yeah, so there's a couple of different things here, guys. So first of all, like I said, Angie Moss is my partner in crime. And what we do is we take transitioning military members that are in the process of getting out. We train them in mortgage, and then we have them available for you, having already gone through some proprietary training. They're already down with their CRMs. They already know how to do lead generation, and they already have a ton of realtors that they're connected with. Now, both Angie and I are also coaches. Angie has really established herself as an expert in the field of coaching. So if you're in a position where to go to the next level, you need a coach, I highly encourage you to reach out to Angie. She's amazing. I get to watch what she does with people who know nothing about mortgage to what they can do after 3 months of being with her. So if she can do that with a beginner, you would be blown away by what she can do with you. And so we do that through Southwestern Consulting. That's all we do is sales. Both her and I have been. Oops, sorry, somebody called in. And if you need help in your business, whether that's scaling or whether that's personal production, we're here to help you. still there, Mitch? Did I lose you?
Yep, I'm there. Sorry, I was dropping Angie's number into the chat for everybody, so I apologize. But yeah, man, I appreciate you and Angie both joining us. You've been a big supporter of mine and what I'm doing here for a while now, and I do appreciate that. Like I said, getting Angie and people, like yourself on these events wouldn't be possible without our sponsors. That's important to me to get people that have been in this industry a long time that can, provide some advice through different situations that they've already seen. But it's also important for me to bring on new up and comers, that have found new and important new and exciting ways of doing it. So that's what I'm leading into next. My next speaker is Darius James. And he is definitely an up and comer in the mortgage industry, and I'm excited to have him on board. But I want to thank you, John, for being a part of this. And if anybody has to get a hold of you, how do they do that?
Yeah, the easiest way is, they can either just text me 931-217-4772 or go to our website, mysalesplatoon.com, or you can find me on LinkedIn. I have a pretty big following there.
Yeah, no, you are a big LinkedIn guy. I got to get better at that. I need to follow your advice and get better at that for sure. So, all right, John. Well, hey, man, I appreciate it.
Thanks, buddy.
All right.
Talk to you soon.
See you later. All right, everybody. That was John Rinkin. I'm sure a lot of you have seen him before on here. He's a great supporter of ours. I did drop Angie's number into the chat for whoever was looking for that. If anybody needs anything. Next, I'm going to bring on our next speakers. So give me 1 second here. Hey, Darius. How are you? Oh, you're on mute, buddy.
Rookie mistake. I'm doing well. How are you?
I do it all the time. So I've already done it like 3 times today. So don't worry about it. And I've been doing this a while. So I love the background, man. So that's cool. And, I'm excited to have you on board. I'm more excited to meet you, face to face.
I'm excited to be here and we'll make it happen.
Awesome, man. Well, I've heard great things about you. I know. How long have you been in the industry?
I've been in the industry since I was 19 years old. So this is going on my 12th year.
Oh, wow. So it's been a little bit longer than I thought, but you're definitely making a splash, and, a lot of people have some great things to say about you. So like I said, I'm excited to have you on. Do you have a screen that you're going to share, or?
I am not going to be sharing a screen.
Okay. Awesome. All right, man. Well, I'm just going to jump out of the way and give you the stage and let you take over.
Cool. I'm just going to move this screen around for you. 3 screens. I can't work with one. I don't know why. Something about just one screen doesn't cut it for me. 3 years ago, I started on a journey that many people would consider crazy. What a dream that I nurtured. Like I just told Mitch, I started in this industry at 19 years old. So owning my own mortgage had been a dream for a very long time. I moved 800 miles away from everything that was familiar to me and opened a mortgage brokerage in a city where I knew no one, in a new state, in a presence where I had absolutely no contacts, no friends, no shortcuts, just a vision and a relentless spirit. You see, building a successful business, particularly in our industry, often comes down to a simple, but in my opinion, profound realization. It's not about who you know, it's about who knows you. This realization became the cornerstone of my personal brand journey. And that's exactly what I'm here to talk to you about today. I'm not going to give you guys a strategy of how many times to post or how often you should post. That's not what I'm here to do today. I want to give you guys my philosophy on building an undeniable personal brand and how I build my personal loan officer business in a market where I knew absolutely no one before. Right? For a majority of my career, I was a retail guy. So my loan officer career wasn't majority of the time that I was working consumer direct. All of my loan officer career before opening my own brokerage was consumer direct. So when transitioning to opening a brokerage, I had to find out what worked, right? Initially, I thought that I was going to go consumer direct, but I opened my brokerage in June of 2021. A few months later, as we all know, interest rates started to rapidly move up pretty quickly. And consumer direct, especially in a raising rate environment, can become extremely costly. So I had to figure out what to do, right? I went to some of my mentors. I asked some of the OGs in the industry of how you build an organic business. And the most common thing that I got was reach out to realtors, cold call realtors, take them out to coffee dates. And I did that. But at the end of the day, it just wasn't me. I didn't feel comfortable doing it. It wasn't what I feel like was the best way to build a business. I pivoted from traditional strategies to something more genuine, something more me. Instead of cold calls and generic meetings, I turned to Facebook. I shared my life, my journey, and occasionally my professional insight. But it was the authentic engagement with people's lives that really set the foundation to my brand. I got to connect with people as they were my best friends. I was celebrating their non-real estate achievements and sharing human moments. This wasn't just networking, it was building community. And I want to break down how I really did that for you guys. So I'm originally from Michigan and I live in Alabama. I had never stepped foot in the state of Alabama before headquartering my company here in Alabama. Don't ask me why, that's something offline we can talk about, but I had no contacts here, no family. I knew no realtors. So what I did was I took my Facebook and I added every single realtor, every single mortgage professional, every person that I can find connected to our industry, and I added them on social media. And I continued to add them until I maxed out on friends on social media. And I had a couple key rules when adding these people onto social media. Of course, I'm a mortgage loan officer. My goal was to build connection and relationship with them for they could become referral partners of mine. But I had 3 key rules that I always put in place when adding realtors or a referral partner on Facebook. And I want to share those 3 key things with you guys. The first one is I would never send a spammy DM or message trying to get them out to coffee or just say, hey, refer me business. The second one is I wouldn't reach out to the realtor or the referral partner until they've been in my sphere for a minimum of 3 months on social media. And the third one, it's one that I think is key, right? Not only did I not send them spammy messages, not only would I not reach out until we were connected for at least 3 months minimum on social media, I would only reach out to the ones who engaged with me. The ones that when I commented on their post, they said something back or they liked my post, or when I posted, they commented on my post. And the key to the system that I was building, and no one gave me the system, it was just something that I found out that worked because I love people and I have a natural interest in people and I love building organic and genuine relationships. So I wouldn't comment on anything real estate or mortgage related. If the realtor posted a closing, I'm not that guy that likes it and says congratulations. If they're talking about real estate, I'm not going to comment. I'm not going to post on those particular posts. The ones I did was the ones, everything off topic. When they were trying to connect as a human, those were the things that I would comment on. If you posted about your kids, if you know me, I'm a loving father and husband. So I have twins and my kids are my life and my wife is my everything. So if someone posted something like about their kids, or I'm a military guy, I was in the Army Reserves, if someone posted something that truly resonated with me, I would comment and give my genuine feedback, my genuine opinions on anything outside of real estate to build authentic and real relationships with people. With building an undeniable brand, I believe there are some key principles, 4 of them, that you have to build an undeniable brand. Again, I'm not going to share with you guys a content strategy of how often to post mortgage and how often to post real estate and how often to post your family. That's not what I'm here to do today. Today, I want to share you guys philosophy, because you can take this philosophy and build your own content strategy about how often you want to post and what you want to post, because it's going to be so unique to each and every individual. So I'm going to give you guys those 4 key points. The first principle is attention versus conversion. There is a huge misconception in the mortgage industry among loan officers. And I was like this as well, right? Marketing grabs attention. Your personal brand converts that intention into meaningful relationships and ultimately business success. We always believe that marketing is what makes us money. Marketing doesn't make money. Marketing grabs attention. Your personal brand is what then takes that attention and converts it into dollars. That's what helps us feed our family. Our personal brand is the thing that feeds our family, puts food on the table every single night, and helps people achieve the American gift of home ownership. The next key principle that I'm going to share with you guys, feeling over seeing. A brand is way more than your visual identity. While your physical appearance does play a factor into your personal brand is how you make people feel. Your personal brand is what people say about you when you're not in the room. Your personal brand is your reputation. A lot of us like to say, oh, they're talking behind our back. What are they saying behind your back? Because that's your personal brand. When you walk out that room, when you walk up to a table and then you walk away at a conference, what do they say when you walk away? Because that's your personal brand. The third principle is being authentic. You already have a personal brand, whether it's by design or by default. Every single last one of us has a personal brand. If I take 5 to 10 minutes on social media, all I really need is your name, and I can find key elements of your personal brand. The question is, are you shaping it or is it shaping you? And that's an extremely important thing because your personal brand is your reputation. And most of us would say our reputation and how we're viewed in the regards of as a person is important to building a business, but we don't look at our personal brands this way. You would never want your reputation to just be built naturally without you having any intentional influence on it. So when it comes to your personal brand, think about it. Are you shaping it or is it shaping you? The fourth principle is being a human and not a product. Remember, people connect with people, not products. How you present yourself online is a direct reflection of your brand. That's one thing that always struck with me. It's most people believe your personal brand is what you post and the only things you post. But your personal brand, especially on social media, is far beyond just what you post on social media. It's what you comment on other people's posts. It's what you share on social media. It's how you handle yourself. Are you an argumentative person when somebody disagrees with you in your comments? And do you show tact, empathy, and care? Who are you? Sharing that part of you is such a huge part of your personal brand, not just the mortgage posts that you post or not just the other posts that you're posting on social media. It's how you interact with others on social media. I know for me, one of the first things I look at when I'm looking to bring a loan officer on my team is I do a social media check, right? And I'm not necessarily just looking at the things that they post on their social media because that's kind of that's what you want people to see. Your feed is what you want people to see. But when I go to Mitch's page and I see how you interacted with Mitch, what did you comment on Mitch's post? How do you comment when somebody is bashing you on social media? Because in the world of social media, if you are doing video content and then you go viral or you get enough views or you get enough likes, someone is going to say things that strike a nerve that you may not agree with. How do you handle those things? That's what I'm looking at. And trust and believe, that's what realtors are as well. That's what your consumers are doing as well. Because people want to see who you are authentically, not just who you want them to see. And a lot of times the things we post, right? Like people say all the time, we only post the good and we never post the bad, is because we only post what we want people to see or the light that people want to see us in. In a world of mortgages, it's boring. Mortgages are boring. Like there is nothing sexy or exciting about mortgages. It's that thing that we all have to have, but nobody wants. It's just a byproduct of us wanting a home. So there's nothing sexy about that. So if you take a look at my social media page, I barely ever post about mortgages, right? Storytelling has been my secret weapon. It adds a layer of relatability and it makes you a human. It personifies the fact that you're a human in your personal brand. I want to point out one thing and remind you guys that corporations in today's environment are spending billions to appear more human. But as individuals and loan officers, we often hide behind the facade of professionalism, and we're trying to be more corporate. We're trying to be more professional, but being authentic is what resonates. That's what people care about. That's what's going to get people to go ahead and start doing business with you. And in an industry like ours, which it's always changing and always adapting, right? I know a lot of gurus out there and a lot of coaches are going to tell you to niche down and really promote your niche, whether it be non-QM or you're the DPA guy or you're the bank statement or you're the USDA or a VA originator or whatever it may be. But I disagree. I think your personal brand should transcend your profession. As I was saying, my social media doesn't really reflect a whole lot of mortgage posts. I believe that when a consumer or a realtor goes to your social media, they should instantly be able to identify that you're a mortgage industry professional and you can help them with your mortgage needs without you overwhelming the audience with mortgage content. Again, I'm not going to give you guys how much to post this or how much to post that. That's not what I'm here for. I really just want you to really hone in on this philosophy of being truly you and finding a way to articulate who you are in social media outside of mortgages. And the best way to do that is to master the art of storytelling. There's something about telling a story that really resonates with people and about balancing that professional insight with personal stories that really connects with others. And then you got to live your personal brand, right? Since we live in this world of social media, there are so many people on social media. When you meet them in person, it just doesn't click. You got catfish, and I'm not talking about the way they look. You got catfish because they aren't who they say they are on social media. One thing you'll realize is I'm very intentional on social media. I share exactly who I am because when you meet me, I want you to know me. I want you to understand that I am a firm believer in family, God, and country. That's what I believe in, right? So if you just take 5 minutes on my social media, you're going to come back and say, hey, this guy is a firm believer in his family. He loves his wife and children. He loves God and he loves his country. Your personal brand also extends far beyond the digital world as well. It's how you present yourself, the stories you tell, and the memories and the moments you create with individuals. For instance, one of my personal brands and part of my personal brand is always wearing a really nice suit. My wife would tell you, I don't even step out my house unless I'm dressed to the nines. It's who I am. Ever since I was a kid, I said, hey, I'm going to work in a tall office building. I'm going to carry a briefcase and I'm going to wear a suit. And I do that every single day of life. I wake up and I put a suit on outside of the weekends, right? So not only does social media define your personal brand, but your personal style, right? Like I have a friend, he's the backwards hat CEO. I love it. And it resonates so well because every time you see him, he has a hat on backwards. It is who he is. It isn't a gimmick. It isn't a niche that he's trying to get people to come in and see him and sell somebody on something that he's not. It's authentically what he likes to wear, and it's his personal style. That's the same thing for me when it comes to suits. My personal style once led me to such a memorable encounter with Magic Johnson that skyrocketed my personal brand. I wear nice suits. I was wearing a suit. I was at a conference and Magic Johnson was speaking and he completely stopped to comment on what I was wearing, brought me in front of the whole room. And it was such a memorable and life-changing experience. And now that is, if you go to my social media, I'm a firm believer in pin post, right? So when I say storytelling, you have to find a way to tell your story. And when I say I don't share a whole lot about mortgages on my page, if I am sharing about mortgages, it's in the form of a story about me, about my journey and what I have overcome, not only in life, but as well as this mortgage industry. That's a huge part of my personal brand, which may not be a part of your personal brand, but hey, I'm the kid who grew up in mortgages. I've never had another job. I've never had another profession. I've been in this industry for 12 years since I was 19 years old. So a big part of my life story are the turmoil and the obstacles that I face, not only in life, but overcoming in our particular industry. So every time I share on social media something mortgage wise, it's normally in the form of a story. And I believe that one of the things that shines the brightest out of my personal brand is inspiration and motivation, because it's very intentional. I want to inspire. I feel like my life's purpose is to inspire others and show what's possible. So that's going to come through my personal brand every single day. If you notice, I didn't say anything about mortgages when it comes to my personal brand, because Darius James, it's not mortgages. Is that part of my life? Yes, but it's just a small facet of me. So some practical advice that I really want you guys to take away from here is to learn the art of story framing. I'm not going to break down what story framing is here, right? You guys can get with me offline, DM me. I'm happy to share whatever I have with you guys, or you can do some research yourself about story framing. It's not just about telling stories. It's about crafting them in a way that shapes how people perceive you and your brand. This is how you build true connections that transcend transactions, right? I'm gonna look over here because I just want to read a couple of the posts that I've shared on social media to kind of give you guys an idea of how I story frame these things in and share on social media. So I'm gonna read my pin post. My pin post is from December 11, 2021, right? 6 months after I opened my mortgage company. December 11 happened to be my birthday. So this was posted on my birthday as well. It is a picture of me and Magic Johnson as I referenced the Magic Johnson experience earlier, which skyrocketed my personal brand. And I just want to read you guys this post and how I share my personal brand through story framing. So year 28, I launched Porch Point Mortgage. I became a minority owner in a venture-backed tech company. I exceeded my professional goals and financial goals. I was featured in MarketWatch. I met and received a compliment from Magic Johnson, all while spending time with the ones that matter the most, getting closer to God and my family. I'm humble, blessed, and forever grateful. Dear year 29, I'm ready for the journey. Happy birthday to a guy living his dream. Hashtag breaking the mold. This is me telling my story. Now, if you read it, it is my pin post. So if you go to my social media page, the first thing you're going to see in my personal brand is a picture with me and Magic Johnson. You're going to see my job title as President and CEO of Porch Point Mortgage. And you're going to see this post that tells you that I launched Porch Point Mortgage. I'm not trying to sell you a mortgage. I'm not telling you rates are awesome. I'm not telling you I can close in 14 days. I'm not telling you I have the best products. I'm telling my story. The better you get at telling your story, the better you will get with connecting and resonating with others. Because people don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. You have to find a way to authentically connect. Sit in a room, very quietly, think to yourself, who am I? Who am I? And figure out how to tell stories that explain who you are. As we navigate this crazy industry and the complexities of the mortgage industry, remember that our most powerful tool is being who we are and being authentic. my journey from an unknown newcomer in a new market to recognized brand in my local market shows the power of personal connection, storytelling, and authenticity. Let's not just be mortgage professionals. Let's be relatable. Let's be memorable. And above all, let's be our authentic selves. Because in the end, people don't just buy from us because of what we do. They buy from us because of who we are. Thank you. I'm happy to take any questions that anybody has. Mitch, if you want to come on and ask me any questions, I wasn't really monitoring if people were asking questions as we were going, but I'm happy to share anything I got.
Oh, I love it, man. I think people are starting to realize that being true and authentic is, what sells. Like we talked about earlier, is, the fake, everything is great and rainbows isn't always, it's not relatable. And, this is Facebook, not Instagram. That's the key. So Instagram, I guess you can be as fake as you want to be, but Facebook, I think you got to be more authentic and true to who you are.
Yeah, I truly believe that. I just think that people want to buy from humans, right? And I think a lot of the time we try to hide who we really are. Like I said, I started in this industry as a young kid, so I didn't know. I never had another job, Mitch. I didn't know what corporate America was. So I would go to work some days, like afraid to share me. Like if I like Drake too much, are people going to judge me? Is this okay? Who you are resonates with people, and realizing that you're not for everybody. You're not, right? Like you're not everybody's cup of tea, but you shouldn't try to be everybody's cup of tea. Right? You should just be you. I truly believe in being yourself, and I truly believe in building a personal brand that's far beyond what you do for a living.
Yeah, definitely. And I do that, like people that follow me know I'm a huge Iowa Hawkeye sports fan. I'm in Iowa. We don't have professional teams, so sport to me is the Iowa Hawkeyes. I'm always trying to go to games and document that. And, I've been sharing a lot about Caitlin Clark and her journey to become, the highest scoring woman basketball player and how great she is. And, I get people that reach out to me and, message her and be like, hey, man, because of you, I'm a Caitlin Clark fan. Like I just had someone reach out to me today and said they're tuned into the game tonight to watch her record, because I turned them on to Caitlin and they are a fan now. So it's cool if you share who you are, people are going to relate to that and they're going to know you for more than just, mortgages or whatever it is that you do.
Yeah. I mean, I think about it even, right? So as a broker owner with my wholesale lenders and my account executives, the people who get my business, the people who get my company business are people I like personally, right? Because that is the way of the world. If you can find a way to connect with people who like you personally, that works. And I'm a true and firm believer in storytelling and getting it out from storytelling. That was one thing that my mother told me. I remember being a broker owner, going to my first conference, which was Fuse. And it was actually when the Magic Johnson thing happened. That was my first mortgage conference as the CEO of my own mortgage company. And while I do believe that I'm very well spoken and I can hold a conversation with almost anybody, it's not my natural thing to do when I go to a conference in a room full of people that I don't know. My natural thing is to really just sit back and observe. And I remember my wife and my mom kind of coaching me up before I left to go to that conference. And I remember my mom saying, share your story to as many people as you can, as much as you can. And I've really took that on, and I share my story as much as I can to as many people as I can, because the art of storytelling is such a powerful thing. There's this thing, Mitch, when we tell stories, right? If I tell you a story, there's a couple of things that's going to happen, right? For the first thing that happens is the second I start telling the story, you start to imagine yourself as the main character in that story. You automatically try to put yourself in those shoes. You're automatically connecting. And then the second thing that happens is you naturally want to share back a story, right? It's an old sales tactic. tell a story to get a story, especially when like you're on the phone with a client and they're closed up and they won't open up. If you share a story, humans feel inclined to share something back. So we shared something back with each other. But I'm happy to connect with anybody who wants to help or have a question for me. Send me a DM on Facebook. I'm happy to help. I did put a link in here for you, Mitch. I do VIP days, which is a 6-hour day with just me, you, and 2 other people from my team, where we help you craft your personal brand and really show you the art of storytelling, or you can get that out there to the world. It's not about social media content as far as in the world of mortgages. It's about you. We dive deep into who you are and what you want to personify to the world and help you do that.
Awesome. Well, here's a cool tidbit. Someone just commented, I was there when Magic spoke, and I remember that about you. So someone was there that shared the beginning of your story there. So that's pretty cool.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Well, whoever that was, DM me, because that's awesome. I'd love to share with you.
That's awesome. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I want to thank you, Darius, for coming on and being part of our event, man. It was great. And I think people can learn a lot from just being authentic and telling their story. And we kind of covered that a few times today, the importance of, being you and letting people relate to you. So that kind of put the icing on the cake. So I appreciate you, man. And if you need anything from me, just let me know. And everybody, please give Darius a follow on Facebook and follow his continued journey to success.
Absolutely. Thank you. I appreciate you.
All right. Thank you. Bye. All right, everybody. I do want to remind everyone that our platinum sponsor, the Credit Rebel, still has the giveaway going on. He will do that later on in the group and reach out to the person that wins. So make sure you go and register. I put that link in there for you to do that. And then I'm going to bring on our final keynote speaker. So give me 1 second here to bring on Chris. Hey, Chris, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Hey, I'm doing well, man. I'm doing very well.
I mean, I don't got all these fancy mics, and Darius has got purple lighting and everything in the background. I feel like I'm missing out.
I know. Look at, I just got this pale yellow wall behind me, and I feel like, I look at Luke Shankula's back set up, and I'm like, man, Kyle Draper. I see these guys, and I'm like, what? Well, I need to get on that, I guess.
That's right. We just do us. We'll just do us.
Right. Yeah, exactly like they say. But yeah, man, I'm excited to have you on. I've had some, people tell me that you're one of their favorite people in this industry, and you and I have yet to meet. So I'm excited to meet you, virtually here in person, and have you be a part of what we do.
I appreciate it. I'm excited to be able to share today.
Awesome. Well, do you have a screen share that you want to share to us, or are you just going to talk?
You know what? I'm just going to talk. I've never been really big at a whole bunch of screens. It's probably something I need to work at. I hate clickers. I get so caught up in the moment. I'm like, yeah, I'm supposed to click that button. But we're this game and this environment, it's all about getting more. And so I got some stories, a couple tidbits, and we'll get you going. How long do I have, Mitch?
Well, you have, at least 45 minutes. If you need to go longer than that, no one's going to be upset. So that'll be fine. And then I'll give you the stage and let you tell us about yourself and what you do, and share your knowledge with the audience.
Sure. Appreciate that, Mitch.
Awesome. Thanks, Chris.
Well, I tell you what, I don't know, those of you that don't know me, it's kind of weird. I feel like I'm at a radio station because you're just talking and looking at yourself. You don't get to see you. And I always feed off of the energy of the audience and being able to talk and ask questions. So please use the chat because it does help me. I love being able to ask questions, and Dolly at the end be able to ask more. But, my name is Chris Vincent. As you know, I started in the mortgage business not because I wanted to be in the mortgage business. I would say the mortgage business really found me. And that was in the year 2000. I started off as a broker. In the end of 08, I should say middle of 08, I was looking for a partner. I needed additional warehouse lending, and I was looking for that additional spot. It actually led to conversations, and a bank bought me. That bank was Plains Commerce Bank. And, after Plains Commerce Bank bought me, and I became and figured out this whole new world to me, I had one goal, which was to get market share in the city. It took me about 3 years to get number one in the market share. Another year, I got market share of the whole state. Now, listen, I'm in South Dakota. It's 750,000 people. So, I mean, there's probably more people in Des Moines in where Mitch lives than where I live. But we got market share of the whole state. We've had that for the last 11 years. And so in the middle of all of that, I started out at getting in coaching. And about 9 years ago, coaching became a big part of my life. I could say that it changed me. I was going to get out, actually. I was burned out. I didn't feel like I could lead. I just felt like, well, I don't even know if I felt anything. I felt like I was numb. And I was going to quit, and I met a coach. He changed my life. He changed our organization. He made us more accountable. He got us to be able to deliver more. And that's where we really started to get that 26% market share and really be able to dominate in our area. But it was that coach that pushed me and measured me against all these other LOs, the top LOs in the country. And I thought, man, there's just no way I could beat him in this small town of 200 and some thousand people. And so I was driving home one night and I was like, man, you know what? If I could work community banks, and if I could work with community banks across the Midwest here, I could do more loans, and I could maybe have a shot of climbing up in the ranks of this coaching group. And maybe someday I could even be number one. It was about a year and a half later, I'm closing, this is pre-COVID, maybe 100, 120 loans a month. And of course, I'm getting a lot from my database, my realtors, but this community bank thing really took off. And that led into a company called Windsor Mortgage. And from there, from those community banks, we led into this wholesale and non-delegated lines. And really, it was all sparked from starting out in that community bank business. But really, it was everything of what did I love being a broker? What did I hate? How could I do it different? And how could I think of it as me being in business in the early 2000s as a broker? What would I want different? And so that's how Windsor Mortgage was born. And so now today, I concentrate on all of our efforts on the wholesale side. We just have a few originators in the state of South Dakota. We still have that market share. We still work only in South Dakota just to keep that separate from our wholesale business. But I'm telling you, this business has been amazing to me. I will say that there are years like 23 that are challenging, and that I learned from my failures. And so today I want to teach you about a few things that I've learned along the way, mainly failing first and then figuring out how to readjust. So as I start today, I want you to write something down. And I want to tell you a story before I tell you what to write down, but I just wanted to get you ready because I want to cover a few things. I was at Neiman Marcus the other day, and my wife had to return some items, and I knew that she'd have to go upstairs, and I know what it looks like when you go upstairs, and I know that they're going to try to get me a cocktail, and they're going to kind of wish me in a room, and pretty soon my wife's trying on stuff. I just know how that route goes, so I didn't want to go upstairs. I'm like, I'm staying down here. So I'm walking around the men's department. And as I'm walking around the men's department, the manager, the gentleman that runs the whole men's department, his name's Brody. He comes up and we start having a conversation. We're talking about his successes. He's talking about how he's gaining in market share. And I said, where do you continue to find these whales? And he goes, you'd never believe it. You'd never believe it, Chris. And you're probably thinking in your mind, like, yeah, where does he find these whales? Where does he find these guys that come in and all of a sudden are starting to shop? And I mean whales. Like, I'm talking, his client base is tons of our Arizona Cardinal players and coaches, Booker, Michael Phelps. The list just goes on and on and on. He says, Chris, the best part is, and this is what I want you to write down. He says, I have to remind myself daily to reteach my lessons from yesterday. I have to remind myself daily to reteach myself the lessons from yesterday. I says, why do you say that? Because he says, when these guys come in, they go to the sales rack. And we look at that sales rack and we could judge that all day long. But I can tell you, just the other day, head coach of the Phoenix Suns, sales rack. Meet him at the sales rack, take him over to the other areas. Pretty soon he's leaving with $10,000, $15,000, $20,000 in clothing, reoccurring customer again, referring additional of his friends, his family, his players, all from the sales rack. And I was like blown away that he had figured it out. Number one, he's like, I got to have a great sales rack. And number two, I got to be able to reteach my brain to be able to go back over there to the sales rack, because not necessarily do I want to work every customer just looking for a bargain, just trying to find something on sale. I have to remind myself that that's where my customers start. Now you're thinking, Chris, what does that have anything to do with mortgage? Well, what do your customers first ask you? Right? They ask you, what's your rate? They head right to the sales rack. It's all about price. And really, they're probably looking for something else. They probably have another mission in play. Like, I'm just trying to get the lowest payment. I'm searching the options. I don't know how to shop for a mortgage. But I think our customers go right to the sales rack as well. And here's the problem with many loan officers today. We don't simply practice. Like, we don't practice. We don't practice our objections. Like when someone says, what's your lowest price? What do you say? Or I asked a loan officer the other day, why should I use you? And he said, because I probably care more about getting your loan closed than you do. Like, practicing overcoming objections, practicing what your value is the key for this next market. We came through COVID. We didn't have to practice that much. We just had to practice picking up the phone. We had to practice returning an email. And then all of a sudden we had to start to sell again. And everybody's like, what? What's this? But being able to think about, what are you going to practice? You know, it wasn't very long ago when Kevin Durant went to the Phoenix Suns. And he had one request. Keep the gym open. That was his request. Just keep the gym open so I can get in there and practice. Now, if one of the best basketball players in the world understands the value of practice, shouldn't we? When you're thinking about, well, Chris, what do I practice? Be thinking about the objections that come up each and every week and being able to ask fellow loan officers, what kind of objections did you hear and how did you overcome that? Helps you practice. I mean, today even ChatGPT will role play with you in your car so that you can practice. Like, how much better would you be? How much value would you be if you could practice and prepare? If you could start to practice today in how you're going to respond back when you come up to an objection, than to fumble through it, to guess through it. Like I hear many loan officers say, I know I could say, you got to have your elevator speech. But I'm saying it's more than an elevator speech. We come across it. Hey, look, you know what, Chris? You're a great guy. You're a great lender, but I already got my lender. What would you say back to that realtor? Would you say, would you be interested if I could help you get 5 or 6 more leads this year? Would you be interested in having a conversation with me? Because here's the thing. I understand that a realtor gets paid when they close the loan. I have the best process. And I have a way that I'm going to help you generate more leads. Would that be something that you're interested in? Practice. How are you going to overcome so that you can get it? And then prepare. If you don't know the realtor's numbers, if you don't know the lender that they're using, if you don't have the ability to say, I see that you're using Chris a lot. What are 1 or 2 things that you really like about when using Chris? They're going to be blown away that you even know that, for one. But two, they're going to be able to give you an insight of what's really important to them. And then you're able to come back to being able to grab value. You know, I told a loan officer the other day that if you want to be good at realtor relationship, if you want to be good at getting loans, if you want to be good at getting more referrals, then you got to be good at solving problems. And calling realtors today, calling your database, I'm telling you what is the key to being able to get it done. And you got to go double time in the next 60 days. If you can get to work in the next 60 days, your spring is going to look so good. You're going to have different problems. You're going to have scalable problems. You're going to have a whole nother outlook. But see, this all goes back to that coach that got into my life, that regenerated. And what did he do the best? He gave me a plan, which gave me a vision, which got me excited again. Maybe you're on this call and you're kind of halfway listening and you're thinking, yeah, this all sounds good, but maybe you're really burned out. And here's the thing about burnout. Burnout happens and you don't even notice it. Just like what happened to me. Then you become confused, unmotivated. And here's the thing, you know what you need to do. You just can't get yourself to do it. But I'm telling you, having a plan and a little bit of practice and making it a gamified event will change your life. Now look, the first thing that I want you to understand is what a lead is worth. These are all good things. But understanding what a lead is worth, and by the way, when Brody said I got to reteach yourself the lessons each and every day, and he wishes them over to his area, what are they buying? Are they buying Neiman Marcus? They're not. They're buying Brody. Just like what Darius talked about. Darius is the most real dude I know. I've had an honor to be able to meet Darius several times. Every single time he's the same way. And by the way, now that I think about it, every single time he's in a really, 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 really cool suit. Like I can't compete. They're buying Darius. They're buying Brody. And if you're good at practice, if you're good at mastering it, they're buying you. And what do you need to do to be able to change in 2024? So if we think about what a lead is worth, have you done the math? Because what I found is many LOs are not paying attention to the data. And before we go through any further, I want you to think about, what data points do I need to know that I need to concentrate on so that I can kill it in 2024? Well, first is, I think you need to know what a lead is worth. So I did a quick math because I'd rather have to ask somebody that question. So I did the math on making 200,000. If you make 200,000, close 6 loans a month, you're going to need 30 leads. You're going to have pre-quals in there. You're going to have denials. You're going to have withdrawals. You're going to have different scenarios, but you're going to need approximately 30 leads. Now, if you're buying leads, you're going to need more. But if you're getting organic, database, realtor, VIP, family and friends, social media leads that are DM'd into you, you're going to need about 30. So you know what that tells me? That tells me that lead is worth $555. And when I tell loan officers, like, do you actually understand what a lead is worth? And you give them the math, or they do the math. Maybe you're doing the math right now. So you're simply taking what you made last year to how many applications you took, and you divide it, and it tells you what a lead is worth. $555. So I ask you, if a lead is worth $555, would you treat it different? Would you have a plan? Would you have a step-by-step process in being able to work that lead? Would you show them an amazing experience? Because in COVID times, we sent the link. You can't send links today. There's certain scenarios where you got to send a link. But look, stop calling it taking an application. That seems long and dreadful. It's more like, let me get a few things from you so I can get the process started. And that's the start of the application. And as you're working through the application, what are you doing? You're learning about your borrower. You're learning about the things. And the most important question I want you to ask them is, what is the most important thing about getting in this new home? What is the most important thing about this cash out refinance? And you're putting it into your CRM. If they said, Chris, the most important thing is getting an extra bedroom, then you got to put that down. And then when some turbulence happens throughout this loan process, what are you doing to go back and saying, look, I know this is frustrating. I know I need an extra thing, but here's my promise to you. I'm going to get you in that. I'm going to get you this house. I'm going to get you that extra bedroom. I'm going to make sure that we close on time. I just need 2 things from you, and I'm going to take care of the rest. In the very beginning, when they're working through this application, you're working through this process, many loan officers skip this step. Why wouldn't you call back after you've went over these loan programs with them? And check in 30 minutes after you've just met. Hey, this is Chris. I don't want to bother you, but I found that many of my customers have a lot of questions after we meet. I know we covered a lot of things. I just want to make sure there wasn't something I didn't answer or something you might be a little confused about that I could help out with. Here's what I find. They have a lot of questions then. In the moment, just like all of us, in the moment, we haven't processed it all. We don't have those questions. But as soon as we leave, we start to have some questions. So what other data points are you going to be able to have to know to kill it in 2024? I think you need to know your conversion rate. If you're not converting right, if you have a high or low conversion rate, what's wrong? Is your follow-up not good? Is your interaction not good? Lastly, you need to know where your business is coming from. How many referral partners do you really truly have? And how are you going to connect ongoing with your database and being consistent? I find that many realtors, many lenders ignore their database. And it was something that my dad told me years ago when he called me one day and he goes, you know, you're so frustrating. And I go, whoa, what? He goes, you're so frustrating. I go, what are you talking about? He says, you spend all your time trying to reach new customer, and you don't spend enough time taking care of the customers that like you, know you, and trust you and used you. Why wouldn't you spend more of your time concentrating on that? And that was probably the minute that it really just hit me. Maybe I am doing this a little bit wrong. You know, paying attention to your data and also paying attention to your calendar is the key. What does your calendar really look like? Have you ever done a full audit in a week? It sucks, by the way. It like shows all of your skeletons. What does your calendar really look like? Is there nothing on your calendar? Or are you structured in being able to take care of your pipeline, take care of your problems, and spending the rest of the time in money-making activities? Because now you figured out that your leads are worth $555. So if you paid attention to what a lead is worth and you set a goal of how many leads you need and you set a goal of how many loans you want to close, now where's it all going to come from? Are you going to work your database in a manner? And by the way, if you're not calling your database, today is the day to start. Tomorrow's, maybe it's even Monday. But just call back and say you're sorry. Say you haven't connected like you promised. And you wanted to check in because many of your customers have had a lot of increase in additional debt, and you want to make sure they're okay. Like, I think that many people don't call the database, won't call the realtors. They get super confused because they make it all about them and not about the customer, not about the realtor. Look, you're not going to have commission breath when you're checking on somebody to make sure they're okay. And second, what's your real estate goals for the next 5 years? Like, I don't know how many times I've said this, and I continue to say it. Maybe I'll say it until everyone starts to do it, and then I'll never mention it again. But like those two questions to your database, can I tell you that many times I've talked to many of my loan officers' database who say, I enjoy that call. I like it that they check in. Your customer likes it. And they're possibly going to be making decisions in the next 2 years. If you're not in front of them in some way or fashion, you're going to miss. You know, one of the great ways of also building into your process is using some type of system to be able to connect into them. I like HomeBot. I think HomeBot is the financial guidance on their real estate and all branded as you. I think it's cost effective. It's interactive. We have the best open rate out of any email that goes out to our clients. And it's constantly reminding them of you. And then when you call, you get to review that HomeBot with them. You get to talk about their finances. And now you're having a real call. But look, it's all in the data. If you can't figure out what you need to win in this market, well, let me even go back. You know, my son was a college football player, linebacker, and one day he came home and had some supper with Shalise and I, and we're sitting down, and he goes, we won today. And I go, you didn't have a game? And he goes, no, we won practice today, Dad. We either win practice or lose practice today, we won. And I was like, man, that's freaking good. And so every single night at 7:01, I send out to all of my AEs and all of my LOs the casino report. You know, the casino report, like in Ocean's 11, where Julia Roberts walks in and the owner there, Al Pacino, he gets his casino report and they review the data of the casino. I'm like, you need to be reviewing your stats each and every day. What if you walked home each and every day and you could tell yourself, I won or I lost? And if I lost, what am I going to do different for tomorrow? Would your month be better? Would your end of the year results be better if you measured yourself each and every day? So maybe you need to write on a piece of paper this. How many leads do you need each and every day to be able to hit your goal? In this example, if you want to close 6 loans, you need 30 leads. You kind of know what you need for leads each and every day to be able to win. And by Wednesday, if you haven't hit it and you're not winning for the week, you got to change the play. Maybe that's the night for the call night. Maybe I'm going to work open houses over the weekend. Like, this business pays better than any other business I've ever seen, and yet it does require work. And I think many of us got confused during the COVID times, and now it's changed. So you're thinking about this. You're thinking about, okay, what data do I really need to know? I'll tell you some more. Do you know who your number one realtor is? Do you know who your number one referring customer is? Do you know your number one referring source is? Like, paying attention to that is key. And by the way, your realtors do like to compete. When you call a realtor and like, you're my number 2 referral source. You're my number 5. I haven't gotten a deal from you in 6 months. What's wrong? What happened? Having great, honest conversations and doing a review with your realtors, it's the key. Don't be scared of it. Review it. And by the way, realtors like to win too. So telling them where they're at and where they rank is super important. Plus, when they're bottom of the list and they're calling you to sponsor something, buy leads on something, Wouldn't that be a better decision if you knew who your top was? So I think about what it takes to make it in this market. And I think it comes down to 3 things. Number 1, are you making this business easy? If you go shop with Brody at Neiman Marcus, he's going to make it easy. He's going to make it so easy that you just won't shop anywhere else. And number 2, he's going to make it simple. He's going to make it simple. So you're thinking about this. I'm talking about the clothing industry. Let's take it back to the mortgage business. I want you to think of this as a client's perspective. What's easy? Is it you calling the CPA to get all of the tax returns and all the income docs? Is it you updating your customer every single week so they don't have to sit and worry and think about what's next? You're already pre-answering those questions because you already know. You're going to go meet them. You're going to simplify your approval process. Like, make it easy to work with you. What would you do to change in 24 to make it easy? Number 2, how are you going to make it simple? You guys are all professionals. We talk at a college level. I want you to change all of your language to 5th grade. We got to slow down. We got to explain it. Sometimes people come in, and I'll go back to the clothing industry. They show them the guy a gajillion different options, and he can't make up his mind. We just made it hard. Look, you give 2 to 3 examples. The reason why they work with you is that you've done the work. You've done the hard work of figuring out what the best options are, and then you're going to give them 2 or 3 options, but then you're going to recommend one. And then it gives them the ability of choice. Many loan officers across the country I talk to, they're like, so mad about trigger leads, so mad about shopping. I go, why wouldn't you set it up so that they wouldn't even think about a trigger lead? Why wouldn't you change your process to where you're making it easy? You're making it simple. And lastly, you're making it relational. Like, you've got to make this and engage yourself in different times of the process. And as you think through this, each one of you coming up with maybe, oh, I could do this or I could do that, then go do it. Write it down. I want you to think of what could I implement in the next 30 days, 60 days, and 90 days to be able to change it as this season's going to change. Because this run coming forward is big, bigger than I think you even think. And the ones that want to put the work in now, want to practice now, want to be able to figure out what it looks like to win is going to really win. But we got to be good at creating relationships. When you go to a party, do you have a goal? I got to meet 3 people. Or do you just go to the party? When you go to an event or a chamber event or somewhere or an open house, I've got to have a goal each time. I got to meet 2. And remember, we don't go to a party, it's all about us. That comes natural. We make it all about them. When you're so curious about them, they'll naturally be curious about you. What are you doing to create trust throughout this process so that they'll continue to refer you, talk about you, and mostly call you, you got to call my mortgage professional. Because at the end of the day, isn't that the greatest compliment we could receive? You know, as we wrap up here and maybe leave a few minutes, if any of you have any questions, I'll answer it, Mitch. The famous statement, maybe you're saying it now. I got to get back to the basics. I forgot the basics. Isn't that true? What Brody said to me in that store, that I got to reteach myself the lessons each and every day. Because look, this business is not rocket science. I ain't that smart. But there's been many times in my life where I've forgotten the basics and then go, yeah, I got to get back to that. And if I would just simply reteach myself each and every day the same lesson that I did yesterday, I'd stay in the basics. I'd get the result. I'd win the day, which got me to win the month, which got me to win the quarter, which got me to win the year. And it's amazing what you'll see in your growth in the next 5 years in this business. Guys, I'm telling you, the fruit's there. But just like a great farmer, we've got to take care of the field. We've got to take care of fertilizing it, planting it, making sure that we're putting the right seeds in the ground, and then we just simply got to grow it up. And then you're going to kill it in 2024. Thanks for having me, Mitch. I truly appreciate it. I hope I gave some people some great value and to be able to think about how you're going to win in 2024 and get more leads.
Awesome, man. I love it because it's a good closing to the show. So let's see if anybody has any questions out there. I know one person said, what are your RE goals in the next 5 years is a great question. They really like that. Anybody else have any questions or anything that we want to ask Chris? Comment, anything like that?
Appreciate you, Alex.
Yeah, if we get any questions here running by us. So yeah, like I said, man, it's good to have you on, and I'm always excited to meet new leaders in the mortgage space, and I'm always got my ears and eyes open for new people to bring on. I do these events, every couple months. And I think it brings great value to people and gives them, kind of a reset to, think about things differently and, get different perspectives from people. And obviously, that's important in this business because, like I said, if you don't realize it, you can get worn out and, real quickly.
Yeah, I appreciate you, man, giving back, being able to do this every other month. That's a lot. What big, huge overtake that you're taking each and every time. So appreciate you for giving back to this industry and what you're doing for this and your program. You're making a difference, Mitch.
I appreciate that. And the goal is to push that up to every 6 weeks now. So we're gonna try to make it 9 times a year, instead. So I think there's just so much great people in this industry that like to give back and share their ideas. And, that's the one reason that really kind of turned me on to this industry. Is just the givingness of people and willing to help each other, and, realizing that even in a slow market, there's plenty of room for people to eat and help each other out.
Right. That's right.
There's a question for you.
Okay.
Do you see it?
Yep. So Brody works in the retail store where they come in to him every day. True. How do you suggest we succeed when we have to go out there and get them? Well, that's where practice comes into play. If you have a database and you're not connecting to your database, I would say pull up your phone and roll down to the bottom and tell you how many contacts you got. And that's a great start. But if I'm understanding your question right, what do I need to do to be able to go out and actually start to hunt? And I would simply say back to you, and I can help you with that, is learn how to ask for business. Like, I see a lot of lenders stay into friend zones and they can't get out of a friend zone because they never ask for the business. And how could you ask, hey, do you know anybody thinking about buying our building in the next year? I'd love to be able to help them. That's not aggressive. That's not huge. You don't have to worry that someone's going to think something of you. That's simply asking for what you want. And I think that many companies that win in each and every industry do a really good job of asking for what they want, which is you're looking for a borrower. And it is not rude to ask to look for a borrower. As in realtors, the number one thing you got to do when calling a realtor is give them honor, do your homework, know the results, know what they like, search them on Facebook, like being able to identify and do your homework of who am I actually calling? If I'm calling Mitch, I'm going to know right away, he's an Iowa Hawkeyes fan. He follows all of their sports. He is involved. And to be able to talk about that is going to start that conversation way differently than if I just called Mitch and said, hey, Mitch, you want to think about doing some loans together? Like that's weird. And then you won't do that call very long. But if you do your homework and you start to engage and you're like, hey, I'm out of South Dakota, Mitch is in Iowa, we're pretty close to each other. We probably got some small town stories to share. We're going to be able to connect onto that. And then we can get to the business part of it. And it seems to be way easier. So I hope that helps. But that comes with where practice is. And then you'll catch something that really works and then repeat back to what the story of Brody.
Yeah. And, it doesn't matter what sales you're in. I've been in all kinds of sales in my life. And it's the same thing. If you're going to be reaching out to a top 500 business and asking them to buy something from you, you're gonna look into what they do, what they sell, more information about them. So when you call them, you can already be like, hey, I know you guys do this, you did this, congratulations on doing that. And, maybe I can help you with this. Rather than just being calling them and then being like, who are you? So what do you guys do? No one wants you to call and say, what do you do? Well, why'd you call me if you don't know what we do? So the same thing is, in any kind of sales you're in, you have to do your homework, and it makes the phone call and the ask a whole lot easier.
Yeah, I think this too. Renee Rodriguez told me this the other day, and I think he's like spot on. He goes, everybody wants confidence before they'll make the call, right? But I think you got to be comfortable with a little awkwardness to get to the confidence. And you can't have confidence first. You got to have a little awkwardness first. And then it crosses over into confidence. And then you find out what works and you get good at what works. And then it becomes easy. But it is a process of practice, little awkwardness, boom, comes confidence.
Yeah, it's just like anything else. If you're going to start making videos and posting them online, you're going to go back in a year or two and you're going to look at that first one you did and be like, well, that was embarrassing. Why did I post that? But, you have to start somewhere. And yeah, there is going to be some weird awkwardness, to it. But, that's one thing I enjoy about doing these events is I do bring on people that have never spoke on a stage that have aspirations to do that. And you can tell the new guys and they're a little nervous and little, but they have a good message and they're willing to take the risk of them, what they would embarrassing themselves, to come on and do something like this. And then it gives them, like you said, it gives them the confidence to one day walk on the stage at AIM or, at a big conference in Vegas, whatever it may be. It gives them that, confidence to do that later down the road. So like you said, Renee said, same thing. You got to have some awkwardness first.
You do. You got to be comfortable to be, hey, look, Mitch, we've both learned from our failures first. And simply don't call because you're worried you're not going to be perfect. Don't let that hold you up, because guess what? You keep shooting baskets, you're eventually going to make them. And I'll leave you this little story. They had this little boy and they had Michael Jordan. They both threw him a ball, and they said, "Go ahead, but Jordan, you can't shoot." And the big question so the kids got to shoot, and they said, "Okay, who has the best chance of making that basket?" And a lot of people said, "Well, Jordan." And I said, "No, he can't. He doesn't have any chance because he was told he can't shoot the basket. The one that has the best shot is the kid because he's told he gets to shoot the basket." So look, if you never call, if you never make a change in your business, your results will never change. You're just gonna walk up in Disney World Mortgage Land and this business is going to change just because. No, you're going to make it change. And I think that's the big message for 2024. If you go work this for the next 60 days, your life will change.
Yeah. And another piece of advice I would say off of that is if you haven't called a lot of realtors, real estate agents, if you have a list, start at the bottom, start at some of the ones that, maybe don't do as many deals. And if you do flub up and embarrass yourself, then it's not as big a deal. But a lot of people are like, oh, I'm going for the whale, let's start there. But, maybe that's not the best place to start. Practice a little bit, work your way up to, then you'll be more successful at that higher level.
Yeah, that's right. You know what? Why wouldn't you call your friends and you're like, Mitch, hey, who do you use as a realtor? And you go, I'll use Sally. Oh, really? Hey, I need to work with 3 to 4 more realtors in my market. Would you do a text intro to Sally and introduce me to Sally? And what would you say, Mitch? You'd be like, yeah, sure. I'd love to.
Yeah.
You're like, Sally, oh my gosh, thank you so much. Mitch is a great friend. He talks nothing but amazing things about you. I'd love to be able to meet you for 5 to 10 minutes. What works next week? Well, it's so hard for Sally to turn that down because she's friends and Mitch is a client. Right? Like, it's just like the easiest way to start off into this deal is to use your friends and database. You're like, oh my gosh, Mitch, I got to tell you, I loved working with you and Brian on that transaction. I thought like you got to be the best realtor in town just to simply how you handle your business. I'd love to learn more about it.
Yeah, probably a third of the people that have spoke on this event today, I had that same way of introducing. Someone said, hey, you should talk to this person, and they connected us on a text message, and they're friends with them, and bam, there it happens. So that makes a whole lot of sense in any situation.
Yes. Well, thanks, Mitch, for having me. I appreciate it. Anybody needs me, DM me, follow me on Instagram and Facebook. I'd love to be able to help. I got a passion to watch loan officers hit their goals. So please hit me up if there's anything that I can help out with.
Awesome. Well, again, Chris, I appreciate you giving us your time today, and look forward to speaking to you again sometime in the near future.
Anytime, Mitch. See you later.
All right. Have a good day. All right, everybody. That was our keynote speaker. We do have our sponsor coming on here, and then we're going to do a little bit of a wrap up. So let me bring on our last sponsor. 1 second. How's it going?
Doing great. Thanks for asking. How about you?
Hey, I'm doing well, man. It's been a fun day. So I'm going to give you the stage and tell us a little bit about your service.
All right. Thank you so much. Just go ahead and present. Just give it a second here. There you go. So yeah, I'd just like to introduce myself. My name is Joseph Castro, and I'm the founder of Rare Pros. Our company, I just wanted to introduce that our company's vision is to become the leading force in virtual assistant services, and also to provide virtual assistant services tailored to the specific needs of real estate professionals, and also to deliver unparalleled support and enabling them to focus on growing their business. So what our VAs do, our VAs provide administrative support. So some of the realtor clients that we have hires a VA doing admin support by doing social media management, website maintenance, and any other task that does not require them to be on the phone. Some of them would hire an ISA to have them do prospecting, appointment setting, and even recruitment calls. Our target audience currently is any real estate professionals within the US, and we are slowly extending to Canada. And signs that you should hire a VA. So first one will be overwhelmed with tasks. So if you find yourself struggling to complete all the tasks to keep up your business running smoothly, then hiring a virtual assistant can help you manage some of the menial tasks. Another one would be a need for specialized skills, such as the one I mentioned earlier, like blogging, website maintenance, or even social media management. So we have specific VAs to do that for you. The next one should be expansion of business. So if your business is growing and you may not have the time or resources to keep up with the increased demands, or if you're planning to expand your business, then hiring a VA to call out your network or call out some new people within your network to set up appointments for future businesses. That's one way of how our VAs can help you. And for time-sensitive projects, we have a mortgage firm who currently hires VAs to do some of their I call this data entry and database cleanup. So, those are the things that might be good signs for you to hire a VA. And why Rare Pros? Our VA starts at $10 an hour, depending on their skills. They are 100% employed and managed, so they're not freelancers, and moonlighting is not allowed. The package includes us managing your VAs, providing them with all the support they need, and also giving them coaching. All of our VAs are also professionally trained for the U.S. real estate and mortgage markets. And like I said, value for money, significant increase of appointments made per day, decreased number of no-shows because our VAs do a follow-up sequence whenever they book an appointment. And if you hire an admin VA for social media and website, then updating your digital assets. And if you're interested, you can call us at 888-357-7273, or you can send us an email at info@rareprosolutions.com. And since you joined this special Build Your Empire event, we are offering 1 week free on your first invoice. Just make sure to include on the email or on the phone that you've attended the Build Your Empire event this February 2024. So, thank you all for listening. Again, the number is 888-357-7273, or email us at info@rareprosolutions.com. Thanks, Mitch.
Yeah, awesome, Joseph. I appreciate it. We talked a lot about, stuff like that today, and the fact of, if you're not hiring somebody to do the $10 an hour work, then you're the $10 an hour employee, and you could be doing something a lot more productive with your time. So definitely, I suggest reaching out to, Rare Pros and seeing if there's something that you guys can do to help, some of your tasks that, just start making you money.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Mitch, for inviting me, and congratulations for this event.
Awesome. I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mitch.
Yep. Bye. All right, everybody. I'm going to kick off, bring on, got a couple of our speakers back. Angie, are you in there?
Yeah, thank you.
Welcome back. Luke, welcome back.
Wasn't sure if I was supposed to come back, so I came back.
Yeah, well, I appreciate that. I like to do a little wrap up at the end of these events, just because, it's cool to hear from the speakers, some of our speakers, what they heard from other speakers, and, kind of the takeaways they got, and, what they enjoyed about the show. So, Angie, I'll start with you. Kind of give me your takeaways.
Yeah, for me, I think just the messaging is there are so many different ways that you can add to what you're currently doing, how you can systematize what you're doing. There were so many great ideas, whether it's hiring a VA, whether it's scaling what you're doing, identifying things that you don't enjoy and finding somebody else to do it, hiring that $10 to $15 an hour person so you're not that $10 to $15 an hour person. There's all of these things. And I think for me, when I hear these things, it's almost so many good ideas. It's hard to identify just one or two. And I think for me, what I hear is, man, whatever resonated with you, just take action on it, because there were a tremendous number of things out there that are floating around. So all kinds of good stuff. If you didn't at least write down one or two things that are going to help you change your business, then you may not have been paying attention. It was
Right.
Yeah.
I agree. Like you said, there's so much, it's almost overload. But like you said, if there's one or two people or one or two ideas that really resonated with you out of the last 6 hours, then take notes, implement, take action. And, you're going to see a change in your business if you just listen to these folks' advice. Luke?
Oh, you're going to put me on the spot here, man. Well,
just want to hear your input.
I'm not gonna lie, I didn't watch the rest of this because I had a bunch of other stuff going on today. But I will say that I did fine tune the bot that they gave out earlier today. But I agree with what Angie said. Truth is, there's plenty of information in the world, but the difference is taking action, and you're not going to be able to take action on 6 hours worth of content. So don't do that. You're going to feel overwhelmed. But the truth is, find one or two things that resonates with you and your business, right? Like if it's not ads, if it's not leads, then, whatever it is, whatever the other strategies are. So it comes down to, doing what works for you and your business, which you can do consistently over time. And, I have 113 podcast episodes recorded, or 110. The 110th one just dropped today. But the consistent theme across all of the top producers and all the people that I interview is consistency over a long period of time. A lot of people are looking for this hack, and unfortunately, the hack is doing the thing consistently over time. So do the thing, and don't think you're going to get results in 30 days or 60 days or 90 days. Like, look at it from the perspective of like, I'm building a foundation for my business, and I'm going to do this long term. Now, if you're doing something that sucks, like you don't have to go forever, but you're not going to see the results as quickly as you think you will. So do the work. And Alex Hormozi talks about this concept of maybe you don't need a 2x or 3x your efforts. Maybe you have to 100x your efforts. And there went my camera. So
there went.
My battery just died, but I'll be back.
Well, the one thing that I know is I know several people in life that, get stressed because they have too much to do and then they don't do anything. There's people that that's their, like, I'm so stressed, I'm just going to sit down on the couch and I'm not going to do anything because I got too much to do. So don't do that to yourself. Like Luke said, don't take all this information and you look at it all and be like, I want to do all this, and then realize you did none of it because it was just too much. Pick one, pick two things and do that, and come back and look at your notes and maybe in a few weeks you try something different, do something else, add to it. But yeah, man, I was excited for this event because it all kind of ties together. It all started well with Danielle explaining, like I said, that, be an octopus of lead generation. There's so many ways to do it. You can't just do one, you got to do them all. Branding yourself is obviously key. Doing video is key. That's simple, easy stuff that everybody can do if they can just get out of their own way. And, Luke, you talked about consistency, and I think they say that most podcasts don't make it past, 20 episodes?
I don't think 10. I don't think they even get it to 10.
Maybe it is 10. I think it's 10. I think it is 10, that the number, sharply declines at 10 and then at 25. And then if you make it to 50, then you're pretty good. You're going to continue and have success at it. But a lot of people, they do 10 and they're like, well, I only had 20 people download the podcast, so it's really not worth my time. But 10 episodes ain't enough time for anybody to find you and discover you and, and make it work. So
yeah, 110 episodes and over 100,000 downloads now. But the first probably maybe 30 or 40 episodes, 50 episodes, I didn't really get anything, like maybe a couple downloads. So it definitely takes
I've seen
time.
a lot of people comment now on your stuff though. And I've seen LOs saying that your podcast has changed their business, changed their life. So, I mean, like you said, if you would have gave up at 25 or 40, then, you wouldn't be having that impact.
I also sucked in the first ones too. So, there's that. So
we all did. Laura Brandeo and I had a podcast for just, I think we just did it for one season and it was a lot of fun, but, it was a lot of work, also.
A lot of work.
And, the cool thing was seeing where people were, tuning in from. Like we always had one person tuning in from Paris. Like, I don't know why, but every episode that same person tuned in from Paris, France to listen to me and Laura talk to, leaders in the mortgage industry and stuff. So, I've built some cool relationships because of that. I had Eddie on there. Eddie and I are, good friends because of that. And as an Iowa Hawkeye fan, I always say we had a player named Luka Garza who's now plays for Minnesota Timberwolves. And, I reached out to his father and we had him on the podcast, and Frank Garza was probably one of Laura and I's favorite interviews, like amazing, this guy. And we had a great time with him. And, you know, I've met up with him in person a few times at games and different stuff. And my son's a huge fan of his son, and, you know, got our pictures taken and all that. So, you know, you build some cool relationships and friendships out of doing stuff like that also.
Yep, absolutely, man. I mean, I've interviewed some pretty cool people, and having a platform is pretty nice, man. You know, to be able to interview people like Eddie and Todd Duncan and, you know, big boys like that. It's pretty fun to have good people on there that have a ton of value to give and be able to absorb their knowledge too. I mean, I've learned a lot, so selfishly, I enjoy the podcast as well. You know, and right. I think that, I mean, I just one of the episodes we did was how loan officers can actually use a podcast. I think it was episode 40 something. I don't remember which one it was, but it was how loan officers can use podcasts to grow their business as well, right? So if you're good with video, or if you want to get good with video and want to get good with interviewing people, that could be a good one to go look at. I think a podcast is a slept on strategy, but it does take time. But I mean, you go interview your top potential realtor partners, you know, or people that you want to partner with, or financial advisors, or business, you know, that type of stuff. So anyway,
I might have to introduce you to Frank, and you might have to get him on your show. He does his company is called Conscious Selling, and one of their big customers is Salesforce. You know, so they do a lot of training and coaching and different stuff in, you know, the just sales industry. But
if they can give value to loan officers, that's good. That's what I need.
Oh yeah, he's a smart man, very smart man. So, but this looking, this person said maybe the person in France was just learning English, using our podcast to learn the language, maybe. But yeah, I think today was great. I appreciate everybody who tuned in and everybody that contributed, especially all our sponsors, because like I said, without them, these events wouldn't be happening. So that's very important. But any last words, Angie or Luke?
No, just thank you. It's been fun.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
And take action.
Yes, take action. Consistent action.
Yeah.
You know what they say? Successful people are successful because they consistently do what other people don't want to do.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. And that goes for anything from sports to business. You got to put in the time.
Well, and another good quote is repetition is the mother of all skills. So doing things over and over and over again, you get better at them. And that's the only way to really learn.
Right. Yeah. That, you know, the Frank Garza, him and his son, you know, he's in the NBA, but they work out 4 times a day. Like, you know, he's been in the NBA, but he never quits practicing. He's always trying to add some new technique, some new skill to his arsenal that'll make him, you know, that much better. Even though he's, you know, really already reached his goal, but, you know, his goal is to become one of the best. And, you know, no matter whether it's sports or business, you just got to keep plugging away and do it consistently.
Yep. True student of the game. Yep.
Absolutely. All right. Well, I appreciate you guys for jumping on. And if anybody has any questions for any of our speakers, feel free to reach out to me or reach out to them on social. And once again, I appreciate everybody for joining us, and I hope you have a good day.
See ya. Thank you.
Bye.
See ya.